3 years ago, Lam Thien witnessed the Earth's rhythm suddenly shift, ushering in the era of spirit chi revival, and the world he knew was thrown onto a completely different path. Humanity immediately scrambled to seek, dissect, and experiment, as everyone wanted to grasp the new power born from the spirit chi, spreading through the world. But right at this moment, he was being cornered by a man and a woman, pushed step by step into a dead end with no escape. Everything was orchestrated by Li Yudong, who secretly set a trap and pushed him into the abyss. The disaster not only claimed his teammates, but he himself couldn't escape it either. The outcome was clear, a fatal accident. Li Yudong, if there's a next life, I will absolutely never forgive you. And as for someone with a heart as wicked as yours, I will make you both pay with your lives, he swore inwardly, his will as cold as steel. But unexpectedly, at the very moment of life and death, a system panel suddenly appeared. The Supreme Martial Arts System activated, detecting that the host was in mortal danger, and immediately initiated a time-space reversal process. Due to the host's insufficient points, the time-space destination will be chosen randomly and cannot be influenced. 3 seconds later, he was pulled back to the very beginning. Even before the global explosion of spirit chi, the Supreme Martial Arts System has successfully bound to the host. Link confirmed. Please select an attribute to begin your cultivation. At this moment, the entire world was still oblivious to the return of spirit chi. In reality, the revival process had already started silently in the background. As spirit chi spread, it nurtured not only humans but also animals and plants, leading to countless mutations. A plethora of high-level spirit fruits would appear, each with its own special effects. After consuming them, a person could attain superhuman powers, capable of even influencing celestial phenomena. The sky could display auroral rainbows, strange constellations, descending fire clouds, and resounding thunder. If he could seize enough of these opportunities, his power would grow immensely. It would only take a month for him to level up. Let's see what functions this system has, he thought, directly opening the system's introduction menu. Welcome, host, to the Supreme Martial Arts System. The following is a description of the system's functions. The system has a total of 4 functions, core attributes, daily quests, attribute cultivation, and point exchange. First, I'll pick the strongest fire attribute and see just how powerful of a technique I can get. Extracting a fire attribute technique for the host. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a purple grade fire attribute technique, the Raging Blaze Art. As this is your first time obtaining a purple grade technique, you have been awarded 5 system points. He couldn't hold back a hearty laugh. A purple grade technique in his past life. Even a blue grade one was enough to cause a sensation, and yet here he was, holding a purple grade technique in his hands. In this life, he would definitely become one of the strongest. He would never let anyone trample over him ever again. Just then, his phone rang repeatedly. I almost forgot about her. He glanced at the screen, where the name Li Hyodong was flashing obnoxiously. Annoyed, he answered the phone. What is it? Lam Thien. There's a bag I like, but I'm short 20,000. Hurry up and send me the money on WeChat. In your dreams. Get lost and go ask your rich daddy's boy. Don't you ever call me again. With that, he hung up abruptly. On the other end of the line, Li Hyodong stared stunned at the blank screen, completely baffled about what had just happened. How dare he hang up on you and talk to you like that? Kwang Vu asked curiously from the side. What's wrong? Is your personal ATM throwing a fit? Who knows what's wrong with him? Maybe he took the wrong medicine or something. Kwang Vu teased with a laugh. Aren't you going to go soothe him? Li Hyodong replied with a coquettish pout. The only one I need to soothe is my dear Kwang Vu. Who cares about that loser anyway? Scene change. Lam Thien stood before the entrance of the People's Hospital, his chest heaving, his breath ragged after a long run. He cursed inwardly. If only he had asked which hospital Vu Tin was in from the start, he wouldn't have had to run to 3 different places without a break. He suddenly remembered how Vu Tin had complained in his past life that her father, thinking she was sick, made her drink all sorts of tonics. Vu Tin, in this life, I won't just protect you, I'll make sure you have no regrets when spiritual energy returns. With that thought, he immediately rushed into the hospital. At that very moment, inside the emergency room, doctors were working frantically on Vu Tin. Her vitals were stable, but her body temperature refused to rise. Hearing this, Vu Tin's father, Mr. Tu, anxiously said to Master Lai, "Master Lai, I'm begging you. Please save my daughter. Let me check her pulse first," Master Lai said as he approached the bed. After checking her pulse, he turned to look at Mr. Tu. "Where has your daughter been recently?" "Last month, to celebrate her getting into Qingbei University. I took her to Iceland. We came back last Wednesday, and as soon as we returned, she ended up like this. Your daughter's body has been invaded by a cold aura. We need an item of pure yang energy to expel the yin energy. I'll write a prescription. Have them fill it out exactly as written." Mr. Tu bowed his head gratefully. "Thank you, Master Lai." Master Lai sighed in reply. "I can only do my best. Whether she can pull through is up to her." Just then, he pushed the door open and walked in. "Stop what you're doing." Mr. Tu was stunned and asked, "And you are?" A young doctor turned and asked, "Master Lai, is this your apprentice?" "No, he's not. I haven't taken any apprentices." Hearing that, the doctor and a few others immediately grabbed him, intending to drag him right out. He struggled and shouted, "Mr. Tu, your daughter isn't sick. She's awakened the extremely rare ice element spiritual energy. If you treat this like an illness, you'll not only destroy her body, but you'll also sever her future," the young doctor said coldly. "Have you been reading too many novels? Is there something wrong with your head? Get him out of here." "Stop." Master Lai suddenly spoke up, stopping them. His eyes were fixed on the young man as he asked, "Kid, how do you know about ice element spiritual energy? Who in the world are you?" He replied with a smile, "Who I am isn't important. The most important thing right now is to help her wake up." "If that's the case, then please, young man, tell us your solution." Master Lai slowly proposed. 2 maces of fresh ginger, 2 maces of aconite root, 5 maces of cinnamon bark, 1 mace of angelica root. Upon hearing this, the doctors and nurses in the emergency room were all stunned. Isn't that the exact prescription Master Lai just wrote? How does this kid know it so perfectly? Some were suspicious, thinking, a prescription this identical must have been copied. Master Lai spoke up. "Young man, your prescription is identical to mine, but it's still not enough to cure young lady too. I'm not finished yet. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. This remedy is missing the most crucial ingredient, the stardew flower." Master Lai frowned and said, "Young man, with your method, it is indeed possible to wake young lady too without harming her. However, I'm afraid a stardew flower is impossible to find in this world," Mr. Tu hurriedly said. "I don't care how much the stardew flower costs. My family is not short on money. Please just tell me where I can buy it." Master Lai shook his head. "It cannot be bought. The stardew flower is known for its blue, star-shaped petals and a shimmering silver pistil in the center. At night, it emits a faint glow like starlight, and its sap has healing and pain-relieving properties. Those are the records I've read in ancient texts. This flower could only exist when the earth was still filled with spiritual energy, so it can no longer grow in the present day. What so? My daughter has to suffer like this for the rest of her life." As Mr. Tu fell into despair, the young man spoke up. "Mr. Tu, don't worry. I told you I could save Vu Tin without harming her." Master Lai asked in astonishment. "Young man, are you saying you have the legendary stardew flower?" "That's right," Lam Thien replied. The young doctor said, unconvinced, "Master Lai, Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. How can he possibly save her? He probably peeked at the prescription through a camera. How could a mere kid be better than me? Master Lai retorted. Then how do you explain the Stardew flower? That thing sounds like an item from a video game. Stop arguing. Everyone, take a look at this. As he spoke, he opened a box. Inside was a blue flower that left everyone speechless. In reality, while everyone was busy arguing, Lam Tien had already made his move, ensuring no one noticed his next step. He silently used his divine sense, directly exchanging 5 points to buy the necessary item. The action was clean and without a hint of hesitation. He had retrieved the Stardew flower from the system's shop. It all happened so fast that no one had time to realize. The Stardew flower. It really is the Stardew flower, young man. You actually possess this legendary spirit herb. Faced with Master Lai's excited reaction, he smiled and replied, So, do you believe I can cure Wu Tin now? Young man, I was too agitated just now. I hope you'll forgive me. Please, I beg you, treat the young lady. He walked over to the hospital bed, his gaze softening as he whispered silently in his heart. Wu Tin, in this life, I will never let you suffer any harm at all. Then, he began helping Wu Tin absorb the Stardew flower, his movements decisive and unwavering. The process took only a moment, and it felt as if the entire emergency room was holding its breath with every change. The nurse looked at the vital signs on the monitor and exclaimed with joy, She's warming up. Her body temperature is rising. That's great. She's stabilized. Wu Tin slowly opened her eyes, her vision still blurry, and seeing him standing before her, she asked weakly, Who are you? Get some good rest. We'll see each other again soon. He replied with a smile, then turned to her father. Uncle To. Wu Tin's body has recovered. She just needs to build up her strength now. Thank you. Young miracle doctor. Thank you so much, her father said emotionally. With everything settled, he was about to leave when old Lai asked to speak with him privately, but he was refused. Sir, I have other matters to attend to. We can talk later when there's an opportunity. Young brother, this old man still doesn't know your name. My name is Lam Tien, he answered briefly before quickly leaving, heading home to study the secret cultivation technique. He remembered clearly that in his past life, there had been a post that compiled all the important information. The post explained in detail the cultivation levels after the restoration of spiritual energy. After a careful search, he finally pulled up that post from all those years ago. First Realm Spirit Awakening, characterized by the initial ability to sense and absorb spiritual energy, enhancing one's physical body and basic energy control. Second Realm Springtide, which forms a spiritual vortex, increasing reserves and healing abilities. Third Realm Ironstone, which uses spiritual energy to temper the body, boosting defense and creating shields. Fourth Realm Illusory Moon, which allows for the outward projection of spiritual energy to form skills. Fifth Realm Sun Petal, where spiritual energy is purified, greatly enhancing attacks and healing. Sixth Realm Star Soul, for creating illusions and domains. Seventh Realm Luminous Core, which resonates with heaven and earth. And eighth Realm Imperial Sovereign, which involves mastering the rules and achieving immortality. In his previous life, because the spiritual energy had returned so suddenly, he was killed before he had a chance to prepare. At that time, he had only just reached the third realm, and his bloodline foundation wasn't even stable yet. For that very reason, he was determined to walk a different path in this life. He would definitely cultivate and march straight towards the realm of an imperial sovereign expert. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, old Lai recounted the entire incident in the emergency room to Director Lu An. Are you saying you met a young man who possesses a starlight flower? Could it be that this young man also carries spiritual energy? That's right, Director Lu. I am certain that this young man is a rare genius in spiritual energy cultivation. If he is guided in the right direction, his future self could very well change the state of the entire world. After hearing this, Luan immediately gave a decisive order. Send Lan Nguyet to test Lam Thien. Returning to the main story, after a full day of continuous cultivation, he had made obvious progress. He advanced to the 3rd rank and even touched the threshold of the 2nd rank of the Spirit Awakening realm. And his spiritual energy was now much more stable. I'm starving. I've got to find something to fill my stomach, and fast. The moment he stepped out of his front door, Lan Nguyet immediately dropped an orb onto the ground right in front of him. From it, a demonic beast was summoned, its form materializing in the quiet space. He watched this scene without a hint of panic, his eyes as calm as if he had expected it all along. He even thought to himself excitedly, the age of mutation has truly begun. Everything is accelerating with no brakes. The demonic beast tilted its head back and let out a roar, the sound vibrating through the air. The foul stench from its mouth nearly made him suffocate. This dog stinks to high heaven. Immediately after, the demonic beast shot towards him, its speed like a coiled spring. He instantly jumped back, dodging the attack with a clean move. But the demonic beast wasn't stupid. It observed him and immediately changed its tactics. It whipped its tail, the force of the swing as sharp as a lash. The blow struck his thigh, and a sharp pain spread quickly. He grew angry, pushing off the ground to gain momentum, then launched himself high into the air, activating Flame Fist. With a single blow, he finished his target as clean as a movie cut. 2 colors of the demonic beast. After dealing with it, he continued on his way to the store without stopping. He was simply following his plan, completely unaware that his actions had already fallen right into Lan Nguyet's line of sight. What kind of person is he, to be able to take down and kill a first-stage mutated beast with a single punch? The fire attribute, he actually awakened the strongest offensive element. The fire attribute. Lan Nguyet thought to herself as she leaped down from above, approaching the mutated beast's corpse to inspect it. Its tail is broken. Could it be? That sound just now wasn't his leg bone breaking, but the sound of the mutated beast's tail snapping off. Just how strong is his body? Number 1. I have to report this to my superiors immediately. The next morning. Today. As soon as he woke up, he was in excruciating pain, his whole body feeling like it had been beaten up. It looks like I have to continue my training. Just as he was thinking that, the TV broadcast an emergency news bulletin this morning. The temperature on the peak of Purple Cloud Mountain reached a rare 81 degrees. All visitors to Purple Cloud Mountain, please be mindful of your safety. Please do not believe the rumors that high temperatures can eliminate humidity. Trust in science. This is merely the result of the ozone layer being destroyed. If his memory served him right, the ozone layer at Purple Cloud Mountain wasn't damaged at all. That place was where an incredibly powerful fire attribute spiritual energy had just awakened. In that case, he absolutely had to go there and absorb that powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. The moment he stepped out the door, he ran into trouble. Lai Hio Dong held out her hand, asking for 200,000 to buy a handbag, her face completely unfazed as if it were a normal request. He snapped. Are you out of your mind? I told you yesterday not to bother me again. Lam Thien, I know you're doing this on purpose to get me interested in you, but I'm warning you, if you don't obediently hand over the money right now, I really won't let this go. Get lost, and it's best if you don't bother me. He tossed the words over his shoulder and walked away, heading straight for Purple Cloud Mountain. A large crowd of curious onlookers had already gathered there, forcing the police to set up a barricade to block everyone from going deeper into the mountain. Please be careful. Do not cross the warning line. It's really 81 degrees inside. We're not joking around. You could actually be burned to a crisp. What kind of nonsense is this? I don't believe it's that hot in there, a hot-headed young man said angrily before flicking a corn cob into the area. Unexpectedly, due to the intense heat, the corn kernel instantly popped into popcorn, shocking the onlookers. Whoa. It's really that hot. Stop pushing. It's seriously hot in there, just as he predicted. The fire attribute energy here was much stronger than he had imagined. If he could devour all of this energy, his power would leap to another level right here on the spot. With that thought, Lam Thien immediately took action. launching himself from the roof of a car and straight into the restricted zone without a moment's hesitation. His movements were so fast and reckless that the police on site couldn't react in time. After enduring a period of extreme agony, it felt as if every cell in his body was being licked by flames. Finally, the process of absorbing the spiritual energy came to an end. Only then did he realize there were people around him. Thousands of eyes were all fixed on him. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of fire and vanished in a flash. An immortal. It's an immortal. Did anyone get a picture of the immortal just now? What happened? It was scorching hot a second ago. Why did it suddenly cool down? The police officer stood there stunned. A thought flashing through his mind, could that kid really be an immortal? News of the KK immortal quickly spread across all media channels. This afternoon, a mysterious young man appeared on the peak of Purple Cloud Mountain, resolved the anomalous climate phenomenon, and then vanished right before everyone's eyes. After reading the news, Liu An immediately made a call and gave an order. Suppress all news related to Purple Cloud Mountain immediately. Do not let it spread under any circumstances, or it will cause mass panic. Then he turned to Lan Nguyen, who was standing behind him, and asked, "Last night, you saw that kid take out a first-stage mutated dog with a single punch. Is that correct?" "Yes, that's right. Moreover, the mutated dog's attack seemed to do no damage to his body whatsoever. It seems that in just 2 short days, we've encountered 2 geniuses in a row. We can't let other factions get to him first. We have to bring Lam Thien into the organization as soon as possible." With that in mind, Liu An immediately ordered Lan Nguyen to take him to meet Lam Thien. Meanwhile, he had just finished cultivating to the Valiant Spring Realm. Congratulations, host, for entering the Valiant Spring Realm. Your reward is a new attribute slot. The host can now cultivate an additional attribute simultaneously, and the system is activating the enchantment function. The host can permanently imbue a weapon with an element. Its durability will depend on the weapon's material. Does this mean I can craft my own elemental weapons? Excited, he walked into the kitchen and picked up a chicken cleaver, just as he was about to enchant it. The doorbell rang. Who could possibly be visiting in the middle of the night? He opened the door and asked suspiciously, "Who are you, young man?" "I am the president of the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association, and my name is Liu An. The young woman beside me is my subordinate, Lan Nguyen. We've come to talk to you about Spirit Chi cultivation." After speaking, Liu An handed him a business card. The name Spirit Chi Cultivation Association suddenly jogged his memory. In his past life, he and Vu Tin had once been saved by members of the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association. He was saved by them in his past life, but he'd had no contact with them in this one. Looking at the card in his hand, he asked, "How did you find me?" Liu An replied, "Old Lai, the one who treated the young lady from the De family, mentioned you. By the way, Vu Tin has already joined our Spirit Chi Association." Realizing they meant no harm, he invited them inside to talk. A while later, Liu An said with some disappointment, "Young man, are you sure you won't consider joining us? Old Liu, now isn't a good time for me to join an organization." Lam Thien stated his intentions plainly for now. He wanted to cultivate on his own and would consider other options only after the Spirit Qui had fully recovered. Lan Nguyen finally spoke up. "Lam Thien, I know you've become a first-stage awakener, but let me tell you, reaching the Spirit Initiation Realm was nothing but pure luck. Without the Association's help, it's doubtful you'll ever even reach the Valiant Spring Realm." She gave a brief analysis, explaining that the Earth would undergo drastic changes in the future, and Spirit Chi cultivation would be the only path forward. To make steady progress, the Association's guidance would be indispensable. She recounted her own experience, saying that at first, she was just like him, believing she could awaken on her own and refusing the Association's invitation. As a result, nearly 3 years passed, and she still hadn't reached the Spirit Initiation Realm. But after joining the Association, she broke through to the Spirit Initiation Realm in less than a year. With our current resources and guidance, You could reach the second stage of the Valiant Spring Realm in just 3 years. Hearing this, he asked with a hint of surprise. 3 years, miss. How old are you this year? I'm about to turn 21. Why? He silently judged her talent to be quite poor, but quickly dismissed the thought, forcing a smile. Oh, nothing. I just think you're a genius, Lan Nguyet said proudly. In the entire Cultivation Association, being a genius is just the minimum requirement for entry. Liu An added, Young man, if you join our association, the support you'll receive will be beyond your imagination. Just as he was trying to persuade him, his phone rang with an urgent report about the appearance of a second-stage mutated beast. Its location was only about 30 kilometers from the city they were in. What second stage? What's its attribute? It's still unclear, but we suspect it has a poison attribute. The creature itself is a giant python. I understand. Lock down the surrounding area immediately. I'm bringing Lan Nguyet there right now. With that, Liu An stood up to take his leave and departed quickly with Lan Nguyet. He stood by the window and watched them go, a new resolve welling up inside him. In this life, he had to become stronger so he wouldn't repeat the regrets of his past. He assessed his current strength, which was only at the initial stage of the Valiant Spring Realm. The path to leveling up was clearly not going to be easy. He began to wonder if there were any other places where Fire Attribute Spirit Key existed. While he was looking at a map on his phone, it suddenly rang. It was Thoi Tien Bang. The moment he answered, his friend screamed, Brother Lam, help me. My villa is haunted. Are you crazy haunted? What do you mean, haunted? Brother Lam. I'm not kidding. The mountain behind my villa has been struck by lightning all day, but there hasn't been a single drop of rain. Could it be a rare lightning attribute spirit key awakener? Thinking of that possibility, he urged. Thoi, describe the lightning situation over there for me, hiding in his house. Thoi Tien Bang's face was pale as he watched the constant flashes of lightning outside. His voice trembled as he said, It's pitch black over here, and the lightning won't stop, Brother Lam. You have to save me. Hearing the description, he immediately confirmed that this was the phenomenon of a lightning attribute spirit chi awakening. He quickly reviewed his knowledge. Spirit chi was divided into 3 grades, and the common attributes were water, fire, wind, and earth. Rare attributes include ice, light, dark, and lightning. The only legendary attribute is void. If he could add the lightning attribute to his new attribute slot, he'd be rich, he thought gleefully, then told Thoi Tien Bang he was on his way. For now, surround that mountain. Don't let anyone in. You got that. Meanwhile, in another location, a group of 3, led by Lai Kai, was also rushing towards the mountain near Thoi Tien Bang's home. Their goal was to collect all the lightning attribute spiritual energy before the situation got out of control. When he arrived, he couldn't hide his joy at the sight of the swirling thunder and lightning. It really is lightning attribute spiritual energy. I've hit the jackpot. He immediately opened his system panel and added the lightning attribute to the empty slot. Notification. The lightning attribute is a rare type. It requires twice the spiritual energy of a normal attribute. Are you sure you want to proceed? The moment he confirmed, a series of notification panels popped up. Preparing for the host, he immediately proceeded to draw a lightning attribute cultivation technique. His actions decisive and without hesitation. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a cultivation technique. Blue rarity lightning attribute, rushing thunder art. As expected of a rare attribute, even though it's just a blue rarity technique, its power is beyond imagination. Lightning, spiritual energy. Here I come. At the same time, Lai Kai's group was also approaching the area of the lightning spiritual energy. The giant pillar of lightning before them made the air heavy. The 2 young men with her couldn't hide their fear. Sis, can we really control this thing? Yes, sis. Are you sure this spirit gathering bottle is good enough? Enough nonsense. Give it to me. Lai Kai took the spirit gathering bottle from their hands. She took a deep breath and opened the bottle's lid. The bottle seemed to have a powerful suction, and the pillar of lightning was immediately pulled inside. "Go, boss, go. You're amazing, boss." While the two were still cheering, something unexpected happened. The bottle couldn't handle the immense spiritual energy, and a clear crack appeared on its surface. Fortunately, one of them managed to tackle Lai Kai out of the way just before the bottle exploded. "Run. The spiritual energy is out of control." Just as Lai Kai's group was about to retreat, he appeared on the mountainside. "What's a kid like you doing climbing up the mountain? Get out of here. This isn't a place for ordinary people." Ignoring Lai Kai's warning, he charged straight ahead with explosive speed. The wind swirled around him as he plunged directly into the center of the lightning energy. Watching him get struck by lightning and still remain standing, the sight left Lai Kai's group completely stunned. How is he that tough? Could he actually be some kind of immortal? Why is he completely unharmed? Could it be he's awakened? An awakening to the ultra-rare lightning spiritual energy. A moment later, the pillar of lightning gradually faded away. The process of absorbing the spiritual energy was officially complete. In addition to gaining a new attribute, he had also managed to fuse the two types of spiritual energy he already possessed. Through this, he formed the legendary attribute Lightning Flame. Meanwhile, Lan Nguyet led two other people into an abandoned factory. This was the place the mutant python was known to frequent. As soon as they entered, she handed each person a jade pendant and instructed them, "If you're in danger, crush this to create a light attribute shield to protect your life. During this operation, survival is the top priority. Do not force anything under any circumstances." "Understood." "Understood," the two replied in unison. "Move out," Lan Nguyet commanded. The moment she set foot inside the factory, Lan Nguyet suddenly caught sight of a pair of cold eyes appearing in the darkness, and a sense of danger immediately gripped her nerves. Two crimson pupils flashed right behind her teammates, its killing intent pouring out, completely unconcealed. Fortunately, she managed to shout a warning just in time. If she had been a second later, the other two would have hardly survived. Hearing her voice, her teammate dodged by a hair's breadth, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Almost simultaneously, he counterattacked, sending hidden weapons whistling through the air straight toward the giant python. Lan Nguyet immediately channeled her energy, activating her own attribute. The ice attribute erupted, and a frigid aura spread out, instantly freezing the mutant python in place. Thinking they had it under control, the situation seemed to be in hand for a moment, but only a few seconds passed before the ice layer cracked and shattered as the python let out a low growl and forcibly broke free. It raised its head, opened its massive maw, and spewed a blast of cold, dark energy straight ahead. That aura enveloped Lan Nguyet's entire group, tearing their vision and consciousness to shreds. "Headquarters, come in. Headquarters. The giant python is out of control." Before Lan Nguyet could even finish her sentence, her entire body went limp. Her consciousness faded and quickly slipped into the void. A short while later, inside a white truck parked outside the factory, Luan looked at him and said in a grave voice, "Young man, I'm begging you, right now, you're the only one capable of resolving this crisis." He didn't answer right away. His eyes were glued to the laptop screen, reading information about the giant dark python as he silently considered. A dark attribute. Another rare one. What a shame. If my attribute slots weren't already full, I'd want to claim it for myself. Liu An spoke again. Lan Nguyet's condition is unknown. Life or death. Our only hope now is you, the one who awakened the fire attribute. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking directly at Liu An and asking, "Director Liu, how did you know I awakened the fire attribute?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, Liu An awkwardly scratched his head and explained with a laugh. "I had Lan Nguyet follow you before. She witnessed you eliminate the mutant dog with her own eyes." Hearing this, he immediately understood. That mutant dog had been intentionally released by Liu An's side to test him. So he asked bluntly, "You had people following me?" Liu An explained, It was all for the safety of the people. I hope you can understand. He held up one finger and said, I can go to the factory and eliminate that python, but you have to promise you'll stop monitoring me. Liu An clasped his hands and replied firmly, You have my word. Young man, how many people do you need? I'll dispatch them immediately. He stood up, rotated his wrists, and stretched his limbs before saying, No need. I'm enough on my own. At that same moment, inside the abandoned factory, a blood-curdling scream echoed, tearing through the space and pulling Lan Nguyen back to consciousness. She opened her eyes and looked forward, and the scene that unfolded made her heart feel like it was being squeezed. The giant dark python had swallowed a person whole, its body grotesquely swollen. Its aura skyrocketed accordingly, and an immense pressure spread throughout the area. This giant python actually evolves by devouring cultivators. It absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed, or the entire surrounding area will suffer a terrible disaster. With that thought, Lan Nguyen gritted her teeth, forcing her body to stand up. The dark giant python immediately locked onto her, lunging forward with its mouth wide open, intending to swallow its next target. Bring it on. She silently steeled her will, preparing to face the moment of life and death. A cold aura erupted from Lan Nguyen's hands as her ice attribute quickly condensed into a sharp spike, which shot through the air straight toward the dark giant python. Just a second later, her eyes widened as she witnessed that very ice spike shatter in midair, without leaving so much as a scratch on the dark giant python's body. And it didn't stop there. It swung its tail violently, swatting her and sending her flying. Lan Nguyen crashed to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, whispering in despair, How can this be? I can't believe it successfully evolved. It's over. There's no stopping it now. Just then, a grumbling voice suddenly came from the entrance. Oh, crap. It was only after I came in that I remembered, isn't this rundown factory the place I worked at after high school? The boss still owes me 1 month's salary. What rotten luck. Lan Nguyen turned her head to look, and when she recognized the person who had just appeared, she blurted out in shock, Lam Thien. He looked at her and asked, Director Liu told me to get everyone out. Where are the others? Lan Nguyen shouted in a panic. Run. You're no match for it. It's already evolved to Tier 3. He casually cleaned out his ear and said, all right, I got it. The person being rescued should just wait patiently. Don't run around, okay? After speaking, he turned his gaze to the dark giant python. Let's see what you've really got. Sensing the provocation, the dark giant python immediately opened its mouth wide and lunged straight for him. Lan Nguyen cried out worriedly, Lam Thien, run. But in the blink of an eye, she was stunned to see him vanish from his spot like a flash of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of the dark giant python's head. Lightning descended, its ferocious power crushing the darkness. Laughing as he spoke, he channeled his strength and threw a punch straight into the dark giant python's head. The blow sent it flying backward, its body slamming hard against the wall before crashing heavily to the ground. Stunned by the hit, the dark giant python immediately realized its opponent was not to be trifled with and prepared to escape. Realizing its intention, Lan Nguyen quickly shouted, Lam Thien, don't let it get away. Don't worry, there's no escape for it today. With that, he drew the sword strapped to his back. At the same time, he activated his system's enchantment function, imbuing the blade with the lightning element. Lightning exploded forth as he swung the sword down, a thunderous strike that directly finished off the dark giant python. He said calmly, all done. Lan Nguyen's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, Have you already awakened your attributes? He turned his head to look at her. Considering it for a moment, according to his memories, the Spirit Cultivator Association had never done anything wrong, only helping ordinary people through difficult times. With that thought, he readily admitted, Yeah, I've now awakened 2 attributes, fire and lightning. Hearing his answer, Lan Nguyen thought to herself, this guy is definitely going to become a super powerful expert in the future. Not long after, inside a truck parked outside the factory, Lan Nguyet was reporting to Lu An. Director, Lam Thien personally admitted it. He has awakened two attributes, lightning and fire. Liu An lowered his head in thought, murmuring softly. No wonder he requested that we stop monitoring him. At the same time, he silently made a decision in his heart, a genius. Like this must be brought into the Spirit Cultivator Association. Lan Nguyet asked cautiously, Director, should we continue to monitor him then? Liu An didn't answer directly, just smiled and said, My dear girl, it's about time you found yourself a boyfriend. Hearing this, Lan Nguyet was stunned. The next morning, a meeting was held at the Spirit Cultivator Association. Liu An sat at the head of the table, with a row of people in suits to his right and a row of people in uniforms to his left. At that moment, the young man in a suit at the head of his row spoke up. Director Lu, regarding the matter of the spirit energy revival, we should announce it to the public. There have been one incident after another recently. We can't keep treating all of them as mere accidents. The middle-aged man in uniform immediately retorted, Are you out of your mind if we hastily announce this? Do you have any idea how much trouble it will cause? If we had announced it earlier, what happened at the factory yesterday would have been a completely different story. The middle-aged man in the uniform spoke up. Didn't we already handle that incident at the factory? The young man in the suit shot up from his seat and snarled, You handled it. Wasn't it those kids you called in who actually solved the problem? The middle-aged man in the uniform also flared up, jumping to his feet and pointing a finger right in the other man's face, shouting, What did you just say? Liu An immediately cut them off. All right, that's enough arguing. Hearing that, the two men fell silent and turned in unison to look at Liu An. Director Lu. Chief, Liu An looked at the young man in the suit and said, Lie. Sit down. Sit down. You're right. If it weren't for young Lam Thien's help yesterday, not only would I have lost my family and my subordinates, but all the civilians in the area would have been in grave danger. With that, he stood up, turned, and pointed to the large screen behind him. But, as you've all said, if we hastily announce the spiritual energy resurgence, it will undoubtedly cause massive social chaos. So, I have a proposal. The areas I've marked are where spiritual energy has recently resurfaced. We'll select them as test sites, promote them as tourist destinations, and monitor the results before deciding on our next move. What do you all think? Well, the young man in the suit spoke up. All right, let's go with Director Lu's plan and give it a try. The middle-aged man in the uniform chimed in, as expected of the director. To come up with such a clever solution, Liu An said. If no one has any other objections, let's move on to the next matter. You all witnessed the strength of young Lam Thien yesterday. I want to invite him to join the Spirit Cultivator Association. I plan on making him the captain of a cultivation team. What are your thoughts on that? The middle-aged man in the uniform said. Director Lu, I don't object to him joining, but isn't giving him such a high position right from the start a bit much? The young man in the suit agreed. That's right. Nobody gets a high-ranking position right after joining. He should start from the bottom. Liu An explained. You all saw his power yesterday. He's an awakener with dual attributes of lightning and fire. I'm worried that if we place him in too low a position, not only will he be unhappy, but we could easily offend a very capable person, the young man in the suit suggested. Since Director Lu puts it that way, please arrange a test for him. The middle-aged man also agreed. That's right. Set up a test. It takes more than just strength to be the captain of a cultivation team. After hearing them, Liu An frowned and said with a hint of concern, Oh, you're the ones who said it. Just don't come to regret this later. Not long after, at Lam Thien's house. He was sleeping soundly when a noise from the kitchen woke him up. The strange sound instantly put him on high alert. Could a burglar have broken into my house? I'm so broke, I'm eating the cheapest instant noodles, and someone still dares to rob me when I catch him. I'll definitely make him regret it, muttering to himself. He stormed into the kitchen and shouted, "You audacious thief, bow your head and admit your mistake now." In the kitchen, Lan Nguyen was cleaning up. Seeing him enter, she said calmly, "Hello?" He froze, reflexively raising his hand in response. "Hello." A moment later, he snapped back to his senses and shouted angrily, "Wait a minute, what are you doing in my house? Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't follow me anymore?" Lan Nguyen continued cleaning and said, "I'm not here to follow you. I'm here to live with you." "Where's the trash can?" He was stunned again, blurting out, "Huh." A while later, after she finished explaining, he asked, "So you guys want me to participate in some kind of trial?" Lan Nguyen nodded and said, "Yes." He closed his eyes to think. The full spiritual energy eruption is only 3 days away. I can't waste time on a trial. With that thought, he said, "I'm not going. I'm not interested." Lan Nguyen tried to persuade him. "Lam Thien, I know you think the trial will slow down your cultivation, but this is a trial the association specially prepared for cultivators. Not only will new members be participating, but the trial location has also recently experienced a spiritual energy resurgence. The level isn't high, but there's a good chance you could find a great opportunity there." He suddenly remembered her mentioning that Tu Vu Tin had joined. So he asked, "Let me ask you something. Is Tu Vu Tin participating in this trial?" Lan Nguyen replied, "She'll be going too." "Why?" He lowered his head and thought to himself, "I remember she said she found a great opportunity there. I wonder what it could be. I should go check it out." Having made his decision, he looked up at Lan Nguyen and said, "It just so happens I need to see her about something. I'll participate in the trial this time." The next morning, at the assembly point, Luan stood before the ranks of new members and said, "You may have all grown accustomed to a peaceful life, but I must make it clear, the world will not remain peaceful for much longer. When that time comes, sacrifice will become a daily occurrence. In a moment, I will introduce you to a powerful spiritual energy cultivator who will be your captain and lead you in this trial." In the ranks, Lai Kai recalled the events of the previous night, wondering to herself where that person could have possibly disappeared to. Then she thought about how her superiors didn't believe her report and even scolded her for it, which made her expression turn sour. Lu Thien Phuong, standing next to her, saw this and asked with a smile, "Sister Kai, what are you thinking about?" Lai Kai replied, "Nothing." He briefly wondered who the new captain might be, but quickly dismissed the thought as the tension before the assembly remained thick. Lu Thien Phuong sneered, "Humph, some captain. It's probably just some rich kid here to coast by." He finished with a contemptuous smirk. He continued arrogantly, "When that brat shows up, I'll teach him a lesson so he knows who's really in charge here." The two lackeys behind him immediately chimed in. "Our big brother is the best." "So cool, big brother," Lai Kai interjected, her voice low but clear. "I suggest you behave yourself and stop looking for trouble." The atmosphere grew even heavier because of it. Elsewhere, Lam Thien was the first to arrive. Lan Nguyen handed him a tablet and said, "This is the team you'll be leading. There are 5 members in total, 2 women and 3 men." He quickly scrolled through and took it all in silently. Lan Nguyen continued to remind him that he needed to watch out for this guy named Lu Thien Phuong. He used to be a gang enforcer and suddenly awakened his wind attribute spiritual energy, but his personality is still as difficult to control as ever. After hearing this, he just replied, Yeah, I know." Before long, the two of them arrived at the assembly point. As soon as Liu An saw them, he laughed and announced, "Your captain is here," his voice echoing clearly across the field. Hearing that, everyone immediately turned their heads, their gazes all locking onto one spot, and the atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent. Tu Vu Tin froze in her heart. "Isn't that the person my father said saved me?" Lai Kai also recognized him right away. "It's him, the guy who got struck by lightning on the mountain that day." Liu An raised his hand to introduce him. This is your captain, Lam Thien. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by a sharp voice. Wait a minute. Liu An frowned and stared straight at the man. Lu Thien Phuong. Do you have a problem? His voice dropped noticeably. He replied without any hesitation. Director Lu, what kind of power does this kid have? Shouldn't you let us see a few of his moves? Otherwise, when we're in the field, who's supposed to listen to who? He chuckled softly, his eyes cold. Oh, and how do you propose I demonstrate? His voice was light, but sharp. Lu Thien Phuong sneered and took half a step forward, his provocative expression obvious. Naturally, you'll have to test your skills against us, he spoke with contempt. A mere first awakening realm. Scrub like you is worthy of fighting me. The words echoed through the crowd. You little brat, you're asking for a beating, Lu Thien Phuong roared in anger, his breath coming in short gasps. He immediately activated his wind attribute ability, and the spiritual energy around his body fluctuated visibly. Without hesitation, he charged straight at him and threw a punch, the wind whistling as it tore through the air. Facing the attack, he just said flatly, "Is that all you've got?" His attitude was chillingly calm, just as he was about to counterattack and teach his opponent a lesson. Liu An rushed forward, directly blocking Lu Thien Phuong's punch. His face darkened, and his stern voice rang out. Lu Thien Phuong, do you dare disobey the organization's orders? He was startled and quickly explained. Director Lu, I didn't mean it like that. But if he wants to be the captain, he has to have some real strength. Right. His words tumbled out in a rush. He even turned to stir up the others. Otherwise, the team won't respect him. Right. He then glanced at his two lackeys, who chimed in. That's right. Director Lu, for us cultivators, strength is everything. If this new captain can't prove his real power, it'll be hard to win our respect. Liu An spoke decisively. You don't need to worry about little brother Lam Thien's strength. Just a few days ago, he single-handedly defeated the dark giant serpent and saved Lan Nguyet. Lai Kai couldn't help but cry out. What he saved Sister Lan all by himself. The shock on her face was impossible to hide. Lu Thien Phuong snorted in annoyance. I bet he just got lucky. How could anyone defeat a monster as strong as the dark giant serpent alone? Liu An immediately restored order. All right, everyone, line up anyone else who disrupts the rules of this test. I will personally expel from the association. You will all behave. Next, I will announce the details of the test. Listen carefully, he announced briefly. The objective of this test is to deal with a creature called the Terrifying Kick Beast. According to the information our association has gathered, this creature not only has a humanoid form, but can also move freely, he added with emphasis. When you all stepped onto this path of cultivation, sacrifice became your constant companion. The atmosphere immediately grew solemn. A few minutes later, the new members were divided into small teams and entered the forest, officially beginning the test. His team had a full 6 members, including himself, Li Kai, Vu Tin, Lu Thien Phuong, and his 2 lackeys. After scouting for a while, he thought to himself, this is the designated location for the test. But where's the monster? Could it be hiding underground? Just then, Vu Tin looked towards a prominent large tree up ahead and asked, Captain Lam, do we have to go over there? He focused his senses on the large tree. The spiritual energy grew denser the closer they got, but a question still lingered in his mind. Why haven't we found the monster Director Lu mentioned? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke decisively. For our own safety, we shouldn't get too close to that tree. He gave another order. Continue searching for clues about the monster around here. Lai Kai and Vu Tin replied in unison. Yes, Captain Lam. Lu Thien Phuong immediately started mocking him. Captain Lam, don't tell me you're scared. What? Are you afraid that big tree is going to stand up and attack you? His 2 lackeys behind him laughed along. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Brother Lu, He didn't even bother to get angry, just warned him coldly. I've already warned you. If you insist on ignoring my advice, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. He snorted. I want to see for myself what kind of damn thing is over there. With that, he led his 2 lackeys straight towards the large tree. As they got closer, Lu Tianfuang let out a soft gasp of surprise. Could this big tree be some kind of treasure? Why does it have such powerful spiritual energy? One of his lackeys said excitedly. Boss, the spiritual energy here is so rich, if we cultivate here, we'll definitely level up an image immediately formed in Lu Tianfuang's mind. If I absorb all the spiritual energy here and successfully advance to the 3rd Valiant Selection realm, then even Lan Nguyen will have to listen to me. A fleeting image of him embracing her flashed through his mind. The thought was gone as quickly as it came, but he couldn't hide the heat rising in his face. Lu Tianfuang's face was flushed as he shouted urgently. Brothers, while the spiritual energy is this rich, let's start cultivating immediately. His breath was heavy with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them quickly sat down close to the large tree, calmed their minds, and began to draw the spiritual energy into their bodies. Lam Thien led the other 3 in a different direction. Tu Vu Tin still asked worriedly, Captain Lam, will they be all right? Her eyes followed them from behind. As they walked, Lai Kai asked, Captain Lam, have we met before a few days ago? Her voice held a hint of hesitation. He glanced at her and replied, Have we? I don't recall. Where was it? Lai Kai quickly reminded him. Oh, it was on the mountain that got struck by lightning the other night. He suddenly remembered and said, Oh, so that was you. Were you camping there that day? His tone was casual. Lai Kai immediately got annoyed and said loudly, Camping? What camping? I was sent there to deal with the lightning spirit energy outbreak. It's all because of you, Captain Lam, that I got chewed out by my superiors for hours. She continued, I told them there was a man absorbing the lightning energy, but they just said I was hallucinating after hearing her out. He could only say, helplessly, sorry. Then, he looked at the 2 girls and said, You 2 should also sit down and cultivate. With so much rich spiritual energy here, we shouldn't let it go to waste. Tu Vu Tin looked up and asked, Aren't you going to cultivate? Her voice soft but clear. He smiled inwardly, thinking she was just as gentle as she was in his past life. The memory flashed by in an instant. He explained briefly, The spiritual energy here doesn't suit my attributes. You guys go ahead and cultivate. Don't worry about me. But before the group could even sit down, they heard screams for help coming from the large tree. Without hesitating, the 3 of them immediately turned and rushed back. Over where Lu Tianfuang was, the large tree was no longer calm, and the spiritual energy around it was fluctuating violently. His 2 subordinates were wrapped tightly in branches, their bodies hoisted high into the air as they struggled in desperation. Lu Tianfuang's voice trembled as he cried out, What's happening? Why are the branches moving on their own? His eyes filled with panic. His 2 men screamed in terror. Boss, save me! I don't want to die! Their cries echoing through the area. I'm coming to help you. Lu Tianfuang gritted his teeth, trying to steady his own nerves. With a loud roar, he drew his weapon as spiritual energy surged around his body. He simultaneously activated his wind attribute powers, rushing forward to slash fiercely at the branch binding one of his men. The slash severed the restraint, and the subordinate fell to the ground, safe for the moment. But just then, he heard a panicked shout. Boss, watch your left. Lu Tianfuang quickly turned his head and saw another branch whipping straight toward him. Having put all his strength into the previous attack, he couldn't dodge or block in time, and the branch sent him flying before he crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing several more branches stabbing toward him, he thought despairingly of the warning about the path of cultivation that sacrifice was always part of it. Only then did he understand why Director Lu had said those words. It all happened too fast. A final thought flashed through his mind. Am I going to die here? And a chill ran through his heart. Just then, A flash of lightning tore through the air as he rushed forward just in time, directly neutralizing the immediate danger. Lu Tianfuang's eyes widened in astonishment as he choked out, "You," his voice trailing off. He said calmly, "Get out of here." His words short but firm. Lu Tianfuang struggled to his feet and replied, "I can't just abandon my men and run." His gaze resolute. He glanced at him and said, "So you do have a sense of honor after all." Lu Tianfuang immediately shot back. "Nonsense, a man has to live by a code." He said no more, silently bending down to pick up the dagger that had fallen on the ground. He channeled his lightning and fire energy, covering the blade in it, and its aura changed instantly. Lu Tianfuang asked doubtfully, What are you doing?" His eyes fixed on his hand. He didn't answer. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger tore through the air, flying straight toward the large tree. The blade sliced through the branches, binding the remaining subordinate, freeing him. The man joyfully cried out, "Boss Captain Lamb, thank you both for saving me." The large tree, however, suddenly let out a strange howl as its entire aura skyrocketed. He said in a low voice, "Go. Now this monster is about to reveal its true form." The next second, the ground beneath them began to shake violently, and Lu Tianfuang's entire group staggered, feeling as if they were about to be thrown off their feet. The reason was clear. The large tree had pulled all its roots from the ground and stood upright. Its features now perfectly matched the trial's target, the terrifying legged beast that Lu An had mentioned. To be precise, it was a true, vengeful spirit. Trent, a third-stage valiant tier beast. Lu Tianfuang's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "What in the world is this monster?" Lam Thien appeared at the front, his voice cold. "Have you already forgotten what Director Lu told you? This path of cultivation was always meant to be one of life and death." He continued, "If you're scared, then get off this path." His words sharp and unforgiving. Across from them, the vengeful spirit Trent officially made its move. It swung its two long, thick arms straight at Lan Nguyen, but she skillfully dodged every single attack, and none of them landed. Immediately after, the vengeful spirit Trent changed its attack pattern. From its body, waves of branches shot out as if they had a life of their own. They transformed into sharp spears, stabbing simultaneously toward him. He raised an eyebrow, this time. He didn't dodge, but stood his ground, his eyes locked on the target. As the branches closed in, a fierce flame erupted from his body, incinerating them all before rapidly spreading back toward the vengeful spirit Trent. He took advantage of the moment his opponent was distracted by the flames. He immediately unleashed a lightning flame technique. Lu Tianfuang cried out in shock. Damn it, how could he be this strong? Lai Kai couldn't hide his astonishment either, so this is the power of someone with the lightning attribute. Tu Vu Tin blushed as she looked at him, her mind involuntarily picturing heroes from novels, walking on rainbow-colored clouds. This must be it. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the group observing his fight couldn't help but marvel. This guy named Lam Thien, how does he possess such power? Liu An glanced at the others and asked, "Does anyone still have any objections about Lam Thien being the team leader?" The young man in the suit chuckled and replied, "None at all, none at all. We'll follow Director Lu's decision completely." Suddenly, another tremor struck, throwing the entire monitoring room into chaos as everyone cried out in panic. Lan Nguyen approached Lu An and asked quietly, "Director Lu, this spiritual energy, could it be?" Liu An's expression turned grim as she replied, "It seems we can't hide this any longer. The Earth's spiritual energy has fully recovered. The rules of the world are about to change." Back on the battlefield, he used the system to check the Phantom Tree Demon's information, quickly connecting all the clues in his mind. He recalled what Vu Tin had said in his past life, that there was a great opportunity here. She has the ice attribute, while this monster is a wood attribute. Just then, a pillar of light erupted from behind the Phantom Tree Demon's body. As everyone got closer, they discovered a cave that was continuously spewing out ice elemental spiritual energy. He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Because the Earth's spiritual energy has fully recovered, such a powerful source of ice attribute energy has appeared here. In the previous life, Vutin wasn't strong enough to absorb this amount of spiritual energy. That's why she missed this opportunity. In the present, Vutin stared at the ice cave in amazement and spoke. "Leader Lamb, you're amazing." A single punch made the surrounding spiritual energy explode like that. He looked at her and said, "Vutin, go into that cave and absorb the surging ice attribute energy. It can help you become much stronger." He thought to himself, "Vutin, in this life, we both must become strong, so that the man and woman who harmed us in our past life will pay the price." Tu Vutin replied, "Okay." Then, he explained to the others, "A powerful source of ice attribute energy has appeared here. Since Vutin has an ice attribute, I'm letting her take this chance to cultivate. Let's just wait for her for a bit." Everyone nodded and agreed. That evening, the group of 6 chose a restaurant to celebrate the end of their trial with a small party. The whole table cheered in unison, congratulating Vutin on successfully breaking through the first Brave Recruit realm and entering the third Brave Recruit realm. As their glasses clinked together merrily, Vutin smiled and said, "I have to thank Leader Lam and everyone for this success." Her voice a mix of joy and shyness. Lu Tianfuang took the initiative to pour a drink for Lam Tian and said, "Leader Lam, I was blind before and failed to recognize your greatness. I hope you can forgive my past mistakes." He replied, "It's fine. You didn't abandon your comrades to save yourself during a crisis, which proves you're loyal and brave. A true man." Lu Tianfuang, moved to the verge of tears, said, "Leader Lam, thank you for treating a nobody like me as a friend. From now on, my life belongs to you." He had to say, "There's no need for that. From now on, we're all brothers." Together, before he could finish, a shout echoed from a distance. "Everyone, leave this area immediately." The atmosphere instantly changed. The voice continued urgently, "Everyone, evacuate this area at once. We need to conduct a mission here. We ask for your cooperation." Lam Thien's group turned to see a fully equipped soldier rapidly evacuating people from the area. He glanced over and realized inwardly that this was no ordinary soldier. The powerful aura emanating from him indicated that he was also a cultivator. He wondered to himself, matters of spiritual energy are usually Director Lu's responsibility. Should this army wait a bit if this spiritual energy surge affects Lai Kai and the others? They could use it to level up. Just then, the soldier noticed that his group was still sitting at their table, showing no signs of leaving. He strode over, looked them straight in the eye, and called out, "Hey," he growled, "I'm talking to you. Get out of here now. You hear me?" Lu Tianfuang lost his temper, jumping to his feet and shouting, "Insolent! How dare you speak to my leader like that? Do you have any idea who he is?" The soldier immediately shoved his gun against Lu Tianfuang's throat and said, "Scram, or you die." Lu Tianfuang didn't back down. Wind element flared around him as he grabbed the barrel of the gun and said, "Then let's see what you've got." Lam Thien snapped quietly, "Stop." 3 hours earlier, during an emergency military meeting, everyone was in an uproar. What do we do now? The spiritual energy suddenly recovered. We're completely unprepared. The most important thing right now is to capture that escaped mutant hound. I told you from the beginning. We should have guarded that thing more carefully. As the argument intensified, the general sitting in the center spoke up. "Stop arguing. This is not the place for it," he stated decisively. "Right now, the top priority is to capture this mutant dog. We absolutely cannot allow civilians to be harmed." Then, he looked over at Tan Trin Ningia and said, "Little Tan, the mission to capture the mutant dog is yours." Tan Trin Ningia stood at attention and declared, "I guarantee the mission will be completed." Fox. The general continued, "Everyone is to return to the border immediately. The spirit energy has been fully restored, which means the border will no longer be as peaceful as it is now." Everyone responded in unison. "Yes, "Sir," and quickly left the meeting room. Only Tan Trin Ningia and the general remained in the room. He instructed, "Tan, you must capture the mutated dog before dawn." "Understand," Tan Trin Ningia shouted. "Yes, sir." Back in the present. At the temporary operational command center, Tan Trin Ningia stared at the surveillance monitors and gave an order into his radio. "All units in the east, speed up the evacuation. That beast could appear at any moment, by chance." He saw soldiers clashing with Lam Thien's group on one of the screens. Tan Trin Ngia narrowed his eyes, focusing on one person in particular as he muttered to himself. "Wait, isn't that back with the group?" He stood up to intervene. "Stop," he said curtly. "Don't cause any more trouble for the military." "Yes, boss." Lu Thienfuang immediately backed down and returned to his side. He looked at the soldier and said, "We'll leave right away." "Humph. Good thing you know your place," the soldier retorted before continuing with his duties. On their way out, he looked at Tovu Tin and advised her, "This afternoon, spirit energy fully erupted. From now on, we will have to face an incredibly dangerous world. Vu Tin, when you get back, remember to train diligently. Your foundation is still unstable, so you need to train step by step. Absolutely do not rush it." Just then, an urgent voice called out from behind them, "Little lamb, little lamb." He turned around, puzzled, and saw Tan Trin Ngia running towards him. He immediately lit up with joy and called out, "Big Tan." Tan Trin Ngia also laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder and saying, "Little lamb, is that really you?" Tu Vu Tin asked curiously, "Captain Lam, is that an acquaintance of yours?" He smiled and introduced him. "This is my best friend from high school, Tan Trin Ngia." Tan Trin Ngia threw an arm around his shoulder and said with a grin, "Hello everyone, I'm Lam Thien's good father." "Tan Trin Ngia," he retorted, "you unfilial grandson. You're clearly my obedient grandson." Lai Kai spoke up. "Captain Lam, we'll head back first then. We won't disturb you catching up with your old friend." Lu Thienfuang also chimed in with a smile. "That's right. Boss, we'll get going." A moment later, only the two of them were left. He asked, "Kid, you're doing pretty well for yourself. Looking at that rank, you must have earned some merits." "Huh." Tan Trin Ngia lowered his voice mysteriously. "Little lamb, I'll tell you a piece of classified intel that was just declassified this afternoon," he replied. "The global spirit energy restoration." "Right. That topic was all over the hot search this afternoon," Tan Trin Ngia whispered. "I knew you wouldn't believe it. Let me tell you something. The reason this road is blocked off is because an extremely powerful mutated dog is hiding here. Our team is here to ensure the safety of the citizens." He thought to himself, "So that's what's going on. But could the mutated dog they're talking about be the one that was released during one of Lan Nguyet's previous experiments?" At that moment, a soldier ran up to report. "Reporting, Captain Tan. The civilians have all been evacuated." Tan Trin Ngia nodded and said, "Good. Then we just need to wait for the stray to walk into our trap." But he still had no intention of leaving. He wanted to stay and observe what level the military's strength had reached. So he said to Tan Trin Ngia with a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Big Tan, let me stick around and watch for a bit." Hearing this, Tan Trin Ngia didn't refuse immediately, but pondered for a moment. It's good for little lamb to learn early on that the rules of the world have changed. Otherwise, with his gentle personality, he's bound to suffer later on. After thinking it over, he turned and instructed a soldier beside him, "Truong, later, take him to the safe zone outside the hunting perimeter to observe our team's strength." Truong replied, "Yes, Captain." After making the arrangements, Tan Trin Ngia hurried off. Once he was out of sight, Truong looked at him and warned, "Kid, I don't care how close you are to Captain Tan, but you better listen to me later." He smiled and replied, "All right, thanks in advance, big bro." A while later, he was sitting in the safe zone, quietly observing the squad of soldiers getting into position, his gaze calm but intensely focused. Although they were all armed with guns, based on the spirit energy fluctuations coming from them, he guessed that most of them were only at the first stage of the Valiant selection. However, their orderly formation showed that their overall combat effectiveness was not low. Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned his head in one direction and exclaimed inwardly, "It's here." A familiar aura is approaching fast. At the same time, the soldier on duty in the surveillance room relayed an order over the walkie-talkie. "Everyone be careful. The mutant hound has arrived," his warning voice urgent and repetitive. On a nearby street, the sound of gunfire suddenly erupted in continuous bursts, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The soldiers quickly fanned out, surrounding the mutant hound that had just appeared, tightening their formation step by step. They unleashed a continuous barrage of bullets toward the target, the concentrated firepower blanketing the area around the beast. However, the effect was extremely limited. Their attacks could barely penetrate its defenses. The bullets hit but couldn't break through the hound's thick, steel-like fur, only producing weak sparks. The mutant hound stood its ground and spun around violently, its massive body stirring up a heavy wave of air pressure. Its massive tail swept sideways, sending the nearby soldiers flying and instantly throwing the formation into disarray. He watched from a distance, quickly making an assessment of the situation before him. This mutated creature possesses the strength of at least the third stage of the Valiant selection. For a creature like this to appear right after the spirit energy restoration, it seems I'll have to step up my own training, starting tomorrow. Right at this moment, a special task force composed entirely of lightning attribute awakeners quickly appeared. Tan Trin led the charge, shouting, "Regular soldiers, fall back, special task force members, with me." His command was clear. He continued to order, "Use the black tortoise formation to hold it down for me," his voice firm and unwavering. Hearing Tan Trin command, the team members immediately sprang into action without delay. Each person dashed to their designated positions on the edge of the battlefield, coordinating flawlessly. They quickly spread out, forming an encirclement around the growling mutant hound. Immediately after, the entire team began to coordinate seamlessly, following their familiar tactics. They launched a continuous stream of attacks to harass it, forcing the mutant hound to divide its attention. At the right moment, Tan Trin leaped high into the air, his body plummeting straight down. His hands were enveloped in lightning attribute spiritual energy, with fierce arcs of electricity coiling around them. He channeled all his strength into a powerful strike aimed at the mutant hound's head, unleashing his power in an instant. The blow injured the beast, causing its body to convulse as it spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He watched from the sidelines, nodding with a smile, his eyes clearly showing his approval. As expected of the military, even though each person was only at the second stage Valiant level, their trust and coordination allowed their collective strength to far exceed their individual limits. He thought to himself that perhaps he had worried for nothing. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the mutant hound. Just as he thought that, he was about to turn and leave, but at that very moment, he felt the mutant hound's aura skyrocket at an unnatural speed. "What's going on?" he cried out internally, a distinct sense of danger rising within him. He immediately turned his head back, focusing his attention on the unfolding events on the battlefield. Tan Trin also realized something was wrong and shouted, "This beast is trying to evolve again." He immediately gave the order, "Stop it now. We absolutely cannot let it succeed in evolving. If we don't, we'll all be killed." His voice echoed across the tense battlefield. Hearing the command, the members of the Special Task Force immediately tightened their formation, their combat reflexes kicking in instantly. The entire team charged forward to attack the mutant hound in unison, but the opportunity had already passed. The mutant hound completed its evolution, its power soaring, and in a flash, it sent all of them flying. Seeing this, Tan Trin heart sank, and he whispered under his breath, "We're screwed." Now, he was face to face with the mutant hound, and he could clearly sense that the beast had truly evolved. The special task force behind him advanced, awaiting orders. "Captain, what do we do now?" Trinningia gritted his teeth and replied, "We fight it with everything we've got. We absolutely cannot let it harm the civilians behind us. Special task force, charge with me." As the command rang out, the entire team responded in unison. "Yes, Captain." Not a single person faltered. They all courageously rushed forward to attack the mutant hound. But against its powerful body and sharp claws, they were sent flying one by one. Behind the barrier, their comrades could only shout helplessly. Captain Trinningia was severely wounded, collapsing at the foot of a stone wall, with no strength left to stand. He watched the mutant hound close in, a sense of helplessness welling up inside him. "Is this how I die?" Just then, Lam Thian appeared, blocking a fatal blow for him at the last second. Trinningia's vision was fading, but he still tried to look forward. Lam Thian. He blocked the mutant hound's attack with one hand, his voice deep and cold as he said, "You hurt my brother. Now you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity, causing the mutant hound to roar in pain. "Ah!" Severely injured, the mutant hound immediately fell back, shifting into a defensive stance. Trinningia witnessed this firsthand, stammering in shock. "Lam Thian, you're a cultivator." He calmly spun the dagger in his hand and replied, "After I take care of this beast, we can talk." His comrades in the back were completely stunned. They never expected him to be a cultivator, and one who could injure a fourth-stage valiant mutant hound in a single blow. His strength was terrifying. Lam Thian launched himself high into the air, his figure like a descending deity, his voice echoing down. "Now, receive your judgment." After speaking, he condensed his lightning power into a weapon, pulling his arm back to gather strength. His eyes locked onto the mutant hound as it tried to find an escape route. Timing it perfectly, he launched his attack. "Trying to run, don't even think about it." The lightning pierce shot straight through the mutant hound's chest, and it let out a pained shriek. "Ah!" Its massive body immediately collapsed, knocked unconscious on the spot. Trinningia was helped up by his comrades, exclaiming in astonishment, "Little Lamb is a lightning attribute cultivator." And this powerful the mutant hound, struck by the blow, stood frozen in place, its body rigid as if flash-frozen. Lam Thian advanced step by step, the pressure radiating from him causing the mutant hound to tremble. He used the same dagger to finish it off. Demon Cleaver. With one clean slash, the mutant hound's body was split in two. The special task force could only watch in awe. To have such strength right after recovering his spiritual energy, just how much stronger would he become if he continued to grow? Trinningia looked at him with pride, thinking to himself, "That's my brother for you. You're amazing. Little Lamb too." He watched the dagger slowly disintegrate, thinking, "Even military-grade weapons can't withstand my lightning flame. I'll have to find a different kind of weapon." Trinningia walked over to greet him, laughing as he said, "Not bad. Little Lamb too. You were really holding out on me." He playfully slapped him on the shoulder, chiding. "You're this strong, and you were still pretending," Lam Thian reminded him softly. "Take it easy. You were hurt pretty badly just now." Trinningia paid it no mind, slinging an arm over his shoulder before turning to give orders. "You guys hurry up and drag that beast away. Me and my brothers are going to go have a few drinks." The whole squad responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Scene change. A bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the quiet night. Inside a room, a computer monitor was replaying the scene of Lam Thian confronting the mutant hound. Fifi crossed her arms and asked, "Is this man a friend of yours?" Trinnia replied, "More than a friend. We're brothers who would die for each other." Fifi quickly calculated in her head. If she could recruit this talent into the army, their overall strength would skyrocket. She asked him directly, "Have you invited him to join the military yet?" Trinningia scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "I did, but he said he's already joined the Cultivation Association. FIFA rested her chin on her hand, her expression turning serious. It's that old man Luan. Isn't it? I'm going to find him and demand he hand him over right now. The scene shifts to a beautiful, sunny morning at Lam Thien's residence, a rare moment of peace. He walked out holding a cup of coffee, mumbling through a mouthful of hamburger. I forgot you were home. I didn't get you any breakfast. Tio Nguyet, sitting on the sofa, asked him point blank. Did you take part in the military's operation last night? He answered concisely. It was all unintentional. I didn't plan on getting involved, but I ran into a brother in trouble. What's up? Tio Nguyet explained. This morning. The daughter of the military's commander-in-chief kept calling Director Liu. Wanting you to join the army, with his mouth full, he asked, "Oh, so what did you tell Uncle Liu?" Tio Nguyet replied, "Director Liu has already suppressed the matter, but that commander's daughter isn't easy to deal with. You should be careful for the next few days." He turned his head away and joked, "What, does she want me to marry into her family or something?" Just then, his phone rang. The screen displayed the name Ton Trin Nghia. He answered the phone and asked, "Hey man, what's up?" A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. "Is this Lam Thien? I'm Ton Trin Nghia's superior. My name is Tham Phi Phi." He and Tio Nguyet were both momentarily stunned, listening in silence. Phi Phi continued, "We have a location that contains very powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. Would you be interested in taking a look?" Hearing this, he was immediately intrigued. Fire attribute. He had just been worrying about how to strengthen his fire spiritual energy, Phi Phi explained. Initially, while patrolling a construction site at night, we discovered a cluster of fire spirits. Everyone thought it was just superstition, so they called in a Taoist priest. As a result, not only did the priest fail to drive away the fire spirits, he actually made them stronger. Now, the entire construction site is engulfed in a raging inferno. The military cordoned off the area early on, but we're still helpless. Yesterday afternoon, the recovery of spiritual energy caused the flames to flare up even more violently. If it spreads, the surrounding population will be in grave danger. Sitting in a supercar, he listened and then asked, "Are the flames still spreading?" Phi Phi replied, "That's right. For now, all we can do is continuously expand the blockade perimeter." Fifi suddenly asked, "Oh, by the way, I heard you and Lan Nguyet have some kind of relationship. Is that right?" He was startled and quickly said, "Miss Tam, don't be ridiculous. Lan Nguyet is only monitoring me at Director Liu's request." Fifi's expression darkened as she replied, "Don't be so quick to deny it. Just hear me out. Global spiritual energy has fully recovered. For the sake of national security, we are forced to establish an army of cultivators to deal with external variables. Right now, the capable cultivators we have all have different temperaments. They're passable on the battlefield, but they absolutely cannot be trusted to teach new recruits. Tontrin Nghia said you are both powerful and trustworthy." He immediately asked, "So what you mean is, you want me to help train new cultivators for the army?" Phi Phi answered right away, "That's right, as long as you agree. All terms of compensation are negotiable." He shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the energy for that right now. My priority is to train the people Director Liu has already entrusted to my care." After hearing this, Phi Phi nodded. "All right, I'll give you that. You really are a man of loyalty and principle." The scene shifts outside, where a chaotic crowd has gathered. Shouts ring out, "Don't push! It's dangerous inside. Don't get any closer." Phi Phi and he got out of the car, moving forward to see what was going on. Just as they approached the crowd, a familiar voice called out, "Lam Thien, what are you doing here?" In front of them were Kuang Vu and Li Hiu Dong, walking over arm in arm. He looked at them with an annoyed expression, thinking to himself, "Why is this guy here too?" Kuang Vu gave a faint, mocking smile. "So you're the fool Hiu Dong can't get over. I suppose you do have a certain air about you." He glanced around at the crowd, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Of all the times to run into this mess." This is going to be a pain. Seeing his silence, Kwang Vu spoke up. Look, buddy, even if you're still hung up on Hugh Dong, you need to realize there's a gap between you two that can't be crossed. Hugh Dong added, Lam Thien, I gave you a chance. You're the one who threw it away. The crowd of onlookers below immediately erupted. Wow, what a show today. Looks like the devoted warrior lost again. Huh. His face turned cold, with only one thought in his mind, damn it. These two are complete idiots. Fai Fai stepped forward from behind, looking at him with confusion in her eyes. Lam Thien, what's happening? The reporters immediately swarmed towards Fai Fai, their voices a low buzz. Oh my God, where did this gorgeous woman come from? Kwang Vu was also stunned, his mouth hanging open as he stared, completely captivated. He could only think. A beauty like this actually exists, compared to her. Li Hudong is nothing. He quickly regained his composure and stepped forward to greet her. Hello, beautiful. My name is Kwang Vu. Fifi paid him no mind at all, turning instead to ask Lam Thien. Are these two friends of yours? Kwang Vu's face flushed with embarrassment at being ignored, and he fumed internally. What the hell is this woman really treating me like thin air? That's when he finally spoke up. That shameless couple, let's go. No point wasting our time on this nonsense. With that, he and Fai Fai turned and walked away, leaving Kwang Vu standing there, completely stunned. The crowd below erupted in laughter. No wonder that guy left her. If it were me, I'd choose the new girl in a heartbeat. Hugh Dong's expression was thick with jealousy as she thought bitterly. How dare she put on airs in front of me? So what if she's a little prettier? I'll make her regret this. She angrily vented her frustration on Kwang Vu. Have you had a good look? She's gone now. Kwang Vu rubbed his head, explaining. Hugh Dong, it's just a professional habit of mine. And then wrapped his arm around her waist. But she was thinking to herself, if it weren't for your money, I wouldn't have looked at you twice. The scene changes. As they walked, Fai Fai told him, I just confirmed with the soldiers. The flames inside are showing signs of strengthening again. We'll probably have to expand the quarantine zone, he asked. Expand it again. She nodded. That's right. Unless we find a way to deal with it for good. He froze, taking in the scene before him. Fai Fai confirmed in a low voice. This is it. She pointed ahead, saying, This is the place I told you about yesterday. An area saturated with fire attribute spirit energy. He pulled out a device that resembled a stopwatch. Fai Fai asked curiously, What is that? He replied, You could call it a spirit energy detector. Fai Fai took it for a look and immediately reached a conclusion. The spirit energy levels are off the charts. It looks like our only option is to expand the containment zone. She immediately gave the order. Expand the warning perimeter to 5 kilometers. Nada, raise it to 10 kilometers. But unlike everyone else, he looked as if he was about to do something completely different. Fai Fai looked straight at him and asked, What do you think you're doing? A soldier asked anxiously. Deputy Commander, what are our orders? Fai Fai wondered. Could he actually have a way to control these flames? Right after that, he walked alone, straight towards the raging inferno. The system interface immediately popped up. Report potent fire attribute spirit energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? He smiled with certainty. Absolutely. With that. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb all the fire spirit energy around him. As he absorbed it, the spirit energy in the area fluctuated violently, shielding herself. Fai Fai thought in shock. Such an intense aura. Just what level of cultivator is he? While trying to maintain control of the area, she silently wondered. If he manages to absorb all of this fire spirit energy, just how powerful will he become? Her mind raced with possibilities. The 4th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm. The 5th stage. Or could he be even higher? On the system panel, the progress bar shot up to 90%, and then instantly hit 100%. Fire attribute spirit energy has reached level 2. Reward displayed. 1 chance to draw a new 1-star fire attribute technique. The system announced. Congratulations, host. Your fire attribute spirit energy has been upgraded to level 2. Please proceed to draw a new technique. He immediately hit confirm and began the draw. Suddenly, he froze. His scalp tingled as he blurted out, "No way. It's gold. It's gold. Eternal Sacred Flame. Art. A gold rarity. Fire attribute cultivation technique." The system announced. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a gold rarity technique for the first time. System reward 10 points. Eternal Sacred Flame. Art. After mastering, the user can store fire attribute spirit energy within their body. During an attack, this energy can be released directly to inflict massive area of effect damage. He grinned in satisfaction and commanded, "Absorb it." The system immediately complied. The immense source of energy rapidly began to shrink. Fi watched in utter shock, her mind reeling. What kind of monster is this guy? Does he really intend to absorb all of that terrifying fire spirit energy? A moment later, he walked out of the area completely unharmed. His aura was stable, as if the violent disturbance from before had never even happened. Fi rushed over anxiously. "Lam Thien, are you all right?" He replied calmly, his voice as light as a breeze. "I'm fine. Thank you for bringing me here." Just then, the spirit energy detector suddenly gave off an unusual signal, causing Fi to freeze for a split second. She immediately threw the device far away, reacting faster than she could even think. The moment the device left her hand, it exploded, sending shrapnel flying. But luckily, he managed to dive in front of her just in time, blocking the entire shockwave. Fi looked at him, her gaze gradually growing intense as she thought to herself that this man had to be hers, no matter the cost. The scene changes to a high-end restaurant in the city center, the atmosphere quiet, with soft lighting. Fi invited him to a meal to celebrate their victory and asked, "So you're saying you absorbed all of that fire attribute spirit energy at the construction site?" He replied, "That's right. I hope it won't cause you any trouble." Fi smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, there won't be any trouble." Then continued to ask, "Can you tell me what realm you're currently at?" He thought for a moment before answering. "Probably the peak of the 4th Valiant Selection realm. About to break through to the 5th realm." Fi couldn't hide her shock and blurted out, "What, you're only at the 4th realm?" He explained, a bit awkwardly. "My cultivation method is a little special. How should I put it? It's not like a normal person's." Seeing this, Fi let it go. "All right, every cultivator has their secrets. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you." To which he politely replied, "Thank you for understanding." She smiled and suggested, "Lam Thien, honestly, have you considered joining our military department? The benefits here are much better than at the Cultivator Association." He bluntly refused. "Not for now. I don't have any intention of joining the military." So Fi could only reply, "All right, I won't force you." However, she continued, "I definitely have to report what happened today. Otherwise it'll be hard to explain to my grandfather." And he nodded. Understood. That night, the lights were still on in the small apartment, a rare moment of quiet in the air. Lan Nguyet received a file from Director Liu, the contents instructing her to call him to handle the Night Phantom mission. Their spirit energy was fully restored, and the two of them had to be especially careful. She texted back, "Yes, Director Liu." Remembering that he had agreed during their call, she let out a soft sigh and told herself that she absolutely had to go tomorrow. With that thought, she placed the notebook in her hand down on the table, then opened the door and left without looking back. At the same time, he was lying in his room when he smelled a fragrant aroma, thinking to himself that although Lan Nguyet didn't talk much, her cooking skills really weren't bad. He opened the door, walked out, and said with a natural-sounding laugh, "Lan Nguyet, your breakfast smells amazing." Immediately after, he froze. a bewildered look on his face as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening before his eyes. After standing stunned for a few seconds, he finally blurted out, "Temfai, what are you doing in my house too? Where on earth did you women get a key to my place?" Five calmly reassured him, "Don't worry. I went through official military channels to requisition your house as a secret location." He retorted angrily, "That doesn't sound official in any way, shape, or form." He turned and called out, "Lan Nguyet, stop hiding. Come on out. Can't you even watch the house properly?" He opened the bedroom door only to find it completely empty, the belongings neat and tidy, with no one in sight. He lowered his voice and muttered, "Where did she go, Fi?" Standing beside him, said, "There was no one here when I arrived. Maybe she knew I was coming and decided to retreat." Hearing that, he suddenly realized something, and his expression immediately changed. He quickly returned to the table and opened the notebook Lan Nguyet had left behind last night. After reading it, his face darkened, the words "Night Phantom Mission" glaringly clear before his eyes. He clenched his fists, a storm brewing inside him. Did that girl really go by herself? Fi asked curiously. "Lam Thien, where are you going in such a hurry?" he replied as he threw on a jacket and ran out the door. "Lan Nguyet is in trouble. I have to find Director Lu right now." The scene shifts to that morning, far out on the vast open sea, where the waves churned endlessly. Lan Nguyet was sinking deep beneath the water, thinking helplessly. Without Lam Thien, am I really this useless? She bit her lip and blamed herself. In the end, I'm just too weak. Just then, her body came to a halt amidst the freezing water. She released all of her restraints, completely unleashing the power within her body. Lan Nguyet waved her hand, and massive blocks of ice rapidly condensed around her, a cold light spreading across the seabed. Before she could even rejoice, the thought flashed through her mind, "I did it." At that very moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared inside the block of ice in front of her. Lan Nguyet immediately snapped back to her senses, her intuition screaming warnings at her. She spun around to survey her surroundings, the sense of danger growing clearer and clearer. A water monster had silently appeared behind her. Lan Nguyet channeled all her strength into her arms, continuously launching attacks. But contrary to her expectations, the Night Phantom suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if it were actively welcoming the attack. That bizarre behavior stunned her. What in the world was that? Immediately after, streams of dark energy swirled around her. What was happening? What is this stuff? A chill shot through her heart. This is bad. Something is draining my vital energy. She struggled desperately, swimming upwards to find a way out. She absolutely could not let this monster continue to devour spiritual energy, or it would only grow stronger. Just then, a massive tentacle suddenly whipped straight towards her. The blow struck her head, and the intense pain that followed made her spit up blood. As her body sank toward the seabed, she thought in despair, "Am I really going to be devoured by this monster?" Just as fear gripped her mind, he suddenly appeared like a god descending from the heavens. He immediately caught her and asked, "Are you okay?" She suppressed the pain and replied, "You need to get out of here. This monster seems to be trying to absorb spiritual energy." Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms and took off, saying, "Hang on, I'll get you out of here first." The two of them transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the water and shooting straight out of the battlefield. The moment they set foot on shore, Fi rushed over and asked anxiously, "Lam Thien, you two are out. Is the anomalous beast taken care of?" He handed Lan Nguyet to her and said, "It's not dealt with yet. First, help her regain consciousness." Fi nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll take her to the hospital." Though his entire body was still soaking wet, his eyes had turned cold. "Once Lan Nguyet is safe, I'll go back and handle it." The scene shifts to the hospital, where Lan Nguyet is receiving emergency care. She lay quietly on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask, her breathing weak but stable. In the hospital room, Luan gripped his hand and said emotionally, "Young man, I truly can't thank you enough for this. If it weren't for you, that girl definitely wouldn't have kept her life. He replied calmly. Bureau Chief Lu, there's no need for formalities. Please, tell me about the mission. He nodded and replied, all right, I'll tell you right now. Then, Lu An slowly began to explain. This monster, the Nightmare Shadow. We've been tracking it for over half a year. Hearing this, he immediately grasped the key point. Over half a year. Then doesn't that mean... Liu An understood his meaning and nodded in confirmation. That's right. Back then, there were fewer than 10 people in the entire world who had come into contact with spiritual energy cultivation. Recalling its bizarre form, he continued. We've never clearly seen the monster's true shape, so we speculate it's related to the darkness attribute. Through his account, a clearer picture of the Nightmare Shadow began to form. It used its darkness attribute to hide on the seabed, constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Liu An's voice grew heavy. Along with the restoration of spiritual energy a few days ago, this monster has grown much stronger. If we don't eliminate it now, ordinary citizens will surely face disaster. He looked at him with sincere hope and said, Lam Thien, young man, I hope you can help us resolve this matter. He answered decisively, I will, but I need you to do something for me. The scene changes to Fai's house, where the lights are still on. From the bathroom, she spoke into her phone. Grandfather, why would you let Lam Thien go on such a dangerous mission? The voice on the other end replied, this is a test for him, and also a test for our country. She still protested. But you didn't have to make him face such a dangerous mission right from the start. Stepping into the bathtub, Fai explained, for the Nightmare Shadow mission. The military initially dispatched a professional team. Though soaking in the warm water, her voice remained serious. On that squad, even the weakest member had reached the 3rd stage of the Valiant Spring Realm, and they still failed. Mr. Tam continued to persuade her. Fai, I know you're worried about the boy, but we have no other choice. Besides, this time I've sent 3 military elites to support him. Fai's expression gradually darkened. Global spiritual energy has now fully recovered, and the rules of the world have changed drastically. If we fall behind other nations, we will surely be invaded and plundered. Seeing her silence, Mr. Tam continued. The Nightmare Shadow is the lowest level A-rank danger zone that we can still control. Only by conquering A-rank threats can our country have a voice in this world. After hanging up, Fai paused for a moment, an undeniable sense of unease rising within her. All she could do was silently pray that Lam Thien would return safely, without any mishaps. The scene immediately fast-forwards. A luxury car glides down a major road, its body reflecting the streetlights as if it were racing towards an urgent mission. Inside the car, Vu Tin sat up straight, her hesitant voice breaking the silence. Captain Lam, as if she were weighing every word before continuing. Noticing her nervousness, he spoke up first, his voice deep and steady. What is it? His eyes never left the road ahead. The girl, filled with obvious curiosity, asked in a rush, So, what kind of mission are we going on? And why did you only bring me? Aren't Chokai and the others coming? As if he had anticipated the question. He answered concisely, There are 4 of you, but you're the only one who has reached the 3rd stage of the Valiant Spring Realm. I need to see if you've been slacking off lately. That's the mission. His words made her tense up immediately. I will definitely do my best. I absolutely won't hold you back. Captain Lam, he continued to reassure her in a gentle tone. You don't need to worry too much. Just think of it as a training exercise. Besides, Bureau Chief Lu said the military will be sending people to support us. After carefully reading the documents, Vu Tin took a deep breath to encourage herself. All right, I will definitely do my utmost for you, Captain Lam. A moment later, the driver turned his head and announced, Mr. Lam, we've arrived at the port. His voice cut through the atmosphere in the car. As soon as the car stopped, The group quickly opened the doors and got out. Their pace hurried. No one said another unnecessary word, while Vu Tin was still slowly observing her surroundings. He was already looking straight ahead, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire port area. Chumak, who had arrived early, remarked as soon as he saw them. Cultivators these days are really getting younger and younger. Noticing his arrival, he spoke bluntly. A warrior at the 4th stage of the Gushing Spring realm is indeed a master in this situation. Are you from the military? Chumak immediately replied in a stern voice. My name is Chumak. I hope you two don't slow us down. His attitude clearly annoyed Vu Tin. What's that supposed to mean? Do you have any idea how strong our Captain Lam is? Fearing the tension would explode, Manhwa quickly stepped in to mediate. All right. Old Chu is a bit blunt. Please don't take it to heart. We still have to handle this crisis together. Arguing now won't solve anything. Luan Vu, standing behind them with an indifferent expression, opened his mouth to conclude. We have everyone. Let's go. Despite being looked down upon, he remained calm, turning to comfort her. It's fine. Don't pay attention to them. Just do your job well. Vu Tin nodded. All right, Captain Lam. Not long after, the group dove down to the seabed one by one. He, Vu Tin, and the military personnel gently advanced deeper into the ocean's darkness. Chumak suddenly frowned and spoke up. Something is sucking the spirit energy from my body. Luan Vu was shocked. This is the corrosive ability of the dark attribute. Be careful, Manhwa said while putting up a shield. We probably won't survive long in this environment. Vu Tin swam close by, unable to resist covering her nose and complaining. Captain Lam, I feel like I'm going to puke. Why does it smell so rotten in the sea? Beneath the cold water, he still took a deep breath, his expression completely unwavering. Immediately after, he activated a surge of power, quickly enveloping them both and pushing back the uncomfortable sensation around them. Not understanding what he was doing, she let out a shy, embarrassed cry. Captain Lam, he replied calmly. I've helped you block part of the dark attribute's influence. Don't disappoint me. His seriousness made Vu Tin immediately straighten up. Yes, sir. Up ahead. Chumak sneered inwardly with a competitive spirit. Everyone is this uncomfortable. That kid must be so scared he's frozen stiff. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his voice filled with astonishment. What? How is that possible? He had a clear view of his and Vu Tin's calm demeanor, as if they were completely unaffected, which he found utterly unbelievable. After a moment of shock, Chumak huffed again, assuming they had poured all their spirit energy into resisting the darkness and would be caught off guard when danger struck. While Chumak was still making malicious assumptions, Luan Vu suddenly noticed something unusual. What is that? Everyone be careful. In the deep sea, a streak of light flashed by, so fast it left a blurry trail. The moment he saw it, Chumak immediately spoke up. That monster is nearby. Almost at the same time he shouted, the Dark Knight Phantom appeared. It's here. In that brief moment, Vu Tin hastily gathered power in her palm, preparing to unleash an attack. Just then, he stepped forward to stop her. Don't act rashly, observe carefully. This fish is not the monster's true form. His firm voice stunned Vu Tin. What? On the other side, Chumak didn't think twice, directly throwing a punch at the Dark Knight Phantom. A magic circle instantly appeared in the middle of the sea, vibrating violently in the water. He smirked condescendingly. Kid, don't just stand there like an idiot. A single mistake here will cost you your life. That contemptuous attitude infuriated Vu Tin. You idiot. That's an illusion. Can't you tell? Hearing that, he immediately retorted loudly. What illusion? What nonsense is this girl spouting? That's... Right then, Manhwa's panicked voice rang out. Chumak, watch out. Just as she finished speaking, countless tentacles emerged from nowhere, thrashing wildly in the seawater, their relentless assault aimed straight at the group. Luan Vu cried out in alarm. What's happening? Where did these tentacles come from? His voice clearly filled with confusion. As soon as the question was asked, the true form of the Dark Knight Phantom was fully revealed, its colossal body sending a chill down one's spine. This is... Manhwa immediately sensed the terrifying aura. Fifth stage of the Gushing Spring Realm. So it's a fifth stage Gushing Spring Realm monster. Only then did Luan Vu understand why the previous team had failed so miserably. Ignoring the spreading fear, Vu Tin charged forward with all her might, decisively unleashing her skill. Ice Scythe's feathered slash, despite his outward scorn. Chumak still roared with worry. "You fool. You're no match for it." She gritted her teeth, raising her weapon, and made a silent vow in her heart. "I absolutely cannot disappoint Captain Lamb. I have to show Captain Lamb what I'm made of." A layer of ice instantly encased the nearby tentacles, and Vu Tin brought her weapon down in a clean slash, shattering them into pieces. Immediately after, she couldn't contain her emotions and let out a triumphant cheer that echoed through the water, like a child who had just been praised. Vu Tin turned to report her success with a radiant smile. "Captain Lamb, I did it." That attack had clearly enraged the Dark Knight Phantom, and the aura around it instantly became chaotic. Chumak immediately recognized the abnormality and shouted, "Run!" But it was too late. He, Manhwa, and Luan Vu were all blown away from their positions. Luan Vu and Manhwa were hit repeatedly, their auras weakening noticeably. In that critical moment, Vu Tin managed to erect a snowflake shield to protect them. However, the tentacle's power was too great, and the defensive layer was quickly shattered. The scene before her left her stunned and in despair. Am I going to die here? Just then, a brilliant flash of light erupted, and Lam Thien's voice echoed through the water. "Good job." It turned out he had blocked the attack right in front of her. "Captain Lamb," he said calmly. "Just be more careful next time." "All right." That power horrified Manhwa. That kid actually dared to block the tentacle's attack. Luan Vu couldn't hide his surprise either. Is his spiritual energy fire-based? Why does it feel so different from the fire element I know elsewhere? Chumak also sensed the change, speculating in a low voice. How can there be such a powerful fire-based spiritual energy? Could it be from that kid? Amidst the monster's fury, Lam Thien remained composed. 3 days ago, you used your tentacles to injure Lan Nguyet. Now, I'll do the same to you. Fair is fair." "Right." After speaking, he slowly drew his sword, his movements so relaxed it was as if he were testing a newly mastered technique. His figure flashed, moving with lightning speed as he closed in on the Dark Knight Phantom. He dove down from above, raising his longsword high, his aura condensed to its absolute peak, as expected. Lam Thien plunged the tip of his sword directly into the monster's body. Seeing this, Chumak gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Fool! How could the body of a 5th-level gushing spring creature be harmed by a dull blade like that? Ignoring all scorn, he calmly chanted, "Undying azure flame art." In the next instant, the sword in Lam Thien's hand erupted in fierce flames. The fire spread relentlessly, its searing heat threatening to incinerate the entire area. The flames quickly engulfed the Dark Knight Phantom, which shrieked in agony as it was burned. Then, the monster's body exploded, sending shockwaves throughout the deep sea. This scene left Chumak utterly stunned. What just happened? Even as he shouted in his mind, Lam Thien's expression remained unchanged. What kind of power is this? Chumak frowned and then gritted his teeth as he came to a realization. So, what the commander-in-chief said was all true. He suddenly recalled a conversation from years ago. Back then, Chumak had argued loudly, "Commander, you think too highly of him, he's just a lowly rogue cultivator. Without the military's resources, how strong can he possibly be?" But the commander had simply replied calmly, "Chumak, I know you're arrogant, but this man named Lam Thien, his strength is not to be underestimated." At the time, he had explained, A common person looking at a cultivator is like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. But for cultivators today, looking at Lam Thien is like a speck of dust looking up at the vast sky. This is a man you can only befriend, never make an enemy of. Returning to the present. Chumak was still in disbelief. Is he even human with talent like this? If he were nurtured by the military, what realm would he reach? His gaze shifted to Vu Tin, and he praised her silently. Truly his subordinate. She's calm and steady in the face of danger. To have already reached the third-level gushing spring at such a young age, her future is immeasurable. At that thought, Chumak's expression darkened, and he sighed inwardly. It seems I've gotten old. Manhwa helped Luan Vu to his feet. Seeing Chumak with his head bowed in silence, she asked curiously, "Old Chu, are you hurt?" Luan Vu chimed in with surprise. "What are you spacing out for?" The two of them supported each other as they approached Chumak. He bowed his head and admitted his fault. "I'm sorry. A moment ago. I was only thinking of my own survival." Luan Vu didn't blame him, patting him lightly on the chest. "It's all right. Just treat us to a round of drinks later and we'll call it even." Chumak laughed in response. "Deal. Let me apologize properly first, and then we'll drink until we can't find our way home." With that, he walked over to Lam Thien and said sincerely in a low voice, "Thank you for saving me and my comrades. I was wrong about you before." He replied humbly, "Captain Chu, you were just worried about everyone. Don't worry about it." The man bowed once more. "Even so. Thank you very much." Vu Tin swam over, pinching her nose, and urged them. "Captain Lam, Captain Chu, let's hurry up. The smell here is killing me." He nodded. "Yeah, let's go." The group quickly swam towards the surface. But just then, he suddenly noticed something strange. Vu Tin turned back and asked, "Captain Lam, what's wrong?" He looked down at the seabed and instructed, "You all go on ahead. I'm going to check if there's something down there." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and swam straight down into the dark depths of the sea. A faint, ethereal light suddenly flickered in the water. He stopped short, a look of astonishment on his face. "Is that—" Two starlight flowers gradually came into view, surprising him. 2 starlight flowers. He moved closer, holding the flowers in his hand and thinking. This time, both Vu Tin and Lan Nguyet can use these to increase their strength. After collecting the starlight flowers, he finally returned to the surface. The lights from the large bridge over the harbor illuminated the entire area. He walked along, scanning his surroundings, his eyes searching for a familiar face. A voice suddenly spoke up from behind him. "Lam Thien, is that you?" Leinwo stepped out from the shadows, standing silently behind him, his presence completely concealed. He was startled for a moment. "When did this person get here without me even noticing?" he wondered, then asked, "And you are?" The other person held out a business card and introduced himself. "My name is Leinwo. I'm the young Miss's bodyguard. This is my card." Leinwo continued to explain. "The young Miss was busy with a mission a few days ago and couldn't meet you. In the future, if you need any help, you can call this number." He took the card, glanced at it, and asked, "Who is this young Miss you're talking about?" Leinwo replied, "Commander Tam's granddaughter, Miss Tam Phi Phi." He frowned slightly. "So it really is her," he thought. "Among all the people I know, only she would have a bodyguard like this." He reassessed his opponent. He couldn't see through this person's strength. Could he have already reached the Iron Vein realm? He asked directly. "What do you want with me?" "And where are my friends?" Leinwo replied. "Mr. Vu Tin has been taken home by a private car. Chumak and the other two have also left in a military vehicle. A luxury car was parked behind them." Leinwo pointed and said, "I was waiting for you here, because the commander wants to see you." He was stunned and asked, "The commander of the military?" Leinwo nodded. "That's right. Please, follow me." Leinwo opened the car door, his voice formal as he said, "Please." Inside the car, he asked curiously, "You must be Commander Tam." Commander Tam smiled welcomingly. "You must be Lam Thien." "Right, my granddaughter hasn't stopped talking about you these past few days. Have a seat." He sat across from him as Commander Tam spoke slowly. "I heard from my granddaughter that you've sealed the heavenly fire within your body," he replied. "That's right." The commander sighed softly. "With spiritual energy returning, it seems anything is possible," he continued with praise. "To have grown this strong without any military backing is truly impressive." He declared it was a blessing for the country. Lam Thien scratched his head and replied, "You're too kind, Commander. I was just lucky." Commander Tam stroked his chin and chuckled lightly. "Good. Humble but not weak. Calm but not arrogant. I see why my granddaughter thinks so highly of you, after a few pleasantries." His expression turned serious. "Lam Thien, the world is changing. Anomalies will become more and more frequent. And for ordinary people, they are a disaster." He grew pensive, then replied, "Rest assured, Commander. If I encounter an anomaly harming civilians, I will absolutely not stand by and do nothing." The commander shook his head and explained, "I'm not saying this to force you. I just hope you will improve your strength quickly." He continued, "Among all types of spiritual energy, the dark attribute is the most troublesome. It corrodes living beings and turns them into mindless monsters." His face grew increasingly grave. "Your lightning-type spiritual energy is the best counter to the darkness. You must grow stronger quickly. For your own sake, and for the country's." He replied seriously, "Yes, Commander Tam. You can count on me. I will definitely do my best to train." The commander took out a phone and handed it to Lam Thien. "This is a special military-issue device. It's completely secure against eavesdropping. If you need any assistance, call me directly." He happily accepted it with both hands. "Thank you, Commander Tam. Actually, there is something I was hoping you could help me with." Commander Tam was a bit surprised. "Oh, what is it? Tell me." He slowly drew out his blade and quickly explained, "It's like this. This is the weapon I asked Director Liu to get for me." As the blade left its sheath, more cracks appeared on its surface. He continued, "I thought it could withstand my spiritual energy. But..." Commander Tam took a closer look and froze. "I remember this blade. It's old Liu's most prized treasure. For it to be damaged this badly. Just how powerful is the spiritual energy inside this kid?" Commander Tam calmly concluded, "Leave this to me. In a few days, I'll have someone bring you a sturdier blade to try." Lam Thien's face lit up. "Thank you, Commander Tam." The conversation ended, and he stepped out of the car. A crescent moon cast a dim light over the pier. He watched the car drive away, thinking to himself that he couldn't let his guard down for even a second. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered it. "Hello, Director Liu. What's wrong?" Liu An's panicked voice came through the phone. "Lam Thien, Lan Nguyet is not doing well," he immediately asked. "What happened?" On the other end, Lan Nguyet was lying in a hospital bed while doctors and nurses tried to save her. One person said frantically, "Miss Lan's heart rate is slowing down." Another replied, "I know. You don't have to tell me. We have to find a way to draw out all the dark spiritual energy from her body." Siu. An argument broke out in the emergency room. One doctor objected. "No, we can't. She's in a coma. Forcibly extracting the spiritual energy will cause what's left to run rampant." Someone else panicked. "Then what do we do? Are we just supposed to stand here and watch her die?" Liu An sat outside, his eyes vacant, his heart filled with overwhelming self-blame. "It's all my fault." Lam Thien's voice suddenly rang out. "Director Liu, I'm here." Liu An let out a sigh of relief. "Lam Thien, you're finally here." He quickly asked, "How is Lan Nguyet now? Wasn't she fine when I left? Why did this happen so suddenly?" The director suddenly asked him directly, "Do you know the properties of dark-type spiritual energy?" He answered immediately, "Dark-type spiritual energy can make living creatures lose their minds." "Don't tell me." Liu An nodded and explained, "That's right. Lan Nguyen has been strong-willed since she was a child, after you saved her. She started doubting her own abilities and took on a mission by herself without telling you," he said sadly. "If I had known, I would have assigned the mission to both of you and made sure she went with you." He immediately called out in his mind, "System, get out here. Is there any way to save Lan Nguyen?" The system replied, "Please touch Lan Nguyet's body for 3 minutes. The system will help the host analyze a treatment method." He rushed forward and threw open the hospital room door. "I get it. I'm going in now," he burst in, stunning the doctors and nurses. "Who are you, nurse? Get him out of here. We're trying to save a patient." He walked straight to the bed, pushed a doctor aside, and said, "If you can't save her, then get out of my way." He took her hand, forcing himself to stay calm. "System, you have to save her." The system immediately replied, "Beginning analysis." The medical staff in the room grew angry, taking turns yelling, "Where did this insolent brat come from? Let go of me. Have you been watching too many web dramas and reading trashy novels? You think you can cure her just by checking her pulse? Get out of here. Don't interfere with Miss Lan's treatment. If Director Liu holds you responsible, you won't be able to bear the consequences." The room erupted into chaos. Dr. Luke yelled, "And what about the security guards outside who let this kid in here?" Liu An walked in and stated firmly, "I let him in. Is there a problem?" Dr. Luke immediately stepped aside in fear. Director Liu, I didn't mean that. It's just that Miss Lan's injuries right now." He sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Just let Lam Thien give it a shot. If he can't save her either, then this old man will be the one responsible for her death." Dr. Luke looked at him, his mind filled with questions. Just who is this kid? What's his story? To make Director Liu talk like that. The system panel showed the analysis progress at 62%. Then it gradually increased to 84%. Before long, the system delivered the results. Treatment Plan 1. Crush the starlight flower into a powder for the patient to swallow, which will shatter the balance between the ice and dark spirit energies. 2. Transfer lightning spirit energy from the host's body into Lan Nguyet's, guiding it to eliminate the dark spirit energy. 3. Slowly harmonize the lightning and ice energies within Lan Nguyet's body, while simultaneously withdrawing the lightning energy. 4. The entire process is projected to take a significant amount of time. He turned and spoke quickly. "Director Liu, I have a way to save Lan Nguyet, but I need everyone to step back a bit." Dr. Luke shouted. "Step back? Why, what's there to hide when you're saving someone's life?" A powerful surge of lightning energy erupted from his body as he replied coldly, "Because in this state, I can only guarantee Lan Nguyet's safety. I can't guarantee yours. Understand?" Liu An ordered everyone to do as Lam Thien said. They had no choice but to reply, "Yes, sir." The room quickly fell silent, leaving only the sound of ragged breathing and the beeping of machines. He began to crush the starlight flower, grinding it into a fine powder. He dissolved one starlight flower into water. He helped Lan Nguyet sit up, then slowly brought the mixture to her lips for her to drink. As soon as she drank it, Lan Nguyet had a violent reaction, and her body began to convulse intensely. Lam Thien slowly channeled his lightning spirit energy into her body. He reassured her in a firm voice, "Don't worry. I will absolutely bring you back." A steady stream of energy began to spread through her. Hours passed by quietly. Warm sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting a soft glow across the silent room. Lan Nguyet's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her breathing gradually returned to normal. She was stunned, her lips barely moving. Lam Thien." Her gaze was still hazy. He let out a sigh of relief, his shoulders slumping. "You're finally awake," he said, his voice softening considerably. He lowered his voice to remind her, Don't be so reckless next time." His gaze was serious, but not harsh. Lan Nguyen was still groggy. She asked softly, "Did you save me?" Her voice was faint. He covered his mouth with a small yawn, his exhaustion obvious. "Yeah," he replied. "Luckily, I found 2 starlight flower stones at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to save you." Her expression fell, and she asked sadly, "Do you feel like I'm just dragging you down?" He was surprised. "Why would you think that?" He tried to reassure her bluntly. "You're a powerful cultivator at the Valiant Selection 3rd level. At this stage, you're practically unbeatable." She replied softly, "But I'm still weaker than you." He comforted her calmly. "Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not that you're weak, it's that I'm just too strong. Have you ever met anyone else as powerful as me?" Lan Nguyen lowered her head in thought, then admitted, "You're right. Before I met you, I barely had any rivals. I was even confident I could surpass Director Liu within 5 years." He gave her a few more instructions and then turned to leave. "If you're okay, I'm going to get some rest. I haven't slept all night. The day after tomorrow, early in the morning, meet me in the forest outside the city. I'll take you through some recovery training. Don't be late." The scene shifts quickly, revealing a vast, lush green forest. A mutant hound charged forward with a ferocious growl. Lan Nguyen reacted instantly, delivering a decisive kick. The mutant hound yelped in pain, its body sent flying. He watched from the sidelines, smiling. "See, I told you you were strong," he continued. "This mutant wolf was at the peak of the Valiant Selection 3rd realm, yet you sent it flying with a single kick. Your current strength must have reached the Valiant Selection 4th realm." Lan Nguyen turned her face away and replied curtly, "I don't need you to flatter me. I know my own level." He sighed helplessly. All right. The recovery training is almost done. We should probably get going." A sudden, loud explosion cut him off mid-sentence. Both of them were startled and went on guard. She blurted out in confusion, "An explosion." The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Extremely powerful dark attribute spirit energy detected. Host, please be careful." He scanned the surroundings and said, "This wasn't a normal explosion. There's dark spirit energy running rampant deep in the forest." Lan Nguyen was stunned. "What?" Elsewhere in the same forest, a group of people were resting at their campsite. The atmosphere seemed quite relaxed. Kwang Vu put his arm around Hu Dong and leaned in close. "Hu Dong, later I'll catch a big fish and grill a huge skewer just for you." She immediately pushed his arm away and replied coldly, "Who wants your grilled skewers?" She turned to the girl in front of her and said, "Tu Yet, let me help you set up the tent." Seeing this, Kwang Vu's friend chuckled. "Hey Kwang, is Hu Dong giving you the cold shoulder?" He frowned in annoyance and explained, "She's just mad because I was checking out a pretty girl a few days ago." His clueless friend laughed loudly. "Well, next time you flirt with someone, just make sure Yudong isn't watching." Kwang, his male pride kicking in, Kwang Vu joined in the bragging. "You have no idea how hot that girl was." His friend's curiosity was piqued. "Wow, someone actually managed to captivate you." "Kwang, I've got to meet her sometime." The moment he finished speaking, a hand grabbed his ear and twisted it hard. A cold voice rang out, "You won't have it tomorrow." Tu Yet dragged him away, scolding as she pulled him along. "Get over here and set up my tent. Now." He quickly tried to sweet-talk her. "Tu Yet, I was just kidding. You know I love you, right?" Seeing that, Kwang Vu turned away in disgust. "Whatever, I'll just go get some firewood first." With that, he went deeper into the forest, bending down to gather firewood to bring back. On his way back, he suddenly stopped, as if he had just noticed something strange. Before him was a dark spiritual treasure blooming on the ground. Kwang Vu stared in a daze. "What is this?" Just then, he recalled a news report he had seen. The World United Council had just announced that Earth was officially entering an era of spiritual energy revival. According to the report, opportunities to gain spiritual energy were appearing all over the world. Thinking about those words, he stared at the flower for too long, and his eyes gradually became glazed over. Immediately after, he remembered Fei-Fei's seductive figure and, in a frenzy, lunged forward, screaming, "This is my power." He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with insane ambition. "This is the power that will make me a king. A heaven-sent opportunity, Lam Thien. I will definitely crush you under my foot." Kuang Vu growled as he devoured it greedily. "I'll turn you into a stray dog in front of that woman, just like you were in front of Hu Dong." Mid-chew, his body suddenly froze, every muscle tensing up as if something was invading it. A piercing scream immediately followed, accompanied by a sudden, violent burst of power. The overflowing power distorted Kuang Vu's face, veins popping out everywhere. He let out a grotesque laugh. "This is power. This feeling is absolutely incredible." While he was still reveling in the pleasure, a sudden cry for help rang out. "Help me." Not far away, Hu Dong's group was tightly surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. Just as a wolf lunged, Kuang Vu appeared in the nick of time, sending it flying with a single kick before asking, "Are you okay?" Hu Dong cried out in panic, "Kuang, be careful, that's a whole pack of wolves." He was overflowing with confidence, easily knocking them away one by one, and said firmly, "Don't worry, in front of me. This pack of wolves is nothing but a bunch of ants." Watching him, Hu Dong was completely stunned, her mind filled with questions. What's happening? Why did Kuang Vu suddenly get so strong? Is this even humanly possible? While she was still dazed, a comment from Kuang Vu's friend snapped her out of it. Holy crap! Kuang's become a spiritual cultivator like they said in the news. Right, Hu Dong was shocked, thinking to herself, "What? So this is a cultivator. I never imagined they were this incredible." Realizing this, she bit her lip, silently scheming to herself, "A man this powerful must belong to me, Hu Dong." At the same time, in another part of the forest, it was unusually quiet. Lam Thien led the way, warning in a low voice, "Be careful. We're getting very close to the source of the dark spiritual energy." Lan Nguyen nodded slightly. "I can feel it too." Suddenly, he noticed a disturbance and whispered, "Wait a second." Instantly, he pulled her up into the branches of a nearby tree. As soon as they were settled, a dense pack of mutated wolves appeared below them. Seeing the unusual situation, Lan Nguyen frowned and asked, "What's going on? Did this pack run into something?" One of the wolves in the pack was injured, and a strange black smoke was rising from its wound. Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "That's a wound caused by dark attribute spiritual energy." Realizing the severity of the situation, she turned to ask, "Should we report this to Director Liu?" He considered it for a moment, then replied, "Let's investigate it thoroughly first, if needed. Director Liu will send people." Suddenly, he gathered strength in his legs, preparing to jump down. Lam Thien landed in front of the wolf pack, his voice cold. "I made a promise to Commander Tam. I can't let you creatures rampage into the city." Immediately after, he raised his hand, rapidly gathering power, and uttered a single, sharp command, "Die." A ball of energy shot out, wiping out the entire wolf pack in a single blow. After dealing with them, he turned back and called out, "Let's go." The two of them continued forward, but he stopped short at the sight before them. This is... She immediately realized someone was camping here. Just as his guard was down, Kuang Vu suddenly appeared from behind and launched a sneak attack. Lan Nguyen reacted instantly, raising a shield to block the blow for him and shouting, "Watch out!" Seeing her protect him, Kuang Vu felt a flash of jealousy. This girl is pretty and strong, just like the last one. Damn it, how does this kid know so many beautiful women? He pulled back his hand, stuffed it in his pocket, and landed on the ground with a smirk. "Hey, little lady, not bad moves. How about I buy you a drink later?" Lan Nguyen eyed him warily. Who are you? And why did you attack Lam Thien? Quang Vu didn't hide it, answering directly, because I have a grudge against him, so I have to teach him a lesson. She scoffed coldly in response. A lesson? If I hadn't noticed in time, I'm afraid you would have killed him. That was no simple attack. As soon as she finished speaking, he stepped forward, his expression darkening as he asked directly, Quang Vu, you consumed the dark spiritual treasure to become a cultivator, didn't you? Lan Nguyet's face paled. What? Quang Vu let out a loud, boastful laugh. That's right, I'm a powerful cultivator now. After getting his confirmation, Lam Thien pressed on. You were the one who drove off the wolf pack just now, weren't you? Do you have any idea how many innocent people would have died if those wolves had entered the city? Quang Vu replied indifferently. I'm a cultivator now. I don't need to care about the lives of the trash beneath me. Hearing his disregard for life, Lan Nguyen angrily started to speak, but he raised a hand to stop her. His eyes grew cold. There's no need to talk to him anymore. What he needs right now isn't a lesson. It's a fist, seeing how decisively he spoke. The man burst out laughing in amusement. Excellent, Lam Thien. So you finally stopped being a coward. He took a step forward, his voice full of provocation. Let me show you what a real cultivator is. Power erupted from his body as his aura surged, and his crazed laughter echoed throughout the forest. He also lowered his center of gravity, his own presence spreading out as his entire body entered a state ready for battle. Sensing his opponent's spiritual energy, he silently assessed him. At most, this is only the second stage of the Valiant Spring realm. It seems that, after the spiritual energy revival, a single piece of fruit is enough to cause a person to advance by leaps and bounds. While he was still calculating, the man had already used his speed and strength to charge at him from behind with a ferocious move. He reacted instantly, raising his arm to block the kick. The impact was heavy, but he stood his ground. Finding an equal match, Quang Vu laughed heartily and praised him. Not bad. It looks like you've got some power too. He looked back with a cold gaze, his voice laced with provocation. Is this all the power you have? Being looked down upon like that, he roared in anger. You're courting death. Immediately after, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at him, but every single blow was blocked. He yelled in frustration as he fought. How is this possible? How can you take all of my attacks? He replied calmly, his voice flat. You're too weak, Quang Vu. He adjusted his stance, preparing to counterattack, his voice dripping with contempt. If you weren't a cultivator, facing me would be an impossible dream. As soon as the words left his mouth, he threw a punch straight at his face, his voice ringing out again. And since you are a cultivator, facing me makes you nothing more than a speck of dust in the vast sky. He was knocked to the ground, his heart filled with unwillingness as he trembled and stammered. How is this possible? The people with him saw this and cried out in panic. Brother Quang, are you okay, Brother Quang? Doubt stirred in Hu Dong's heart. She couldn't understand when Lam Thien had become strong enough to defeat Quang Vu. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. Damn it, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have confronted Lam Thien so soon. After taking down his opponent, he turned to Lan Nguyen and instructed her. Take all of them back for a thorough interrogation. See if anyone else has had any fortuitous encounters. She immediately took out her communication device and replied, Got it. I'll notify Director Liu to lock down this mountain right away. In the distance, Quang Vu lay on the ground, his heart filled with venomous hatred. I actually lost to Lam Thien. That bastard. It's impossible. Just then, a strange voice echoed in his head. Do you desire power? The voice repeated itself over and over. Do you desire power? When the voice finally stopped, the scenery around him suddenly changed. Before Quang Vu's eyes was a dark figure sitting high up as if on a throne, leaving him stunned. This The dark figure had the aura of a demon king from a novel and called himself the Dark Monarch. Kuang-Vu didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately begged, "I want power. I want invincible power. As long as I can crush Lam Thien, I'm willing to pay any price." The Dark Monarch said nothing more, simply firing a beam of power directly from his fingertip. The stream of power pierced straight through the center of Kuang-Vu's forehead. His eyes gradually turned completely white, and the veins on his face bulged violently. A moment later, he felt the power flooding his body and cried out in satisfaction. Power. This is the power I wanted. This feeling is incredible, back in reality. Lan Nguyet, still unaware of what had happened, stepped forward and said to them, "All right, you're all coming with me to the Cultivator Association to explain yourselves." The moment she finished speaking, Kuang-Vu suddenly unleashed the power he had just received. He immediately rushed to shield her, shouting a warning. "Be careful!" A massive wave of dark energy swirled and grew, enveloping Kuang-Vu's entire body. The trees within its range quickly withered, their life force drained away. Even his own companions were forced back by the wave of power, crying out in fear. "Brother Kuang, what's happening?" Tu Tuyet and Hu Dong trembled in fear, pleading over and over. I don't want to die." He and Lan Nguyet were far enough away to be unaffected. He watched the scene with a grim expression, thinking to himself that Commander Tom's words had indeed been correct. Only she, still not understanding the situation, was panicking, wondering what on earth was going on. As the dark energy completely enveloped him, Kuang-Vu slowly rose into the air, and a strange voice emerged from him. At last, the Dark Monarch stepped out of the shadows, his posture as casual as if he were on a stroll. He let out a sigh of exclamation, his tone cold yet filled with pleasure. "I have returned to this wonderful world once again." Seeing him, Lan Nguyet immediately tensed up, her eyes filled with confusion. What's happening? How could he jump straight from the second stage of the Valiant Spring Realm to the fourth stage in an instant? Lam Thien spoke up, his voice full of caution. "Be careful. The thing in front of us is definitely not the person you once knew." At that exact moment, the system's sound chimed. Detected low-level dark-type monster. Dark Monarch. Immediately after, the system panel displayed a clear mission notification. Temporary quest issued: defeat the Dark Monarch. Reward: a new spiritual attribute. Cultivation pill. Accepting the quest. He felt a sense of unease rise within him. He had never encountered this type of monster in his entire life, and had absolutely no idea what kind of attack methods it would use. While he was still calculating, the Dark Monarch looked down at his body with contempt. "This human flesh is too weak, not enough to help me create a complete form." He glanced at the two people before him, his voice deepening. "The spiritual energy of these two humans is very strong. If I can devour them, most of my power will be restored." With that, he locked onto his target and lunged, deciding to strike, starting with the girl who looked weaker. He would devour her first. The arrows he fired tore through the wind, all of them aimed straight for Lan Nguyet, rushing toward her without a moment's hesitation. His eyes immediately flashed, his focus sharpening in that brief instant. He leaped in front of her, channeling his strength into a powerful slash, directly destroying the incoming arrow. Seeing that reaction, the Dark Monarch looked intrigued and offered some praise. "Oh, not bad. A young man who can skillfully block my attack." He didn't answer, but asked back, "What in the world are you, and where is Kuang-Vu?" He sneered arrogantly, his voice dripping with contempt. "You are not worthy of knowing who I am. Humans only need to understand one thing: submit to me or die." Hearing that confidence, his expression grew cold, his aura turning dangerous. "It seems if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn how to speak properly." Hearing this, The Dark Monarch treated it as a joke and burst out laughing. What an interesting human. To actually dare think of teaching me a lesson. He wasted no more words, directly activating his dark space to initiate the fight, deciding to let him taste ultimate darkness and understand true fear. The dark space swirled and surged forward, enveloping him as if to swallow him whole. Lan Nguyen cried out in panic. Lam Thien. She rushed toward the sphere of space imprisoning him. Her steps hurried, not daring to slow down. As soon as she reached the dark space, she immediately focused her power and struck it directly. The stream of power focused on a single point on the sphere, aiming to break it and free him. But the result was completely useless. The Dark Monarch watched her efforts and mocked. It's useless. An attack of this level could never break it. Stop resisting, and just obediently let me devour you. Suddenly, right at the spot she had just attacked, a firm hand reached out from a newly formed tear in the space. Seeing that arm, the Dark Monarch's eyes widened, his shock clearly visible. Immediately after, a series of slashes appeared one after another, tearing open the surface of the dark space. A tearing sound echoed as the dark space shattered. He stepped out unharmed and jeered. Was that all you've got? Even though his space was broken, he remained unfazed, his cold voice ringing out. Fool. Do you think just by breaking this seal, you can fight against me? Lan Nguyen ran over and quickly suggested, Lam Thien, let's face him together. He immediately refused, his voice firm. No need. You stay right here and don't move. I want to see just how far my full power can go. Hearing that, she was stunned and confused. Full power. What does he mean? He didn't explain, instead directly unleashing his full power as his answer. This is what I mean. Immediately after, he shot straight toward the Dark Monarch, attacking without a hint of hesitation. He was so fast the Monarch couldn't react. He could only watch as Lam Thien's hand reached for his face. Next came a colossal pillar of power, blasting directly at the Dark Monarch. Following that beam of light, a massive explosion erupted, violently shaking the ground all around. The Dark Monarch, buried in the rubble, roared unwillingly. To think that I would be pinned to the ground by a weak human. He looked at him with a cold gaze and asked, "Scared yet?" Those words enraged him. He gathered all his strength and charged forward, roaring. "You wretched human dare to look down on me. You're courting death." He launched an attack straight at him, screaming, "Die." Lam Thien stood still without dodging, his gaze calm as he watched the attack close in, bit by bit. The moment it got close, he raised one hand, thunder and fire erupted, and his power directly stopped the blow. That sight left the Dark Monarch stunned. He gritted his teeth, screaming inwardly. Impossible. He blocked it without taking any damage, seeing the change in his expression. He let out a mocking laugh. "Is that fear I see on your face now? It seems you're not even worthy of making me use my full power. I'm truly disappointed." Just as he said, the Monarch began to tremble, instinctively backing away. This guy is not normal. His current strength surpasses even mine. With that thought, he immediately turned to flee, a panicked thought echoing in his mind. No, I absolutely cannot die here. I must devour more humans, seize even greater power, and then return to kill him for revenge. Realizing his intent to escape, he narrowed his eyes, his cold voice ringing out. "Did I say you could leave?" The moment he spoke, raging thunder descended, dense lightning striking the Monarch's body directly. The Dark Monarch was engulfed by a thunderstorm, racked with overwhelming pain as its body was continuously battered. Unable to bear it any longer, he split into a single bat and fled in a wretched state, leaving the rest of his body to be torn apart. Watching the bat fly away, he clicked his tongue and muttered, "So he'd abandon almost his entire body just to survive." As the battle ended, Lan Nguyen saw him land and rushed over, asking worriedly, "Lam Thien, are you okay?" He replied calmly, "I'm fine. Not a scratch on me. But a part of that dark monster escaped. We need to contact Chief Lu immediately." she quickly responded. Got it. The scene changes to a large city under a gloomy sky, where a weather forecast echoes from a speaker due to an incoming cold front. Our city will experience heavy rain this afternoon. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Everyone is advised to limit outdoor activities. Besides the weather forecast, a voice from a TV commercial blares out. Hey everyone, I'm telling you, something big is definitely going down this afternoon later. I'm gonna put on a show for you all and get struck by lightning for clout. Meanwhile, on a deserted street, a girl walked along, complaining irritably. What the heck, it's obviously all his fault. We already made plans to hang out today, so why would he cancel just because of a little rain? As she was grumbling, a strange sound suddenly came from behind her. Startled, she spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" It was then she realized she was lost, looking around in confusion. Where am I? Seizing the opportunity, a dark creature lunged out, heading straight for her, just as it closed in, ready to strike. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, instantly obliterating the dark creature. Then, a familiar voice rang out. Didn't you listen to the news today? He hovered in midair, watching the swarm of dark creatures, and calmly advised the girl. Go home immediately. It's very dangerous out here. The weather hasn't cleared up, so don't come outside until an all clear is given. But she didn't seem to hear a word he said, her eyes fixated on him in a daze. So handsome. He's so handsome. Ignoring her, he reached into his pocket and took out his phone. Lam Thien put the phone to his ear and asked in a low voice, Lan Nguyet, what's the situation? The voice on the other end quickly replied, That dark creature that escaped. The situation is much more difficult to handle than we thought. It seems that dark monster has split itself into countless bats, and they've started attacking people indiscriminately throughout the city. These small bats are continuously devouring the spiritual energy in people's bodies to evolve. Among those we've eliminated, we've already found some that have reached the second stage of the Courageous Spring realm, and the devouring process hasn't stopped. Hearing the report, his expression turned grave. He thought to himself, it seems they want to turn the entire population into an energy source for their evolution. If all the bats evolve to the third stage of the Courageous Spring realm and then merge back into that original creature, I'm afraid even I will be in trouble. I have to resolve this before it's too late. High in the city sky, a dark creature completely different from the others hovered. It was the Dark Monarch. He silently observed the city, now completely enveloped by his hazy purple mist. Only one thought remained in his mind. If I just devour everyone in this city, I will restore my power to its peak. And when that time comes, I will make that human pay the price. I will torture him horribly, forcing him into a state worse than death. On the ground below, a long convoy of vehicles moved relentlessly along the highway. Those vehicles carried army soldiers and a host of modern weapons, all at the ready. Meanwhile, at another location, slender hands typed furiously on a keyboard, the rapid clicking echoing without pause. A new post appeared on the computer screen. Help, there's a giant bat crashing into my window. Below it, comments exploded. Is this the apocalypse? I saw a bat suck someone dry with my own eyes. The bats have mutated. I saw a huge one. Help me. Something's banging on my door and I'm too scared to look. If a hot guy comes to save me, I'll be his forever. Overwhelmed by the chaotic stream of information, the mouse cursor selected and deleted them in bulk. Fi frowned in annoyance, complaining as she moderated the information. This is so damn annoying. Can't these people just stay quietly in their homes? Why do they have to post such panic-inducing stuff? Do they think the dark monsters aren't powerful enough as it is? The more she dealt with it, the more frustrated she became, finally shouting in anger and startling the people behind her. Can't we just cut off their internet access? Tens of millions of people are posting. How is a team of just a few tens of thousands supposed to delete it all? Someone reluctantly spoke up. Young lady, if we actually cut off the internet, I'm afraid their panic will only get worse. Hearing this, she turned her head away and replied sulkily, I know that. I'm just venting. Okay, it's so frustrating. After speaking, She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Loe Nak, hasn't the army broken through yet?" "It's been half an hour." He checked a report before replying. "All routes into Tianhai City are blocked by bats at the 3rd stage of the Courageous Spring Realm. They can't advance for the time being. Please be patient, young lady." Fifi let out a soft breath, her anxiety easing slightly as she prayed in her heart. "Lam Thien, you have to be okay." At that same moment, the scene shifts to a high-rise building within the city. Lam Thien and Lan Nguyet walked slowly inside, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Seeing the two of them, Vu Tin immediately cried out, "Captain Lam," while Thien Puang also called out happily, "Big bro." He walked over and asked in a steady, low voice, "Is everyone all right?" Vu Tin quickly replied, "At that time, Kai and I were training in the villa. We only found out the anomaly had occurred when Director Liu called." Before she could finish, Thien Puang jumped in to brag, "Big bro, when the anomaly happened, I was eating barbecue with my little brother. A mutated bat rushed over to attack him, so I killed it with one punch and then skewered it like a giant kebab and grilled it, and all he could say was, 'Just try not to get a stomach ache.'" The atmosphere calmed down, and Lu An, sitting at the head of the table, spoke up. "Lam Thien, now that you're here, we can start the video conference with the military." To which he nodded and replied, "All right." With that, he opened the communication screen and announced, "Commander Tam, my side is ready." The large screen immediately displayed the image of Commander-in-Chief Tam, who, upon seeing that everyone from the Spirit Energy Association was present, said, "Then let's immediately begin discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City." Currently, the 2 main highways to the east and west of the city are both blocked by a large number of mutated bats. A massive energy reaction is appearing in the central square in the southeast of the city, and we believe it's very likely the entity controlling the swarm of mutated bats. Hearing this, he mused quietly to himself, repeating the words, "the central square." Suddenly, he noticed the person in front of him was trembling slightly, and he wondered, why does Lai Kai look so unsettled? Commander-in-Chief Tam didn't notice anything unusual and continued, "We plan to force a breakthrough from the eastern highway to open an escape route, then evacuate the civilians from the central square and suppress it with heavy firepower. To speed up the evacuation, we need the Spirit Energy Association's assistance to approach the central square from another route and begin the evacuation ahead of schedule. According to the Analysis Department's calculations, the entire plan must be completed within 50 minutes. Otherwise, the creature in the central square will evolve beyond our ability to handle it." After finishing his presentation, he looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" Lai Kai stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Commander-in-Chief Tam, what if the military doesn't make it to the central square in time? Will the detonation time be delayed?" To which he immediately replied, "No, at the designated time, all firepower will be concentrated on the target to ensure that creature cannot evolve." Hearing that, she angrily slammed the table in protest. "How can you do that? Isn't that just gambling with the lives of the people in the central square?" He calmly replied, "If we let that dark monster successfully evolve, the casualties won't be limited to the central square, but the entire Tianhai City, and maybe even all of Donghai Province," she stammered, trembling. But Commander-in-Chief Tam cut her off, his gaze sharp. "You have someone very important to you in that square, don't you?" He hit the mark, and she trembled, lowering her head and biting her lip as she answered, "My family lives in the residential area near the central square." As soon as she finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the entire room. Vu Tin quickly helped Lai Kai sit down and comforted her. "Don't worry, Kai, I'll definitely help you rescue your family. Captain Lam gave me special training a few days ago, so I've gotten much stronger." Thien Phuong also jumped to his feet and pledged, "That's right, I'll call my boys right now and tell them to drive over here." Commander-in-Chief Tam sighed and gave an order. "Miss Lai Kai, if that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to withdraw from this operation." Hearing that suggestion, she was stunned and then cried out in defiance. "But why?" He answered bluntly. "A soldier ruled by emotion will compromise the mission. When you get to the central square, the first thing you'll think of will be your parents. Director Liu, to ensure the mission's success, please reconfirm the personnel assignments." While Liu An was still hesitating, unsure how to respond, someone suddenly cut in. Wait, the one who spoke was Lam Thien. And he didn't beat around the bush, immediately retorting, "Commander Tam, your plan has a fatal flaw." Hearing his voice, the commander asked, slightly annoyed, "What is it?" He raised his hand and wagged his index finger as if lecturing. "Your bombs won't be able to do a single bit of damage to that monster." The entire conference room froze in unison, as Liu An and the others exclaimed, "What?" Seeing their reaction, Commander-in-Chief Tam frowned and demanded, "How could you possibly know that?" Lam Thien smirked confidently. "Because I'm the one who seriously wounded that monster not too long ago," he continued. "Commander Tam, I don't think your plan is feasible. Let's go with my plan instead," the commander asked curiously. "And what is your plan?" He stuffed his hands in his pockets, stood up, and stated plainly, "Have your men bring in the weapon I told you about a few days ago. I'll cut down that dark-type monster. How about that?" At the same time, a young woman stood before a pitch-black tunnel leading into the city center, her body stiff with tension. The watch on her wrist ticked. It was now 12 o'clock, and she was waiting for orders from the command center. Fai tightened the strap of the case on her back and led Trin Ningia and a group of armed soldiers into the tunnel. "For the people of Thien Hai City. I have to get this into Lam Thien's hands." The order came through her earpiece. "All units, listen up. We will now commence the mission to subjugate the anomaly in Thien Hai City." From the General Command Headquarters, specific instructions were issued. The operation route begins at the eastern highway entrance of Thien Hai City, and the endpoint is the People's Square in Thien Hai City. Commander-in-Chief Tam clasped his hands, his voice firm. "The mission is to escort the weapon transport. Forces will be divided into 5 small teams, and no matter the cost, you must ensure the weapon reaches the People's Square safely." His eyes gleamed with clear determination. "Everything is for the people." Fai and the other teams immediately set out, and everyone replied in unison. For the people. Inside the highway tunnel leading to the city center, thousands of bats suddenly swarmed out, filling the entire space. Without hesitation, the soldiers opened fire in unison, unleashing their modern firepower directly on the swarm of bats. But the bats were too numerous, and the pressure was relentless. They had only advanced a short distance before people were bitten and injured, their panicked screams echoing through the dark tunnel. Fai pushed with all her might, leading the formation to clear a path, her voice urgent. "Everyone, charge forward with me." As a soldier, she refused to yield. Her eyes were stern as she told herself, "I absolutely have to survive this." In the skies above Sky Sea City, the bats flew in a dense swarm, swirling around like a thick cloud of black dust. They crashed into glass windows, shattering them repeatedly, trying to break into attack and drain the spiritual energy of the people trapped in the city. But before they could get inside, they were struck by a bolt of lightning as massive as a pillar, their bodies charring as they fell from the sky. The one who had acted was Lam Thien. As he dealt with them, he clicked his tongue. "If I'd known it would be this much trouble, I wouldn't have gone so easy on them back in the forest." Vu Tin and Lan Nguyet followed closely behind him, calling out, "Captain Lam, wait for us." The number of bats in the city was endless. They just kept coming. They swarmed forward again, this time targeting the 2 women. But they weren't easy targets. Vu Tin unleashed her water dragon technique, and Lan Nguyet coordinated with her ice spikes, their seamless attacks forcing a group of bats to retreat. The bats were frozen solid, falling to the ground and shattering into tiny pieces. Looking at the swarm that still blotted out the sky, Lan Nguyet's face paled with worry. "Damn it. just how many of these things are left in Sky Sea City? Vu Tin was also on edge. She spoke quickly. I can sense that these bats are replicating themselves by absorbing spiritual energy. A chill ran down Lan Nguyet's spine as she considered the possibility. The thing covering the sky isn't a dark cloud. I'm afraid the number of bats is beyond our ability to count. Vu Tin nodded. If they all merge into a single entity, just how powerful would it become? While the two of them were still worrying, Lam Thien appeared behind them and reassured them. Don't worry. That thing couldn't beat me in the forest. And it can't beat me out here either. He brought the conversation back to their objective. Right now, the most important thing is to get to People's Square and regroup with Tam Phi Phi and the others. Meanwhile, on Phi Phi's side, the team had made it through the highway tunnel and had set foot in the city. Everyone was exhausted and panting for breath. Each person was injured, with wounds of clearly varying severity. From amidst the dense swarm of bats in the air, a cold voice rang out. You are mine. The one who appeared was Kuang Vu. There was a strange look in his eyes. He was clearly no longer the Kuang Vu they once knew. He gave a sinister smile. We meet again. Beautiful. Phi Phi frowned in disgust, her gaze turning icy. So, it's you again. Looking at the distorted figure of Kuang Vu before her, she questioned him in a stern voice. Are you responsible for the chaos in Sky Sea City? Do you have any idea how many innocent people have died because of you? Kuang Vu acted indifferent, cleaning his ear as he replied lazily, I don't know, and I don't care. That trash didn't deserve to live anyway. Becoming my nourishment is their greatest honor. Rage flared up inside her, and Phi Phi launched herself forward, aiming a kick at his head. You bastard! But the kick had no effect on him at all. Instead, her own leg went numb from the recoil. Stunned, Phi Phi stumbled back, her eyes wide with panic. What the? Dark energy erupted from Kuang Vu's entire body as his smile widened. His voice dripped with contempt. Spiritual energy cultivators like you are nothing more than insects to me. He condensed the dark energy and explained leisurely. If you all hadn't desperately tried to break through, I would have only recovered half of my peak strength even after devouring everyone in Sky Sea City. But now, all I have to do is devour you, and I'll return to my most powerful state. Phi Phi flinched and took another step back. What did you say? But she was too close and was caught by the dark energy. Kuang Vu's laughter echoed in her ear. Just like that little brat Kuang Vu. Be a good girl and become my nourishment. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted as a sharp pillar of ice shot up between them, severing the encroaching dark energy. Loi Nak stepped forward, his gaze cold and annoyed. My young lady doesn't seem to like you very much, so I guess I'll just have to send you to hell. Phi Phi stared at him, stunned. Loi Nak. Kuang Vu released an even stronger wave of dark energy, his eyes scanning Loi Nak with amusement. Fusion Realm, 4th stage. No, your spiritual energy has already reached the Fusion Realm 5th stage. He chuckled softly. If I devour you, not only will I recover my peak strength, but I'll even evolve to the next level. Loi Nak turned his head and instructed. Young lady, take the others and go meet up with Lam Thien. Leave this place to me. Knowing she would only be a hindrance if she stayed, she nodded and led her people away. Before leaving, she added, You have to be careful, seeing his beautiful prey getting away. Kuang Vu instantly grew furious and gave chase. Where do you think you're going? But immediately, a wall of ice erected by Loi Nak blocked his path. His face turned cold, his voice deepening. You're not going anywhere either. Phi Phi led her team in a smooth retreat. They no longer had to face Kuang Vu, but the bats were still extremely dangerous, and the guns in their hands never stopped firing. The bats crowded the air, constantly diving down to bite people whenever they saw an opening. Phi gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Damn it! There are just too many of them. As she fired and observed, she noticed something was wrong. Damn it, these bats have evolved again. Regular bullets are almost useless now. The team fought as they retreated, and her heart filled with anxiety. Can I even get this thing to its destination? And even if I do, will Lam Thien make it in time? Phi Phi immediately suppressed her negative thoughts, her gaze becoming firm. We will definitely make it. I can't let my faith waver. As she focused on breaking through the encirclement, a bat silently stalked her from behind. It opened its mouth wide, baring its fangs, preparing to lunge at its prey. But before it could even touch her, countless bolts of lightning struck down, obliterating it in an instant. Lam Thien appeared, lightning coiling around his body, his aura cold and imposing. He had finally found her. When Phi Phi saw him, she called out joyfully, "Lam Thien." He gently patted her head, his voice reassuring. "It's okay. I'm here now. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Did you bring the item?" Fifi took the box off her back and handed it to him. "This is what he told me to bring. It's so heavy." "What is it?" Anyway, holding the box, he was a little surprised. "Didn't Commander Tam tell you?" Phi Phi shook her head. "No, he just said it was a very powerful weapon. But I don't know the specifics." He opened the box and drew out a blood-red sword, its sharp blade reflecting a cold light. Seeing the melee weapon, Phi Phi asked in surprise, "A sword? Can this thing really do that much damage?" He chuckled lightly. "Of course it can. I'll show you right now." True to his word, he called out loudly, "Dai Ton Tu, get back. Your father is here to help." Hearing this, Trin Ngia immediately shouted, "Everyone, spread out. My adoptive father is about to make his move." In the sky, the swarm of bats, no longer held back, charged towards him in unison. He calmly looked at the system interface in front of him. Then, he reached out and pressed a button on the system. Lam Thien's aura suddenly changed. The lightning around him turned a sinister red and black, merging with the crimson sword in his hand to radiate a dangerous, demonic energy as he swung the blade to unleash his lightning flame. The blade slashed twice, its trajectories intersecting to form a cross, carrying an immense killing intent. Cross slash. A deep, muffled explosion echoed through the air, and entire sections of the bat swarm were wiped out in an instant. Trin Ngia's jaw dropped as he laughed heartily. "So awesome. My adoptive father is the best." Fifi stared without blinking, her eyes filled with both admiration and longing. She asked, "Lam Thien, that was so cool. Can you teach me that move?" He sheathed his sword, turned his head, and replied with a smile, "I can. But to achieve this kind of effect, you'd need to cultivate to at least the 4th stage of the Valiant selection." His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he frowned slightly as he took a head count. "Is this all that's left? Did everyone else fall?" Fifi suddenly remembered, her voice urgent. "That's right, Loi Nok and Quang Vu are fighting Lam Thien. Can you go save them?" Hearing that name, he was startled for a moment. Quang Vu. Wasn't he devoured by that dark monster? Could he still be alive? Under that same gloomy sky, in another corner of the city, Loi Nok continuously launched ice-based attacks, preventing his opponent from getting close. A series of ice pillars froze the bats that were swarming between him and Quang Vu. Quang Vu stood with his arms crossed, a faint smile on his face. "Your strength is indeed impressive, but your spiritual energy will run out sooner or later." He signaled for the swarm of bats to charge forward, his voice full of smug confidence. "But my bats are endless." The bats rushed towards the ones that had just been frozen, crowding around them. Loi Nok quickly noticed something was wrong, gritting his teeth and muttering, "They're not saving their own kind. They're devouring the residual spiritual energy." Observing more closely, he discovered that a few of the bats had already evolved to the 3rd stage of the Valiant selection. As their numbers continued to grow, he was forced to stop his assault and erect an ice shield, switching to defense. The bats grew stronger, and their overwhelming numbers pressed in. Cracks quickly appeared on the thick ice shield. With a loud crack, the ice shield shattered and the swarm of bats instantly poured through. What? Loinok was knocked back, stumbling for a moment before barely managing to regain his footing. His injured arm trembled as he frowned, calculating his next move. This situation has gotten a little troublesome. Kwang Vu sneered mockingly, keeping such a careful distance. Should I take that to mean you're afraid, unwilling to give in? Loinok gathered all his energy and launched a powerful counterattack. Piercing Ice Thorn. A long, sharp arrow of ice tore through the air, heading straight for Kwang Vu. He flashed a satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming as if he were looking at a delicious meal about to be served. As the arrow closed in, the dark energy around him flared up, directly seizing control of it and stopping it dead in midair. Loinok exclaimed in shock. What? Kwang Vu let out a wicked laugh. Ha 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 ha. I knew you'd be shocked. I won't be shy about taking this powerful spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was quickly drained away. Loinok cursed in anger. Damn it, is he using my spiritual energy to level himself up? His evolution complete. Kwang Vu raised his hand as if passing judgment. To thank you for helping me reach my peak, I'll grant you a painless end. A torrent of violent, dark energy shot straight towards Loinok. He was completely exhausted and couldn't dodge in time. He could only close his eyes, his heart filled with regret. I'm sorry, young miss. Just as life and death hung in the balance, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Lam Thien. Loinok was stunned, then quickly shouted a warning. Get out of the way! That's a full-power attack from a 4th stage Courage Spring Realm Master. You can't block that. Contrary to his expectations, Lam Thien just casually flicked his wrist, effortlessly deflecting Kwang Vu's attack. The dark energy was forced into the ground, where it exploded with a deep, resounding boom. Loinok's eyes widened as he looked around, completely unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Only then did Lam Thien turn his head, asking with an innocent expression, What were you just saying? Clutching his injured arm, Loinok quickly asked, Lam Thien, is the young miss safe? He replied nonchalantly, Oh, don't worry. She's with Lan Nguyet and the others, dealing with those annoying bats. After speaking, Lam Thien instructed him, You should go meet up with them. I'll handle this thing, and then we can discuss our next plan. Exhausted, Loinok could only nod and reply, Okay, as his comrade retreated. He looked at the possessed Kwang Vu and slowly asked, So we meet again. This time, before I kill you. Can you tell me who or what you are? Kwang Vu burst out laughing, his face twisting into a grotesque expression. What are you talking about? Lam Thien. I'm Kwang Vu. Don't you recognize me? He shook his head slightly. If you won't talk, then so be it. He drew the blade from his back, taking a ready stance. Don't be afraid. This will all be over very quickly. Floating in midair, Kwang Vu tilted his chin up contemptuously. Lam Thien, do you still think I'm the same person you fought in the forest? He condensed a massive sphere of energy and hurled it forward. Let me show you my true peak power. He didn't dodge, simply asking calmly, Is that all you've got? Lam Thien swung his blade down, and a brilliant red sword light erupted, directly blasting the energy sphere away. The remaining force of the sword strike shot straight towards Kwang Vu. He cried out in terror, What? But it was too late. The sword light, like a rift in space, completely engulfed his body, swallowing several nearby bats along with him. Immediately after, the remaining swarm of bats suddenly scattered, all flying in unison towards the dark clouds high above. Lam Thien watched them go, his sharp gaze filled with suspicion. What is that? A similar scene was unfolding all over the city. Bat swarms in every district were fleeing, as if summoned by that dark cloud. Vu Tin was stunned. What's happening? Lan Nguyet frowned deeply, asking with concern. Vu Tin, Can you also feel the energy coming from that black cloud? Vutin nodded. Yes, it's like these mutated bats are receiving orders. They're all moving towards that cloud. Fi stared at the device in her hand, her voice filled with disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. How is this possible? Noticing her strange expression, Vutin quickly asked, Ms. Tam, is something wrong? Fi's face went pale as she spoke quickly. Based on the data readings, the thing in the sky is very likely the legendary super-mutated entity. The two beside her were simultaneously stunned. Huh. Fi explained, the abnormal level is the lowest. It involves minor mutations with very little impact on the environment or people. Cultivators are usually not required. The disturbance level is when an anomaly or monster poses a minor threat, causing localized panic. It's typically handled quickly by low-level cultivators. The danger level is when a monster has significant destructive power, enough to threaten a district or a town. It requires a coordinated response from mid-level cultivators. A super-mutated entity is far beyond those levels. Its destructive power is immense, capable of leveling a small city. It usually requires multiple mid- and high-level cultivators working together. The calamity level describes a being with severe destructive power, enough to threaten an entire major city and cause heavy casualties. It forces top-tier cultivators to intervene. The catastrophe level can spread nationwide, destroying defense systems and requiring the mobilization of all elite cultivator forces. And the world-ending level is the highest threat, representing a global survival crisis. It could wipe out human civilization, forcing the Defense Alliance to respond with its full strength. The situation was already beyond their control. Fi could only pray silently. Lam Thien, you have to survive. As a high-ranking military officer, she immediately gave orders. Lan Nguyet, contact Chief Lu and request reinforcements. I'll call my grandfather. We can't let Lam Thien face that thing alone. Lan Nguyet nodded. Right. Inside the command headquarters, everyone was frantically trying to contact the combat team. Captain Fan, please respond. The communications officer cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it. The signal is completely lost. It's like the bat swarm is blocking all transmissions. Commander Tam rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Have Fi and the others retreated safely. Just then, the screen showed a new development. An observer spoke up. Everyone, look, the bat swarms are converging in the same direction, following the flight path on the screen. The entire command room was thrown into confusion. What in the world is going on? Captain Lai held his radio, calling repeatedly. Captain Fan, do you read me? Are you still alive? A monitoring staffer reported loudly. Team 2's signal is restored. Captain Lai, after the bat swarm left, communications cleared up. We can connect to the Vanguard team. Captain Lai immediately asked. Captain Fan, what's your situation report now? A tired voice came from the radio. We were ambushed by a swarm of bats around the second stage of the Valiant tier. There were a huge number of them. Then they all suddenly flew up and retreated. Another staff member received a similar message and immediately reported. Commander Tam, sir, Team 2 and Team 3 have encountered the exact same situation. Commander Tam maintained his stern expression and immediately requested a casualty report. The staff member replied in unison. Yes, sir. Just then, Commander Tam's assistant walked in with a radio. Commander, it's a signal from the young miss. Commander Tam took the radio, his voice filled with worry. Fi, you kids. Over the radio, Fi's frantic, trembling voice cried out, Grandpa, it's bad. A super mutant monster is about to appear in Thien High City. The entire command room immediately erupted in chaos. Every soldier who heard the news was visibly tense. To prevent false information from causing a panic, Commander Tam barked sternly. Deputy Commander Tam Fi, what nonsense are you spouting? Hearing her full name and title, Fi immediately gave a clear report. Commander Tam, I'm not spouting nonsense. The bats left the area around Tianhai to offer all the spiritual energy they've consumed to the super mutant monster at the center of that dark cloud. A soldier, pale-faced, stammered, "We're done for. Tianhai City is done for." "And so are we," another asked worriedly. "Is there really no way out?" A third clutched his head. "A super mutant. You'd need at least a 5th-stage Valiant tier cultivator to deal with that." Commander Tam froze, repeating the words as if to confirm them himself. A super mutant monster. He was torn by an intense internal conflict, his lips pressed into a thin line, his teeth grinding audibly. Finally, he made his decision. Commander Tam covered his face, his voice thick and trembling. "Fi, I'm so sorry, but I can't let the nation be endangered. Please don't hate me. I truly have no other choice." Understanding his choice, Fi let out a reassuring laugh. "Yes, I know. I won't blame you." Grandpa. As soon as the connection cut, Commander Tam shot to his feet and ordered, "Everyone, prepare for a full-scale destructive assault. We must contain the super mutant monster within Tianhai City at all costs," he roared, emphasizing the most critical objective. "We absolutely cannot let this disaster spread to other cities." His assistant, horrified, tried to intervene. "Commander, please, calm down. At least rescue the young Miss Wadui." Commander Tam immediately shot back. "In here, there are only generals and soldiers. There is no family. Our sacrifice is to ensure that the people we protect never have to suffer this kind of pain." With that, he turned and shouted, "All units, on my command, prepare." Just then, the radio crackled to life again. Hello, can anyone hear me?" The voice on the other end was clearly fumbling. "How do you turn this thing on? Hey. Recognizing the voice, Commander Tam froze, forgetting his order. "Lam Thien, you're still alive, in the city." Lam Thien stood directly under the massive dark cloud, holding the radio. His voice was as nonchalant as ever. "Commander Tam, I haven't even had a chance to flirt with your granddaughter yet, and you already want me dead. She's going to hate you for that." After his joke, he got straight to the point. "Tell your people to stop the bombing run, and I'll handle this super mutant monster." The command room was instantly shaken. "What, you'll handle it?" One person spoke for the group, asking in a harsh tone. "Can you really do it? That's a super mutant." "Over the radio," he replied irritably. "No kidding. You think I've got time to argue with you guys otherwise?" Seeing the Dark Sovereign had revealed itself in the dark clouds and was about to descend, he said, "Commander Tam, if you want Tianhai and your granddaughter to be safe, then give me your full support." The assistant was still hesitant. "Commander, Commander Tam had to take a leap of faith. He answered decisively, "All right, Lam Thien, what kind of support do you need from us?" By now, the Dark Sovereign had appeared in its complete form, a wicked smile spreading across its face, while his voice remained steady. "I just need you to do one thing." He slung his sword over his shoulder, smiled confidently, and stated his condition. "Whatever gets destroyed in this battle, you're responsible for the damages." The Dark Sovereign thought to itself with glee. "So, this is the spiritual energy of the real world. It feels incredible to be alive. Not only have I been successfully resurrected, but I've also evolved into a being that has reached the peak of the 5th stage of the Valiant tier." His smile grew wider with excitement. "I can feel it. I am now the most invincible being here." With that thought, he spoke tauntingly, "You must regret not killing me in the forest. Human." Immediately after, he launched a dark creature, a bat, straight towards Lam Thien. Seeing the dark creature, he laughed triumphantly. But his joy was short-lived. The Dark Sovereign's smile instantly vanished. Not only was he stunned, but the entire control room was also in disbelief. How is that possible? A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, tearing the dark creature bat in two right on the spot. Lam Thien hadn't moved an inch. but that lightning bolt clearly came from his power. The people in the control room shivered as they watched, exclaiming, "Is that the legendary lightning attribute? That's terrifying. Anyone with that ability is a monster." Commander Tam rested his chin on his hand, observing with a heavy gaze before giving a faint compliment. "Kid, it seems you really haven't disappointed me." On the ground, crowds of people were scrambling onto evacuation vehicles. A loudspeaker repeatedly tried to calm them. "Everyone, please do not panic. Buses from all over the city are arriving in succession. Please do not push." The pillar of lightning shot straight up into the sky from where Lam Thien stood, illuminating the entire area and immediately drawing the attention of the populace. Seeing the sight, someone in the crowd shouted, "Everyone, look, is someone undergoing a heavenly tribulation?" The crowd immediately burst into excited chatter. "I've never seen lightning this massive. It must be a powerful master undergoing a tribulation. That's definitely the Nine Heavens lightning tribulation." While in the middle of the fight, Vutin caught sight of the pillar of lightning and called out to the person beside her, "Sister Lan Nguyet. That must be Captain Lam's power." She frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the lightning pillar, and sighed to herself. "Lam Thien is just absurdly strong. I used to think that reaching the fourth realm of the brave would be enough to catch up to him. But looking at it now, I was just being ridiculous." Elsewhere, Phi was being heavily protected by soldiers, and although she was a little unused to it, her heart was filled with pride. Lam Thien, as expected of the man I chose. Back on the battlefield, a dark figure slowly descended from above, closing in on the Dark Sovereign. Lam Thien raised his sword and pointed it directly at him, his voice cold and concise. "Now, it's my turn." The creature panicked and hastily unleashed a wave of power to block his path, but he easily deflected the attack with the tip of his sword. Immediately after, he unleashed his Thunderfire sword technique, sending an Ice Mountain slash straight toward his opponent. The Dark Sovereign's face turned pale as he watched the attack hurtle toward him. He quickly summoned a magic circle to act as a shield, but the defense didn't even last a second before it was shattered. The Dark Sovereign's eyes widened in horror as he screamed, "What?" When the force of the sword dissipated, his body was already heavily wounded. In a fit of rage, dark tendrils sprouted from his back and lashed out as he roared. "Damn you." Lam Thien moved with incredible agility, dodging every single attack. The creature grew more and more frantic, screaming, "Damn it, if it weren't for that sword, you would have been dead long ago." Hearing this, he deliberately provoked him further. "Oh, what's wrong? There's plenty more where that came from." The Dark Sovereign was completely enraged and poured all his strength into a counterattack. "You're asking for death." He fired a violently swirling blast of energy straight at him. Its target was the middle of his forehead, the very spot he had just taunted with. But the moment the attack made contact, it was reflected right back. Seeing this, the creature shrieked in panic. "Impossible. That was my full power as a peak, 5th realm. Brave. How are you unhurt? Could it be you've reached the 6th realm? Or maybe even higher?" After hearing this, he reached up and touched the spot where he was hit. His voice, calm. "If this is the full extent of your power, then you can just die here." Seeing that he was about to strike again, the Dark Sovereign quickly calculated, "I can't die here. I need to absorb more power to evolve." He turned and fled just like last time, screaming inwardly, "Just you wait. Once I reach the 6th realm, no, the 7th realm, I will return for my revenge." But things were different this time. Lam Thien locked onto his target and said coldly, "I'm not letting you run this time." With that, he began to gather the power of the Thunderfire sword technique at the tip of his blade. Sensing that immense power, the creature trembled, gritting its teeth as it tried desperately to escape. But it was too late. Lam Thien launched his sword, piercing straight through the Dark Sovereign's body and finishing him completely. He screamed in despair, "No, no." After his final scream, the Dark Sovereign and the sword's energy disintegrated into dust, scattering in the wind. In the command room, everyone erupted in cheers. "We did it. The super mutant monster has been eliminated. Heavenly Sea. City is saved. The thunderflame blazed like the dawn for Heavenly Sea City. No, it was the dawn for all of humanity. The commander-in-chief immediately stood up to assign post-battle duties. Everyone. Begin rescue operations. Ensure every victim receives timely medical treatment. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, sir. Time passed, and a few days later at Lam Thien's house, Liu An sat in the living room chatting with him. Thanks to you, we overcame the crisis in Heavenly Sea City. The military and the Spirit Energy Association want to give you a reward. Is there anything you'd like to request? Hearing this, he immediately sat up straight, leaned in, and said seriously, Actually, there is one thing I desperately need. I hope you can help me with it. Liu An listened intently. He pointed towards the 3 girls who were gathered together talking. Can you please help me by taking these people away? My house is already cramped as it is. Lam Thien grumbled in frustration. They come here every single day. I can't get any peace. And what's more, those other 2 are being a bad influence on Vu Tin. Can't you see? After hearing this, Liu An stroked his chin thoughtfully. If Lan and Guyet can't leave, then Tham Phi Phi will be stuck here too. In that case, it doesn't really matter if Tu Vu Tin goes or not. After a moment of thought, he finally realized what he wanted, mistaking it for a request for a bigger villa. Though they were talking about 2 different things, they both nodded in agreement. Lam Thien, this is a simple matter. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. A bright morning dawned at the top of a high-rise building. Inside, a small meeting was underway, and it quickly moved on to the main topic of the day. The person leading the meeting pointed to the screen and got straight to the point. He performed a great service during the Heavenly Sea City crisis. What should we reward him with? One person immediately proposed. I think we should grant him resources and cultivate him into a super-level cultivator for our nation, just like the Western countries. That man and the person next to him nodded in agreement. That's right. We can even promote him into a celebrity. A hero's image would encourage the youth to cultivate. Another person with a stern expression immediately retorted, A celebrity? Are you kidding me? He's not just the hero of Sky Sea City, he's a cultivation genius of the Ha Kingdom. I propose that he joins the military's high command and be responsible for training cultivators in the future. Commander-in-Chief Tam Duong seemed to agree and continued to ask, Are there any other suggestions? Just then, someone walked in and interrupted the meeting. I object. That person was Han Hu Fong, and everyone exclaimed in surprise, Commander Han, why are you here? Commander Tam looked slightly worried. Hu Fong, why are you back? Could it be? He didn't exchange pleasantries, his face serious as he asked directly. Commander-in-Chief, I heard you've already gone to distribute the rewards to those kids. Hearing this, Commander Tam placed his hands on the table, interlacing his fingers, and replied, Commander Han, what exactly do you mean by that? Having waited for this exact question, he immediately clarified. What I mean is, a brat who defeated a monster through sheer luck is not worthy of receiving a medal. Someone immediately objected. Commander Han, that's going too far. He didn't resolve the crisis through luck. That's right. The entire mission is on record. Relying on his authority, Hu Fong shot them a contemptuous glance and said in a low, condescending tone, Is there a place for 2 useless wastes like you to interrupt here? A hand tapped lightly on the tabletop, breaking the tense atmosphere. Commander Tam calmly explained, Commander Han, a 5th realm valiant selection monster cannot be defeated by luck alone. I understand your doubts, but his medal is not for you to decide. Seeing the decision was final, Hu Fong had no choice but to sit down, his voice cold. If you insist on giving him the medal, there's nothing I can do. In any case, I don't acknowledge it. Afterward, Commander Tam continued to preside over the meeting. The meeting will continue. Are there any other opinions? He's not in it for fame or fortune. What he wants isn't a position or public attention. Only silence answered him. No one else spoke up. Seeing everyone's silence, he turned to Liu An. "Old Liu, do you have any ideas?" Waiting for the right moment, Liu An smirked to himself. "Your relationship with that kid isn't going so well, is it? At this moment. Only I know what he needs most." With that thought, he adjusted his tone and presented. "I met him a few days ago and asked what he needed. He made one point very clear." The entire room was instantly filled with anticipation. "Oh, oh, oh, old Liu. You're the man. Don't keep us in suspense. Spit it out." Liu An slowly recounted. Lam Thien's exact words were, he recalled the scene, repeating the words Lam Thien had uttered. "Those people come here every single day, making it impossible for me to live a normal life. Plus, those two are corrupting Vu Than. Don't you see?" From that, he concluded and proposed. Therefore, what he wants is a bigger house, one where he can live with Lin Nguyet and the others without it being so cramped. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. So that's what it was. Why didn't we think of that? We overlooked basic needs like food and shelter. Only Commander Tam understood a different meaning. Thinking to himself, he wants Lin Nguyet and the others to leave. But that Phi girl also has feelings for him. Oh well, I might as well be wrong one more time. The decision made, he cleared his throat and began. "In that case, everyone, see if there are any suitable villas or large apartments in Sky Sea City." Hio Fong, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Stop looking. I know a villa that's very suitable." Hearing that he intended to grant a house, the person next to him was stunned. Didn't Commander Han just object? Why the sudden change of heart? Commander Tam seemed to understand, exclaiming, "Oh, you mean the villa at that place?" Hiu Fong flashed a dangerous smile and introduced it. The Green Lake Manor on Red Sun Road in the Maritime City. Hearing this name, the whole room erupted in chaos. Isn't the Maritime City already sealed off? The mutation there, according to military documents, has reached the 6th Realm Valiant selection. Realizing the intent, Liu An immediately questioned him. "Commander Han, my Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association has never offended you. Why are you making things difficult for Lam Thien? Today's meeting is about a reward, not a new mission." Hiu Fong casually provoked. "I just think that if he can't even clean up that villa, then he doesn't deserve the reward." That statement directly hit a nerve with Commander Tam, causing his expression to darken noticeably. "Commander Han, are you questioning my decision?" Hiu Fong didn't back down, responding directly. "I wouldn't dare. I just want to see with my own eyes if the so-called hero you all speak of truly lives up to his name." Not long after, the scene shifts to Lam Thien's house. An apologetic voice was heard as a file was handed over. "Brother Lam Thien, I'm sorry." Liu An scratched his head awkwardly at Lam Thien's confused expression. "You went through hell and back this time. The military originally intended to give you a generous reward, but someone interfered. And this is the result." On the paper was his property information. Owner, Lam Thien. Form of ownership, joint tenancy in common. Address, Green Lake Manor, Red Sun Road, Maritime City. Seeing the details clearly, he was stunned, his mind blank. Holy crap, this place has to be worth at least tens of millions. Are they really just giving it to me? Seeing his trembling hands and silence, Liu An thought he didn't like it and quickly offered, "Lam Thien, if you're not satisfied, I'll risk my old life to get you a different one." Before he could do anything, Lam Thien grabbed him and yelled, "Are you kidding me? Tens of millions isn't a matter of whether I like it or not. It's a matter of whether I deserve it." Without further hesitation, he stuffed the papers into his clothes, decisively accepting the house. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the man casually added that, last month, a rushing spring 6th realm mutated creature appeared in Seaside City, and its power center was right inside this very villa, so the military would dispatch a squad to coordinate the subjugation. Lam Thien immediately showed his disdain and flatly refused. Why make it so complicated? I can just go by myself, Liu An hastily explained. Lam Thien, I know you just took down a rushing spring 5th realm monster, but that creature is at the 6th realm. It's only one realm apart, but the power gap is like heaven and earth. You absolutely cannot underestimate it. Before the man could say more, he cut him off decisively. I know. He raised a hand to rub his nose, his tone matter-of-fact. But I'm at the rushing spring 7th realm now. Liu An's jaw dropped in shock as he gasped. What? On the highway, a car sped along, and a conversation could be heard from inside. Boss, what's the deal with this kid? Why do we have to coordinate with him? Tui Li added contemptuously to Hu Fong. And it's about the Green Lake Manor. No less. Our brothers from the barracks fought for half a month with no progress. What can some kid who's barely an adult even do? He replied with a stern face. We'll see if he's capable or not soon enough. Let him show us what he's got. I just hope he didn't climb up through sheer luck. Otherwise, the thing inside Green Lake won't let him come out alive. Hearing this, Tui Li nodded in agreement. The boss is right. He must have gotten lucky during the Tianhai anomaly. Otherwise, why would he dare to skip the commendation ceremony, in my opinion? He's just a fraud. Encouraged by the agreement, Hu Fong grew even more conceited. Arrogant kids like him really need adults like us to teach them a lesson from time to time. Just then, Secretary Tran leaned forward from the back seat to remind him. Commander Han, please don't let personal feelings interfere with the military's mission. Reclaiming the land in Seaside City must be completed. No matter the cost, he replied coldly. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa where someone was already waiting at the gate. Secretary Tran stepped forward to shake his hand. Hello, Lam Thien. I am Secretary Tran. From the mayor's office of Seaside City, he replied politely. Hello. Then, she pointed towards Hu Fong and Tui Li and introduced them. These two are Commander Han and Lieutenant Lai. They are in charge of dealing with the mutated creature. As soon as she finished speaking, the commander stepped forward and asked directly, Are you the one who dealt with the rushing spring 5th realm monster? He gave a slight nod in response. What about it? Hu Fong observed him coldly and said, Nothing. I just thought you'd be tough and rugged like my soldiers. I didn't expect you to be a pretty boy. Feeling disrespected, Lam Thien retorted without holding back. So what, you think the monster will go easy on you just because you're big and brawny? Hearing his insult, Tui Li became enraged. You... Hu Fong immediately raised a hand to stop him. Lam Thien, if all you have is a sharp tongue, I'm afraid you won't be leaving this manor alive. Lam Thien replied calmly. Don't worry, I'm very practical. I don't talk much when I can act. If you two are afraid of dying, you don't have to come in. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Secretary Tran quickly intervened. All right, I don't care if you all get along or not, but once you enter Green Lake Manor, you must all support each other. Any problems if no one speaks up? I'll take that as a yes. Next, I will brief you on the mission. After speaking, she began to recount the situation at the villa after the Earth's spiritual energy was restored. An extremely powerful dark spiritual energy suddenly appeared at Green Lake Manor, which was then occupied by an unknown creature. According to our sensor data, it's at least at the rushing spring 5th realm. We only managed to temporarily contain the situation after civilian casualties reached 68. That's all the information I can provide. The rest is up to you. You must be extremely careful on this mission. The moment she finished speaking, he had already turned around, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. If you're done talking, then let's go. Watching him charge straight in, Tui Li exclaimed in shock. Boss, is this kid insane? He went in before we even discussed a plan, Hu Fong urged. Follow him. Don't let him get away. And just like that, Lam Thien proceeded directly deep inside. As he walked, He opened his system screen to check. Another dark monster. That made 3 times in just a few short days. Last time he completed a mission, he was even rewarded with a new attribute column. Should I choose the dark attribute or the light attribute? The longer he thought, the more he frowned. In his past life, he didn't have this kind of power, so he never truly understood the light and dark attributes. Which one should he ultimately choose? To prevent Lin Nguyet and the others from facing a similar situation, I'll try choosing the light attribute. Hopefully. It comes with healing abilities, just as he made his choice. Hu Fong and Tu Wai Li caught up. Hey, you just recklessly charged in without even a battle plan. Did you actually think of a strategy or something? He answered calmly. No, but it's pointless to stand outside and make up plans based on imagination. We have to go in and see for ourselves before we can strategize. Tui Li was still fuming over his attitude. Are you reliable at all? When Hu Fong suddenly noticed something was wrong and shouted in alarm. Watch out! A mutated hound lunged out of nowhere, pouncing straight towards them. He immediately pushed Tui Li aside, then charged forward and threw a punch to block it. The mutated hound took the hit and was knocked back several feet. Hu Fong stood protectively in front of Tui Li, holding his stance as he asked, "Are you okay?" The lieutenant replied warily, "I'm fine. Thanks, boss," though he appeared calm on the outside. Tui Li's face had already gone pale. The creature just outside is stronger than me. So what's waiting inside the manor? As he was lost in thought, Hu Fong charged forward again, shouting a warning. You two, be careful. This mutated dog is already at the power of the rushing spring 4th realm. He immediately engaged, officially beginning his fight with the rushing spring 4th realm mutated hound. Tui Li watched with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration. As expected of the boss, he can fight on even terms with that thing. After trading a few blows, he spun around and landed a powerful kick right in its face. The mutated hound took the kick, leaving it covered in wounds with its mouth dripping blood, but exerting himself for so long had left him exhausted, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Lam Thian watched from a distance and spoke up, sounding bored. "Commander Han, are you done playing around? Can we proceed into the manor now?" Seeing this, Tu Wai Li shot back defensively. "What do you know? This mutant hound is already at the 4th level of the Courage Spring realm. You think..." Before he could finish, Lam Thian reached for the hilt of the sword on his back and drew it in one smooth motion. Immediately after, he swung down in a single, decisive slash. The strike shot forward, cleanly finishing off the mutant hound in an instant. Witnessing this, Hu Fong froze, his jaw dropping in utter astonishment. Then he coolly turned and walked on, leaving them behind. "I'm heading inside first. You two can take your time playing." His mind was reeling. He had just split the monster that was his equal in 2 with a single slash, which meant Tui Li also realized he wasn't someone to be trifled with and asked cautiously, "Boss, did we just provoke someone we shouldn't have?" Hu Fong urged him. "Go apologize to Brother Lam Thian immediately. We absolutely cannot afford to offend someone like him." By then, he had already reached the villa's entrance and walked straight inside. He glanced around the empty space before him, a sense of wrongness creeping in as he muttered, "Something's not right. 68 people died, so why isn't there a single body in this manor?" Just as he was pondering this, Hu Fong ran up. Lam Thian called out to him, "Commander Han, I have a question for you." The commander listened attentively. "Lam Thian, just ask." He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Did your troops come in and move the bodies?" The commander answered slowly and honestly, "No, we didn't. We used all our strength just to contain the mutated creatures inside. We couldn't possibly go in that deep." "Why do you ask?" Lam Thian gestured to the empty scene before them, looking at him with suspicion. "If what you're saying is true, then the mutated creature in this villa is probably not just at the 5th level of the Courage Spring realm. Inside that magnificent, luxurious villa." Hu Fong frowned, suggesting a possibility. Could the bodies have been eaten by the monster? Lam Thien immediately dismissed the idea. Mutated creatures prefer to devour spiritual energy, not our flesh and blood. After speaking, he glanced at the two of them and warned, in any case, be careful. Let's split up and search. Who's going upstairs? After what had just happened, Hu Fong knew his place and agreed readily. Brother Lam Thien, we'll follow your lead. Hearing this, he immediately gave orders. In that case, I'll go upstairs. You two check the basement. The commander nodded quickly. Got it. The sound of his leather shoes echoed on each step as he made his way up the stairs. Past the staircase, a long, dark corridor stretched out before him. Lam Thien kept his breathing steady, opening the door to each room he passed without missing a single one. He checked each room one by one, only stopping when he reached the large door at the end of the hall. He stepped inside to observe, and his heart sank. This isn't right. Even if a monster ate the flesh, it should have at least left the bones behind. He decided to try channeling the light attribute spiritual energy he had just acquired to see if it would have any effect. As soon as the spiritual energy activated, several wisps of darkness appeared around him, trying to creep closer. The darkness grew thicker, but it was constantly pushed back, unable to touch him. Thanks to that spiritual energy, he discovered the anomaly and exclaimed, "Found it." At the same time, down in the basement, Tui Li and Hu Fong entered the wine cellar. The air was heavy. "Boss, this place feels really strange," Hu Fong warned in a low voice. "Be careful. Be ready to fight at any moment." Tui Li immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Just as he finished speaking, a massive shadow swooped down from above, passing right over their heads. Both men froze and exclaimed in unison, "What was that?" The shadow landed heavily in front of them, creating a resounding thud. After it landed, both of them immediately tensed up, assuming a defensive stance. Before them was a bizarrely shaped monster, with drool dripping from its small, skull-like head. Without hesitation, they both charged forward. Hu Fong shouted, "Lao Truong, let's go." Tui Li responded immediately, "Yes, boss." Seeing them approach, the monster exhaled a foul, pungent breath. Immediately after, it swung its claws, unleashing several slashes forward. Hio Fong threw a powerful punch, directly blocking 3 of the claw marks. Even though he blocked the attack, his hands were still trembling. A chill ran down his spine as he thought, "This beast is incredibly strong." Tui Lai circled around behind it, using his wind-based combat skill, Gale Fist, in a sneak attack. Go to hell. He poured his strength into a punch aimed straight at the monster's body, but the blow left no mark at all. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible? Its hide is so tough." In the moment, he was distracted. The monster spun around and lunged at him with its mouth wide open. Hu Fong rushed forward, shouting with his bare hands raised, "Don't you dare lay a hand on my brother!" Before he could even get close, the monster whipped its tail, slamming it hard into his chest. The blow sent Hu Fong flying, throwing him violently against a shelf behind him. He clutched his chest and let out a pained groan. Seeing this, Tui Li panicked and yelled, "Boss!" A rush of hot blood clouded his judgment, and he charged forward recklessly. "I'll take you down with me, you damn beast." Hu Fong quickly shouted to stop him. "Tui Lai, don't." Just then, a familiar column of lightning struck down from the ceiling, piercing through the monster and finishing it off. Tui Li froze, looking up in stunned silence. Lam Thien looked down from the hole he had just created, his voice casual. "What kind of game are you two playing? You can't even take down a single amateur." Hu Fong stood up, clutching his chest, asking with a mix of shock and curiosity, "You killed a monster from the Green Lake Mountain Villa in a single blow. Just how powerful are you now?" He landed lightly in front of him and corrected his words. "What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even seen the real monster yet." Hearing this, Hu Fong grew even more confused and repeated, "This isn't a monster from the Green Lake Mountain Villa." Lam Thien sighed softly and said, "No, that was just a dark incarnation. It's complicated to explain. Let me just show you." As he spoke, He channeled his light-based power, and a light like a starry sky spread out. Next, I will show you the real world. The halo of light erupted, blinding the two of them with its brilliant glare. As the halo gradually faded, a chilling scene was immediately laid bare before the three of them. Seeing the scene clearly, Hu Feng stood frozen in shock, his throat tight, unable to utter a word. This is... In front of them were countless monsters, identical to the one that had just attacked him and Tu Yi Li. They swarmed across the ground, fighting over and tearing apart the corpses of the remaining army soldiers. A heavy feeling suddenly rose in his heart. He and Tu Yi Li had risked their lives just to hold off one of them, yet here was an entire horde. Tu Yi Li was just as panicked, blurting out, How are there so many? Lam Thien, standing beside him, reminded him, Don't be ridiculous. The Green Lake Mountain Villa has always been a monster den. A number like this is to be expected. Hio Fong quickly stepped forward, his voice urgent as he suggested, Let's retreat first. I'll call the army to bombard this place with heavy firepower. Otherwise, we'll never get in. Tu Yi Li immediately agreed. That's right. Boss, let's fall back. But he immediately grew angry, turning to yell at him, Are you kidding me? This villa is my reward if you blow it up. Where am I supposed to live? After speaking, he turned back to the horde of monsters, drew his sword, and said slowly, There's no need for all that trouble. To deal with these amateurs, all you need is one move. With a single swing, his power exploded, creating a massive vortex that swept across the battlefield. Lam Thien used the Thunder Circle's single slash, its cutting power coiling into a great whirlwind. The vortex tore through every monster in the villa, instantly finishing them all. Witnessing this, Hu Feng and Tu Yi Li's faces went pale, a single thought dominating their minds. Just what level of power is this? He wiped out the entire horde with a single slash. A moment later, the vortex dissipated, and the horde of monsters had completely vanished. The two men quickly spoke up. Hu Feng went first. Brother Lam Thien. No, Boss Lam Thien. You're incredibly strong. So the Green Lake Mountain Villa has been dealt with. Tu Yi Li added, Yeah, I thought we were dead for sure. I never expected you to finish it all with one slash. He immediately shook his head, denying it. No, the monster in Green Lake isn't finished. The ones that just died were merely sacrifices. Hearing this, Hu Feng's eyes widened in terror. What sacrifices? He was shaken to his core. Those terrifying monsters were just pawns. Then what does that make those of us who risked our lives fighting them? He didn't dare to think about it further and quickly said, Boss Lam Thien. Last month, the military department scouted this area. The strongest signal was only around the 5th level of the Gushing Spring realm. He replied calmly, Then that makes it even clearer. In the past month, that monster at the 5th level of the Gushing Spring realm has evolved to become even stronger. After hearing this, Tu Yi Li asked worriedly in a low voice, In that case, Boss Lam Thien, what are our chances of winning? He turned his back and walked forward, his voice firm. Don't worry. You two stay behind me and don't wander off. Leave the remaining abominations to me. His words made both of them nod immediately. Yes, no problem. He took the lead, guiding the two of them deeper inside to begin their operation. As soon as they entered the house, Lam Thien continuously swung his sword, sending slash after slash flying straight ahead. The successive slashes tore the monsters apart, reducing them to scattered pieces. Hiding behind the door, Hu Feng watched with a slightly trembling voice. Is this the true power of a spiritual qi cultivator to kill so quickly? Tu Yi Li, huddled behind him, added, Boss, right now, we're nothing more than walking experience points waiting to be farmed. The two of them cautiously followed behind him. And in less than 10 minutes, he had wiped out every monster on the first floor of the villa. Lam Thien continued to clear the path, cleaving a monster in two with a single sword strike. The deeper he went, the more clearly he could sense what he was looking for. That aura was coming from the backyard. With that thought, he immediately sped up and dashed off. I'm going to check the backyard. You two be careful. But they, afraid of being left behind, chased after him. Big brother Lam Thien, we're coming too. Just as he arrived in the backyard, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted. Lam Thien froze, staring at the glowing object before him, and whispered. That is, in front of him was an object that looked like a dark, blood-red heart. It was still beating rhythmically, like a real living creature. Without hesitation, he began to gather his power, certain in his heart that this thing was the leader of the Green Lake Manor. Seeing him like this, Tu Li was about to call out, Brother Lam Thien, but Hu Fong immediately stopped him, signaling for silence. Don't speak. Big brother Lam Thien is concentrating his power. Only Tu Li remained confused, asking in a low voice, what on earth is he gathering power for? Could that be the final monster of Green Lake Manor? Hio Fong explained in a grave tone. Old Truong. The aura on Big Brother Lam Thien. I've only ever felt it from one other person. And hearing this, he froze, hesitantly realizing. Don't tell me it's... He nodded slightly in confirmation. That's right. The president of the Hai Thuong City Spiritual Qi Cultivators Association, the 6th-level Courageous Spring Realm expert, Mr. Vuong. This was the hidden king behind everything. Just as he finished speaking, a deformed leg extended from deep within that heart. Lam Thien's reflexes were incredibly fast, and he launched a lightning flame single slash straight at the heart. But the bird-like foot simply closed slightly, directly crushing his attack. Immediately after, the heart exploded, and a phoenix broke out from its cocoon, its cry echoing throughout the space. Seeing this, Hu Fong and Tu Li screamed in terror. We're screwed. What do we do now? How could such a powerful monster appear? In contrast, Lam Thien smiled with interest as the lightning around him grew even more violent. I've finally met an opponent with some real strength. The phoenix flapped its wings, soaring high into the air, then shot down streams of power. He leaped to dodge, and the bolts of power rained down like arrows, embedding themselves in the ground. Before he could even pause, the phoenix shrieked, firing off another volley of lightning bolts toward him. Lam Thien immediately accelerated, rocketing straight into the air. I'm getting closer. He closed the distance, getting right in its face, and directly activated the bright cyclone power. The orb of light struck the phoenix's body squarely, causing it to shriek in pain. Hu Fong and Tu Li cheered with joy. Big brother Lam Thien is so awesome. Realizing it couldn't gain the upper hand, the phoenix immediately turned to flee. Seeing this, he immediately gave chase using his light power. Did I say you could leave? Thanks to his light-based speed, he caught up, blocking its path with a ready stance. Lam Thien tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Then he unleashed a lightning flame ice mountain slash. The phoenix roared, trying to counterattack. But it was all useless. The slash struck its body, slamming it violently to the ground. He gave it no chance. Following up with 2 more strikes of the lightning flame cross slash, the 2 slashes intersected to form a cross, forcing the phoenix to its knees as it cried out wretchedly. Tu Li shouted in excitement. Oh my God, he's so strong, Hu Fong also boasted proudly. See, that's my big brother Lam Thien. Having defeated the manor's monster, he landed on the ground, slung his sword over his shoulder, and declared, well then, this building is mine now. The phoenix still refused to submit, struggling frantically to find a way to escape. Lam Thien stepped forward, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. I'll send you on your way. But just then, his gaze wavered slightly as a fleeting sense of unease washed over him. From the void, a series of sharp spikes rained down, piercing through the phoenix's body. The spikes pinned it down, causing it to groan in agony. Hu Fong cheered excitedly. That was amazing. Big brother Lam Thien. But his next sentence stunned the man. That wasn't my move. There's someone else here, he exclaimed in horror. What? Lam Thien sheathed his sword and shouted loudly. Come on out. I can already sense your spiritual energy. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial rift immediately opened in front of them. From that rift, a pair of leather shoes slowly stepped out. If you've already defeated it, the handsome Tan Kai smiled and suggested, then why not spare its life? Seeing this person, Hu Feng asked in surprise, Mr. Vuong, why are you here? Realizing they knew each other, he immediately demanded, you know him. Hu Feng quickly introduced them. Big brother Lam Thien, this is Mr. Vuong, the president of the Hai Thuong City Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association, a 6th-level courageous spring realm master. Then he turned to Tan Kai and continued, Mr. Vuong, this is a cultivation genius from Thien Hai City, invited by the military to handle the incident at Green Lake Mountain Manor. Understanding his purpose, he nodded and proposed, in that case, let's spare this monster's life. I'd like to see if there's anything we can study from it. Just as he had casually agreed, and Hu Feng hadn't even finished speaking, Lam Thien immediately cut him off. No, you have no right to decide whether this monster lives or dies, and you certainly aren't qualified to tell me what to do. Hearing this, Hu Feng became a bit flustered and quickly tried to persuade him. Big brother Lam Thien, Mr. Vuong is not only the president of the Hai Thuong City Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association, but the military's city reclamation campaign relies heavily on his support. Tiu Wai also spoke up in his defense. That's right. Mr. Vuong is very kind. He's used his light spiritual energy to save many soldiers in the military district. He's a very good person. After the two had finished speaking, Tan Kai spoke slowly in a lecturing tone. Young man, although this monster has committed grave sins, if we can reform it with love and turn it into a friend of humanity, wouldn't that be better than killing it? As he spoke, he channeled his power into the phoenix, his voice deepening. All living things have a spirit. We must use love to reform them. The phoenix's eyes gradually changed, its gaze becoming gentle as it stared intently at him. At that very moment, a familiar bolt of lightning appeared in the sky again. The lightning bolt struck straight down, severing Tan Kai's stream of power and finishing off the phoenix. Before he could react, another attack came rushing at him from behind. Tan Kai immediately raised his hand, activating his spiritual power and erecting a shield in front of himself. The shield glowed steadily, completely blocking Lam Thien's attack. Immediately after, he clenched his fist, compressing his aura. With that motion, the shield shattered, and the shockwave deflected the attack outward. Tan Kai frowned slightly, silently assessing. This kid's energy is truly extraordinary. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and demanded, Kid, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to become an enemy of mine, or do you want to become an enemy of all humanity? His recent actions had startled the two people behind them, leaving them momentarily unable to react. He looked his opponent straight in the eye and said nonchalantly, You want to know why? Fine, I'll tell you. He stated the first reason. This monster killed many people in the manor. It must pay the price for that. Second, I, Lam Thien, don't need anyone else telling me what to do. You are not qualified to give me orders. As he spoke, he brought his sword to his shoulder, the tip pointing directly at Tan Kai. The third reason is the most important. Ever since you appeared, this monster's spiritual energy has become extremely strange. Hearing this, Hu Feng couldn't help but ask, Big brother Lam Thien, what do you mean? The monster's spiritual energy. He answered calmly, This monster is afraid of him. It's more afraid of Mr. Vuong trying to save it than it is of me, a human who is trying to kill it. After hearing this, Tan Kai laughed and explained, Kid, in its eyes, you and I are both humans. Plus I used a cage of light to seal its movements. It's perfectly natural for it to be afraid of me. Seeing how confident he was, he put his sword behind his back and said decisively, If that's the case, then let me use my special ability to see what memories are hidden inside this monster's brain. Upon hearing that, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but blurt out, What? Tiu Wai also asked in disbelief, Brother Lam Thien, you have that kind of power too. He turned his head and answered curtly, I acquired this ability last time after subjugating the monster in Thien Hai City. Through spiritual energy resonance, I can make direct contact to read the memories in a monster's right brain. After speaking, he walked past Tan Kai, who watched him, muttering to himself, half believing, half doubting. This kid must be bluffing. He walked up to the Phoenix and activated his light-based power, enveloping it. The Phoenix, as if awakened, suddenly let out a loud cry. Under the influence of the psychic power, it flapped its wings and flew into the air. Before everyone's eyes, 4 memory panels appeared like surveillance screens. Witnessing this scene, Tan Kai and Hu Feng were both stunned, momentarily speechless. He observed the memory panels, muttering with some dissatisfaction. Looks like I should have chosen an earlier time. Then the way I injected the spiritual energy might have been. At that moment, Tan Kai realized the situation was now beyond his control. He immediately shot a bolt of lightning at him, trying to stop him from investigating any further. Seeing this, he smirked, his eyes flashing. He took the bait. He spun around, drew his sword to counterattack, and his voice rang out decisively. "Bring it on." Tan Kai's lightning bolt immediately clashed with a slash from his sword. The onlookers struggled against the aftershock as Hu Feng screamed in panic. "Mr. Vuong, what are you doing?" He dropped the facade, his dangerous aura exploding outwards as he declared in a cold voice, "Since you've all found out, there's only one path for you. Die here." Lam Thien stood before Vuong Tan Kai with his sword drawn, his sharp gaze fixed on him as he asked directly, "Mr. Vuong, this giant bird beast, you're the one who's been raising it in the villa, aren't you?" Hu Feng, still bewildered, quickly interjected. "Brother Lam Thien, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tui Li nodded in agreement. "That's right. Mr. Vuong even led the military to hunt this beast." His tone remained unchanged as he pressed the issue. "Then why is this monster still alive now? And why was I the one to find it?" Hu Feng replied. "Maybe they didn't go deep enough during the last hunt." Lam Thien immediately shot back. "You don't even believe your own words, do you, Mr. Vuong? Ever since you showed up, this monster has been trembling. It's acting like an animal that's been brutally tormented by you." Vuong Tan Kai's lips curled into a faint smile. "Lam Thien, you're quite clever. But don't you know, clever people don't tend to live very long." Hu Feng panicked, his voice trembling. What could what Brother Lam Thien said be true? Vuong Tan Kai admitted nonchalantly. "That's right. I raised this monster with my spiritual energy. But let me be clear. I didn't raise it to kill people. I raised it to protect humanity." Hearing this, Hu Feng and Tu Wai Li erupted in fury. "Vuong Tan Kai, you bastard. Do you have any idea how many of our brothers we lost to reclaim High City?" He remained smug. "Their deaths were valuable. It's thanks to them that this monster evolved from the Brave Selection 3rd Realm to the peak of the Brave Selection 6th Realm." Tui Li trembled with rage. "You use the lives of soldiers as an experiment." Vuong Tan Kai replied contemptuously. "Lowlifes like you could never understand the mindset of those at the top. I'm raising it to destroy other monsters, reducing casualties among our soldiers. At the same time, I'm studying its evolution to find a way for human cultivators to adapt to this world of resurgent spiritual energy. And now, this monster is completely under my control. I've said all that needs to be said. Now, it's your turn to die." As he finished speaking, Vuong Tan Kai raised 2 fingers and swiped them downwards. A terrifying surge of power descended with that motion. It locked directly onto Lam Thien, and the system's voice rang out. "High-intensity light energy detected. Absorb." Lam Thien chuckled softly. "You even have to ask about something this good. Absorb it immediately." He raised both hands, actively receiving the surging power from Vuong Tan Kai. Hu Feng and Tu Wai Li thought he had been hit and rushed forward in alarm. "Brother Lam Thien." Vuong Tan Kai paid him no mind, his gaze shifting to the other 2 targets. Strange symbols quickly materialized beneath Hu Feng's and Tui Li's feet. He laughed sinisterly. "Next, allow me to enjoy the sounds of your screams." From the ground, Arrows of energy shot up, piercing straight through them. Hu Feng and Tu Wai Lai screamed in agony. Vuong Tan Kai watched with delight. This is the price for daring to cross me. Meanwhile, Lam Thien was still continuously absorbing the power. The system reported continuously. Lightning element leveled up. Fire element leveled up. Light element has suddenly jumped to its limit. Immediately after, the light element broke through to the next level. Lam Thien smiled in satisfaction. This trip was a huge win. I got a house and a power boost. He suddenly shot up into the air from behind them. The powers of his fire and lightning elements converged as he launched a direct counterattack against Vuong Tan Kai. The blow shattered the attack, saving Hu Feng and Tu Wai Lai from danger. Hu Feng looked up, his voice filled with gratitude. "Brother Lam Thien, thank you for saving us." Lam Thien replied curtly. "What are you waiting for? Let's end this quickly." Vuong Tan Kai was horrified. "What is this? How can you still move? Weren't you trapped by my shield of light?" See, Lam Thien retorted. "Did you really think that piece of trash from the Brave Selection 6th Realm could hold me? To thank you for making me stronger. I'll give you a quick and clean end." Tan Kai's expression was full of contempt, his gaze cold. "You, a snot-nosed kid like you, dares to judge me. I'd love to see what you're really made of." The moment he finished speaking, he immediately channeled his spiritual energy, launching a powerful strike straight at Lam Thien. He drew his sword and unleashed a technique in an instant. Thunderflame Dragon's Maw, slash. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, directly deflecting Tan Kai's ultimate move. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of helpless fury. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Tan Kai. Tan Kai whipped his head around in panic. How is this possible? How can this kid be so fast? Unable to dodge in time, Tan Kai was easily struck by him. The movement clean and efficient. So this is all the peak of the 6th stage of the Valiant Fountain realm amounts to. Tan Kai clutched his injured shoulder and roared, "Lam Thien, you're asking to die." He immediately unleashed his full aura, his voice filled with rage. "Lam Thien, you have truly angered me now." He gritted his teeth and declared, "Let me show you the true power of the peak of the 6th stage of the Valiant Fountain realm." Immediately after, Tan Kai summoned a massive magic circle that loomed over Lam Thien's head. The magic circle spun violently, but it didn't seem to have any significant effect. He only needed to channel some energy to counter it and prolong the stalemate. Without hesitation, Tan Kai poured in his remaining strength and screamed. 10,000 arrows pierced the heart. From the magic circle, countless beams of light rained down relentlessly. He instantly executed a defensive maneuver, blocking all of his opponent's attacks. But Tan Kai refused to stop. He charged directly at him. "Die, Lam Thien." Radiant sword formation. He glanced at the massive sword aimed straight at him, his expression remaining perfectly calm. A colossal attack exploded, causing the ground all around to shake violently. But it was all useless against him. "Your speed is too slow." Tan Kai cried out in shock. Where did he go? Before he could finish his sentence, he took the full force of a counterattack from him. His body slammed face first into the ground, his head hitting hard as he staggered in a daze. Tan Kai struggled to his feet in agony, screaming, "Lam Thien, even if I die, I will never lose to you." Suddenly, his body began to convulse violently as low groans escaped his lips. A series of strange characters appeared, swirling around his body. Tan Kai abruptly stood up straight, looking as if he had never been injured at all. Wings sprouted from his back as he shot into the sky, roaring, "Lam Thien, witness my full power. Radiant annihilation." He replied coldly, "Impressive. Let's see which is harder, your fists or my sword." Thunderflame sword art. Glacial mountain fissure slash. Two immense beams of light collided, creating a spectacular and ferocious clash between him and Tan Kai. The outcome was decided quickly. The victory was overwhelmingly his. Tan Kai fell backward, unable to accept it. No, this can't be happening. Immediately after, two vortexes appeared, engulfing the entire battlefield. Tan Kai lay sprawled on the ground, panting in a panic. How can your power be greater than mine? Your strength surpasses even the peak of the 6th stage of the Valiant Fountain Realm. Looking down from above, he replied nonchalantly. The mere peak of the 6th stage. What's so difficult about that? Hearing this, Tankai no longer dared to speak loudly. His whole body trembled. Could it be he's already reached the 7th stage of the Valiant Fountain Realm? Impossible. The spiritual energy in the world was restored not long ago. Without waiting for him to say more, he spoke in a cold voice. All right, I have other things to do. It's time to send you on your way. Tankai burst into tears of despair, his heart filled with unwillingness. He couldn't die here. He just couldn't. Lam Thien drew his Thunder Azure sword, his killing intent surging as his voice turned cold as steel. Pay the price for what you've done, you bastard. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, slashing straight towards him. No matter what shell a maggot wears, it's still just a maggot. Tuai Li was stunned, his heart pounding wildly. Oh my God. Lam Thien took down a peak 6th stage master in a single blow. Hu Fong's jaw dropped in awe. That's our big bro Lam Thien. All right. After taking care of business, he spoke up. Let's go check on that big bird. The two scrambled to respond. Oh. Right, brother Lam Thien. This way. The scene shifts to the monster that was once raised by Tankai. Hu Fong looked at it, and even though it was tied up and collapsed, a chill still ran down his spine. Lam Thien. Let's just kill it and get out of here. Lam Thien shook his head. It's not an evil monster. It's just another victim. After speaking, he channeled his spirit energy towards it, and the monster let out a soft cry. Caw, caw, caw. Tuai Li and Hu Fong shouted in alarm. Lam Thien, be careful, he said slowly. I'm not Vuong Tankai. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to help you. Understand? The monster opened its eyes, its blazing red gaze locking onto him. Then, as if it understood, it lowered its head, accepting his treatment. The aura around it quickly calmed, and its ferocious appearance vanished. Truly, the heart shapes the form. Tuai Li and Hu Fong were startled. It turned into an owl. What in the world just happened? Lam Thien gently stroked it and said, To be honest, I'm not sure either. I only intended to use light spirit energy to heal its wounds. I never expected it to turn into this after I was done. Tuai Li then asked, Oh right, Lam Thien, you can see the past, can't you? Let us see what this owl has been through. Lam Thien revealed. That. I was just exaggerating. It was just a trick to lure Vuong Tankai into a trap. The two of them were stunned upon hearing this. But what about those images from before? Lam Thien smiled and replied. I used my light spirit energy to project my own memories. Luckily, he fell for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do either. All right then. Everything's settled. Let's go home. I still need to find someone to repair the house and see how much it'll cost. Seeing him turn to leave, the two were still bewildered. Wait a minute. Lam Thien, are you planning to keep that owl as a pet? Lam Thien replied. I've never thought about raising a pet beast, but this little guy is quite well behaved. Keeping him at home shouldn't be a problem. How about we hand it over to the military to raise? Hu Fong immediately waved his hands. No way. The military's budget is limited. Besides, this is a spirit beast you worked so hard to save. We're not qualified to raise it. It'll definitely have a better life with you than being cooped up under our supervision. Lam Thien chuckled, knowing his weak spot. What are you so worried about? I'm just negotiating. Hu Fong lowered his voice. Brother Lam Thien, please don't joke around. Who would dare snatch a spirit beast from you? He thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll take it home and show my family first. If anyone objects, I'll send it back to you guys in the military. The scene shifts to the military headquarters, where news of Tankai's treason has already spread. A file was slammed onto the table. Damn it. What kind of operation are you people at the Spirit Energy Association running? A cultivator from the Hai Thuong Spirit Energy Association was not only raising monsters, but he was also using our soldiers as test subjects. The man from the association quickly explained, "Commander Tam, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea what Vuong Tankai was doing. He's the most powerful expert in the association. I really didn't dare to cross him." Commander Tam frowned, his voice cold. "You didn't dare to offend him, so you dared to offend our military instead," the man replied flusteredly. "I wouldn't dare. Commander Tam, I'm just an ordinary person. Most of the affairs are handled by the cultivators. I really don't have any control." Commander Tam sneered. "No control? Huh. You make it sound so simple. If I hadn't pressed you today, were you just planning to shift all the blame?" he said, trembling. "Vuong Tankai is at the peak of the 6th Valiant Realm, and I'm just a normal person. How could I dare to provoke him? The Spirit Energy Association, the military, I can't afford to offend either of them. Commander Tam, please, I'm begging you, spare me and give me a way out," Commander Tam replied coldly. "A way out? Do you have any idea how horribly our soldiers died at the hands of that monster when their families were crying their eyes out? Weren't they also begging for a way out?" The man was speechless, unable to utter another word. Commander Tam pressed on. "Starting today, the military will conduct a full investigation of the Spirit Energy Association. It would be in your best interest to cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me for using military law," he hastily replied. "Understood. I will definitely cooperate. I only ask that you show some leniency. Commander Tam, please don't let the Spirit Energy Association's reputation be destroyed. If that happens, the other cultivators will tear me to shreds." Commander Tam nodded. "All right, now get out of here and tell them to be honest." The man bowed deeply and replied, "Yes, yes, sir." The scene quickly changes to the new apartment, the space still filled with the smell of newness, the light neat and tidy, opening up a new chapter in Lam Thien's life that has just begun. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, his movements decisive. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a familiar warmth immediately enveloped him. Lan Nguyet and Phi Phi were already waiting. "Are you okay, honey? You're back." Their voices rang out naturally. He looked at the two of them in silence, a thought flashing through his mind. So this is what a family feels like. It's nice to protect this life. He knew he had to become even stronger. An image of his family with his two wives appeared, looking happy and peaceful, seeing him standing still for so long. Phi Phi tilted her head and asked, "Why are you spacing out like that?" Her voice tinged with a bit of curiosity. He smiled and replied, "Everything's been taken care of, and I brought back a pet for you two." His voice was very gentle. Lan Nguyet asked with a frown, "A pet?" The words came out full of confusion, but it was clearly a question. As soon as she finished speaking, he summoned it without any hesitation, his movements clean and swift. An owl appeared, silently perching on his head, its feathers trembling slightly with each breath. They both looked at it with such affection. "Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Wow, it's just adorable, but it's actually an owl. Where did you get this owl? It's so precious." The question popped out, full of delight. He answered very casually, saying he found it in the mutated villa zone. Without another word, Lan Nguyet reached out to touch it. To think it could survive in a place like that. It seems a creature's will to live is truly powerful. He calmly continued, "It is indeed very powerful. After all, this thing is a peak 6th realm valiant rank mutated beast." Hearing this, the two beauties froze, feeling as if a thunderclap had just exploded right next to their ears. Lam Thien. What did you just say?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. He repeated clearly, "I said, this owl is a peak 6th realm valiant rank mutated beast," with each word landing heavily. The owl turned to look at Lan Nguyet and Phi Phi, its eyes vacant and emotionless. In contrast, the two girls were visibly terrified. My love, is this mutated beast really a peak 6th realm valiant? It's not going to peck me to death. Is it? Phi Phi, don't move. A beast at this level could tear both of us to shreds in a minute. He watched this scene helplessly. All right, don't worry so much. It's very well behaved. If it wanted to attack you two, it would have done so long ago. He dropped his playful demeanor and reminded everyone to focus on themselves and think about when they could achieve their next breakthrough. Lan Nguyet replied a bit sheepishly. We want to work hard too, but you can't just increase your strength whenever you want. Fai added. That's right. Do you think everyone is a genius like you? He stretched and said, just train harder. If you run into a crisis like last time, I might not be able to save you all in time. I'm going to get some rest. After speaking, he relaxed his mind, and his consciousness quickly sank into a familiar dreamscape. The scene shifts. In the military barracks, a few men gathered to discuss something. Have you heard the strongest cultivator in Hai Thuong City has been killed? Someone else added in a cold voice, he harmed so many of our brothers. He deserved to die. Another man was startled. Dead. But he was a peak 6th realm valiant cultivator. How did he kick the bucket? Was it a powerful mutated beast, a 7th realm valiant? Maybe. Suddenly, a cup flew over and hit him. Nonsense. If there really was a 7th realm valiant mutated beast, none of us would still be alive. Stung by the blow, he clutched his head and asked, then how did he die? As soon as he said it, he glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Then he recounted. I heard he was killed by a powerful cultivator from Thien Hai City. They say this person also resolved a major crisis in Thien Hai City. The whole group was shocked and couldn't believe it. What a cultivator from Thien Hai City is that powerful? Just then, Hu Fong appeared, his deep voice ringing out. What are you all whispering about over here? Seeing their superior, the group quickly stood at attention. Boss, we were just changing shifts, so we sat down for a warm drink and a little chat. Hu Fong warned them sternly. I'm telling you guys, you can talk, but you are not to disclose any specific information to any cultivator from Thien Hai City. Otherwise, it will be considered leaking military secrets. They all replied in unison. Yes, sir, without a moment's hesitation. Hu Fong waved his hand. All right, dismiss, he commanded decisively, as the men left. He worried to himself. You guys have no idea how strong Lam Thien is. I'd even dare to say that right now. He is someone who could influence the international standing of our Ha nation. The scene shifts again. It's a quiet early morning, with gentle sunlight falling on Lam Thien's house, heralding a new day. In the quiet room, Fifai sat at a table, one hand propping up her chin, her eyes glued to the computer. Her fingers tapped lightly as if she were intently searching for something. On the screen, a prominent headline dominated the top of the news page. It's large, clear letters jumping out at the viewer. Fifai smiled and cheered. It's trending. Just as I expected, her voice carried a hint of unconcealed satisfaction. She scrolled down the screen. 3 comments appeared in succession. Her eyes scanned them quickly, then stopped on a long one. She clicked on a line of text, and another comment immediately popped up. Scrolling down a bit more, 2 new comments appeared, one after the other, stacking up on the bright screen. Fifai stared at the screen and exclaimed in frustration. Why are the cultivators from Taehong City so rude? What's wrong? Fifai. What are you muttering to yourself about? Lan Nguyet asked, walking up from behind. Fifai turned and replied. There's a netizen named Taehong Forever, who claims to be a 7th realm valiant cultivator and is threatening to challenge Lam Thien in the martial arts tournament. Lan Nguyet placed a hand on the back of the chair, her eyes on the screen. She asked, the martial arts tournament? What kind of competition is that? Why haven't I heard anything about it? Fifai answered softly. I only just found out about it myself. Fifai narrowed her eyes and turned to Lan Nguyet. My grandpa told me the military is about to organize a nationwide competition for cultivators from all over the country to encourage them to train hard and protect national security. Fifai turned in another direction and shouted angrily, Lam Thien, you have to win the championship and slap those guys in the face. Nearby, he was trying to stuff a piece of food into the spirit beast's mouth, a look of annoyance on his face. He urged, hurry up and eat. This is the most expensive bird food there is. It's almost 10 yuan a pound. You hear me? The spirit beast closed its eyes, abruptly turned its head away, and completely ignored his existence. He moved closer, grumbling in frustration. I swear you're about to rebel. Normal birds are lucky to even get millet to eat. Do you have any idea how much a pound of millet costs? Fifi watched the scene with a look of clear concern. Lan Nguyet, standing beside her, sighed softly and then asked, "Don't treat it so poorly." "So, have you heard about the martial arts tournament?" He turned around and waved his hand dismissively. "Not going. I'm not interested. I have more important things to do." Lan Nguyet asked in surprise why that was. And Fi, standing beside her, was also confused. Yeah, what could possibly be so important? He gritted his teeth and shouted in frustration that of course he had to hurry up and renovate the villa that Hai Thuong City had given him. He pointed at the pile of furniture in front of them, his voice rising, saying that before the two of them turned his house into a hotel, he absolutely had to move in as soon as possible. The scene quickly changes to the headquarters of the Spirit Chi Association, where a voice rang out in astonishment. "What? Lam Thien isn't participating." In the meeting room, the heads of the association looked at each other, and one of them asked doubtfully, "What on earth is going on?" Loy Nak sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. According to the young miss, it seems he's busy with renovations and has no interest in this martial arts tournament. Lai Duong sat calmly, his hands clasped together, and said with a smile, "That's great. This is truly good news. If he doesn't come, it could save us a lot of trouble." Mr. Tam, sitting opposite him, frowned and asked, "Fatty Lai, what do you mean by that?" Lai Duong scratched his cheek, replying with some embarrassment, "Commander Tam, what I said is based on over 10 years of work experience. No matter what event we organize, the fewer people who participate, the fewer problems there are." Mr. Tam's eyebrows shot up, his face darkened, and his voice dropped. "Shut your mouth for me." His voice echoed steadily in the room. "This tournament isn't just for cultivators from various places." He looked around at everyone and continued, "The purpose is to learn and promote progress. But more importantly, it's to retain talent for national competition. If we don't have geniuses like Lam Thien, how will we compete against cultivators from other countries?" Ta Vian looked uneasy and spoke up. "But you know Lam Thien's personality." "Sir, he doesn't care for fame and glory. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to persuade him." And Trin Fong, sitting next to him, added, "That's right." Mr. Tam narrowed his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Are we just going to let things be? If talents like him don't participate, the loss to our country will be immense." Luke Ngi, who was nearby, suddenly said, "How about we use some rare cultivation resources as rewards? Surely there must be something that would interest Lam Thien." Another person added, "Doesn't our military have a few low-level spirit chi anomaly sites? But Lam Thien is already at the Brave Selection's 7th realm. Would he even be interested in a place like that?" Liu An turned to Mr. Tam and said slowly, "Old Tam, I've thought of an excellent idea." Mr. Tam frowned and urged him, "If you've thought of something, spit it out. Don't keep me waiting." Liu An stood up, crossed his arms, and explained, "I remember there's still an anomaly point at Green Lake Manor in Hai Thuong City, and its danger level is very high." "Correct." Mr. Tam narrowed his eyes, not fully grasping the idea, and asked, "You mean to say?" Liu An raised a finger and continued, "If the strongest martial artists from all over the country are participating in the tournament, why don't we take this opportunity to deal with the super-level anomaly point in Hai Thuong City?" He spread his arms to elaborate. "If we succeed, we'll not only reclaim Hai Thuong but also strike fear into foreign cultivators, because no country has ever managed to push back a super-level anomaly point." As soon as he finished, the room started buzzing, with someone laughing and saying, "That's a brilliant idea," and another voice chiming in, "That's right." Lai Duong suddenly shot to his feet, holding his hands out in front of him, and shouted, "Absolutely not." Li Duong stared directly at Liu An, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice full of discontent. I completely disagree. If we do that, I'll have to bear enormous responsibility. Why not choose another city? Taehong next door is perfectly fine. I'm old, and I really can't take this kind of torture from you people anymore. Mr. Tom raised a hand to signal for calm, then reassured Li Duong. Li Duong, do you really need to be so agitated? Old Lu's proposal is indeed bold, but it's not impossible. As long as the military prepares adequate protection and a wide enough perimeter, we absolutely won't let it get out of control, and we won't let you get into trouble. Lai Duong covered his face, his voice pleading. Precautionary measures. The words I've heard most in recent years are those two words, precautionary measures. But what happens every time? The grander the guarantees, the greater the chaos in the end. I'm begging you people, please give me a break. I'm old, and I just want to coast until I can retire in peace. I really can't do this anymore. Mr. Tom frowned, his expression displeased, and then said firmly, Li Duong, you are the head of the Spirit Chi Association in Hai Thuong. This is a matter of great significance to the country, and there is no room for refusal. Lai Duong collapsed into his chair, sighing helplessly. I knew it. Once you people make a decision, no one can stop you. I surrender. You can do whatever you want, anyway. I've said everything I needed to say. Mr. Tom glanced at Luan, then made the final call. Old Lu, your proposal is excellent. Let's settle it this way. Mr. Tam's eyes swept across the room as he announced clearly. Next, Old Lu will be responsible for planning the tournament and assisting the relevant personnel with logistical preparations. Liu An lowered his head as a thought crossed his mind. Lan Nguyet. There might be news about your parents soon. The scene cuts back to Lam Thien's house, right inside his room, where a strange light suddenly began to glow. He sat in meditation on his bed, his magical power surging, forcing the air around him to vibrate in rhythm. He opened his eyes, his gaze blazing, as his power seemed to explode, rushing straight out of him. He chuckled softly, whispering with satisfaction. I've finally reached the Brave Selection 9th realm. Just one more step and I'll enter the Iron Vein realm. The scene shifts to early morning, with warm sunlight falling gently on his house. The air was quiet yet tense. In the room, he sat in an armchair, holding a book in both hands, his eyes glued to every line inside. A voice called from outside, startling him slightly. He glanced toward the door as a thought popped into his head. Who would be here at this hour? He went to open the door, and Secretary Tran was standing outside. She greeted him softly. Hello, Mr. Lam Thien. It's been a while, he asked immediately. Secretary Tran. What brings you to my house so early? She smiled and replied. I've come today mainly to deliver some rewards to you. And there are also some procedures that require your signature. He turned to go inside, politely inviting her. Please come in, Secretary Tran said gratefully. Thank you. Secretary Tran sat down, took out a stack of papers, and said, These are the rewards the military has prepared for you, including the villa transfer procedure, an expense reimbursement form, and some additional living subsidies. You just need to sign in these places. He took the stack of papers and replied with a slight smile. That's quite thoughtful. Secretary Tran smiled and added, Mr. Lam Thien, there is one more important matter that I need to discuss with you. He squinted his eyes, guessing. Are you talking about that martial arts tournament? Secretary Tran replied. Yes, that's the one. He placed the stack of papers on the table, his voice cold as he said, Go on. Then, the Cold Moon Clan already heard those rumors online, but I really don't pay attention to that kind of thing. Secretary Tran smiled faintly and began her presentation. The venue for the martial arts tournament will be the Superclass Anomaly Zone in Hai Thuong City. He looked away, saying with concern, Another Superclass Anomaly Zone. Why is Hai Thuong City so incredibly dangerous? Secretary Tran visualized the map in her head and explained. Hai Thuong City is situated at the confluence of several spirit veins, ever since the spirit energy revival. The surge in power has created many dangerous anomaly zones in that area. He was slightly surprised. The confluence of spirit veins. Huh, no wonder it's such a problem. Secretary Tran placed her hands on her lap and continued. Exactly. That's why successfully securing Haithuang City would be a great benefit to all the cultivators in our country. Secretary Tran smiled lightly and continued. According to our data, this super mutant class singularity point contains an extremely pure lightning element. Lam Thien glanced down, his eyes narrowing slightly as his voice dropped. A lightning element. You say... Secretary Tran handed over another file and nodded in confirmation. That's right. The lightning-type spiritual energy in this singularity point is unusually dense. Here are the details. Lam Thien looked at her, a smirk playing on his lips. You people are really going to great lengths just to get me to join the martial arts tournament, aren't you? Secretary Tran was startled and quickly tried to explain. Mr. Lam, please don't misunderstand, Lam Thien looked at the papers in his hand and reassured her. All right. No need to be so tense. I'll look over the documents first before I decide. Secretary Tran stood up, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Lam. You can call me anytime. Later, around noon, the wall clock struck exactly 12 o'clock. Lam Thien placed several bags of food on the table and called out loudly, Hey ladies, wake up, time to eat. Fifi walked out, covering her mouth as she yawned and whined. I'm coming. I'm so sleepy I could die. Lan Nguyet approached, rubbing her eyes, her voice still thick with sleep. Coming. Lan Nguyet glanced at the stack of papers on the table and asked curiously, What's all this? Lam Thien turned and replied, Those are the documents for the martial arts tournament, along with the reward for the last mission. The military brought them over this morning. Fi beamed, picking up a paper to look at it, and said excitedly, Let's see what kind of reward Grandpa gave us. Did we get a new rank or position? Lam Thien immediately replied, It's not as grand as you think. It's just the paperwork to transfer ownership of the villa and reimburse the decoration costs. Five-Eye cried out in disappointment. What? How can Grandpa be so stingy? He only gave us this one shabby villa. Fifi frowned decisively. I'm going to go ask Grandpa if he can give us a different piece of land. Lam Thien pushed her along, urging, Go wash your face and then be a good girl and eat your food. Would you? Lan Nguyet watched everything from a distance, letting out a soft sigh. Suddenly, she noticed something. Her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes immediately fixed on the stack of documents. Among the pile on the table was one particular file, with a line of text clearly visible on the cover. Lan Nguyet's eyes widened as a thought flashed through her mind. This is... She picked up the file, her hand trembling slightly, and thought to herself, Isn't this the singularity point where my parents disappeared all those years ago? She flipped through the pages, growing more and more confused. Why are there pages missing? Her expression darkened as suspicion welled up inside her. Did the military intentionally hide this? Why would they cover it up, or do they not want me to know the truth? In the bathroom. Lam Thien was staring at Fi brushing her teeth. Then he turned his head toward the room where Lan Nguyet was standing. He suddenly understood. That girl, she's probably noticed it by now, hasn't she? Later that night, his thoughts drifted. Lan Nguyet. It's better if you don't know about this. In his room, Lam Thien leaned against the wall, holding a single sheet of paper in his hand. The document recorded an event, its contents laid out in great detail. Lam Thien took out his phone and called Secretary Tran. Secretary Tran, I've decided to go to that singularity point. Her voice on the other end of the line was filled with joy. That's wonderful. Mr. Lam Thien. However, Lam Thien's voice grew heavy. I am very displeased with the way you military folks operate, Secretary Tran asked. What are you referring to, sir? Lam Thien lowered his head, his voice low but heavy with meaning. You people knew Lan Nguyet's parents were connected to this singularity point. You knew I couldn't ignore it, so you used it to force my hand. She became flustered on the other end. It might be a misunderstanding or just a coincidence we didn't mean to. Lam Thien cut her off. Do you really think I'd believe that? Secretary Tran stammered. Mr. Lam Thien, I will definitely report your concerns to my superiors. He frowned and warned her. Cut the excuses. I don't care what the military thinks, but this kind of probing really pisses me off. Lam Thien crumpled the paper in his hand, his voice a clear warning. Tell your people this is the first and last time. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Secretary Tran quickly replied, Mr. Lam Thien, please rest assured. I will relay your exact words to my superiors. Lam Thien hung up the phone, with his hands in his pockets. He turned and walked back into the room. He stopped short, in the distance. Lan Nguyet had fallen asleep, slumped over in an armchair. Then he noticed something, and his gaze fell upon the table. There was a piece of paper on the table, a note Lan Nguyet had left behind, as if she were trying to analyze something. Lam Thien took a blanket and gently draped it over her sleeping form. Lam Thien straightened up, his eyes fixed on Lan Nguyet. A clear and resolute thought formed in his mind. Don't you worry, I will definitely find out what happened to your parents. The scene shifts. As time fast-forwards to early morning, his car slowly pulls to a stop in front of a large-scale building. Just as he opened the car door and stepped out, an excited voice rang out. Boss Lam Thien is here. A few nearby soldiers immediately ran over, one of them urging loudly, Hurry up and welcome Boss Lam Thien. The group of soldiers stood in formation and bowed, their voices ringing out in unison, full of respect. Greetings, boss. Lam Thien Duong raised a hand, his expression a bit awkward, and his voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Everyone, please don't be like this. I'm actually a little ashamed. Hiu Fong stepped forward, smiled lightly, and continued in a sincere tone. Big brother, you deserve this. If you hadn't killed that beast Vuong Tan Kai, I don't know how our brothers would have been tortured. He frowned slightly and replied curtly, his voice calm. All right. Don't exaggerate. I just did what needed to be done. Hiu Fong kept smiling, his voice slow but firm. You don't know how much the Vuong Tan Kai incident affected the military. Our brothers are truly grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts, so you are more than qualified to receive these cheers. Trin Hao, standing in the back, pushed forward, his eyes shining with curiosity. Big brother Lam Thien, I heard you killed Vuong Tan Kai with a single sword strike. Is that true? He placed a hand on his chin in brief thought, then replied very naturally, That guy wasn't too hard to deal with, just a little troublesome, that's all. Several soldiers raised their hands high, their cheers ringing out with excitement. No wonder he's our big brother. Big brother is the greatest. He quickly held up both hands to signal them, his voice carrying a note of reminder. Okay, that's enough. Everyone, please disperse now. Don't crowd around here anymore. Fi, still sitting in the car, called out in a relaxed voice, My love, you should get used to this. There will definitely be more of this in the future. The sooner you adapt, the more comfortable you'll be. He turned his head, sighed helplessly, and replied, All right. I guess it can't be helped when I'm such a rare Superman. He put both hands in his pockets and, as he walked, said to Hiu Fong, Commander Hiu Fong, do you know where Chief Luan is? I have something to ask him. Hiu Fong immediately replied very politely, This way, please. The scene transitions quickly, showing a neat and orderly military encampment below. Inside a tent, Luan sat reading documents, a thought forming in his mind. There are too many certain dangers in this singularity point, so I need to carefully vet everyone on the entry list. He walked into the tent and greeted him without beating around the bush. Bureau Chief Liu, it's been a while. Luan was startled and stood up, his voice filled with joy. Lam Thien, you're here. Come sit down. What did you need to see me about? He pulled up a chair to sit opposite him and asked directly. Bureau Chief Liu, I heard from Secretary Tran that you were the one who arranged this singularity point. Is that correct? Luan replied softly, his voice dropping. That's right. I know this would displease you, but I truly had no other choice. He averted his gaze and continued, his voice full of remorse. Even though Lan Nguyet is a good and understanding child, she still cries secretly at night. He listened to every word as Luan spoke slowly. Before I met you, I wanted to rely on the military and my own strength to help her find her parents, but I led my team into that place no less than 5 times. Not only did we fail, but we lost many lives on our return. Liu An turned back to look at him, his voice resolute. I hoped you would participate in the tournament and help the other cultivators improve, but I also wanted to take this opportunity to help Lan Nguyet find her parents. He bowed his head very low, his voice clearly pleading. If this has offended you in any way, I will bear all the consequences, but please, don't hold this against Lan Nguyet. The child knows nothing about this. He let out a long breath and replied in a calm voice, Uncle Lu, next time, you should just talk to me directly about things like this. There's no need to beat around the bush. Liu An was slightly taken aback and asked with a look of confusion, Directly? What do you mean? He crossed his arms and said clearly, Lan Nguyet and I are friends. You don't need so many reasons to ask for help for a friend. Liu An's eyes widened, emotion swelling in his voice. Thank you, Lam Thien. The scene changes to a public square, where Hu Fong stood before thousands of people and spoke loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this martial arts tournament. I believe you all know that this tournament is not just a competition, but also a trial. Hio Fong closed his eyes for a moment, his voice deepening. What I am about to say next concerns the critical details of the singularity point you are about to face. Below, he stood with Fai Fai, Lan Nguyet, and Vu Tin, as Hio Fong's voice continued to echo. The main venue for this tournament is the mutated level singularity point in Hai Tien City. This singularity point is located at the intersection of converging spiritual veins and contains extremely powerful lightning-based spiritual energy. But it also comes with an extremely high level of danger. Makthu walked straight towards him and introduced himself briefly. So you're Lam Thien, I'm Makthu, a cultivator from Tanthi City. He reached out to shake his hand, his eyes widening slightly, his voice a bit flustered. Hello? Makthu scratched his head and said with an honest laugh, I never expected the Sword Saint, Lam Thien, to be so approachable. He froze, a look of clear confusion on his face. Sword Saint. Makthu held up a finger and explained smoothly. This nickname is based on the legend that you killed Vuong Tan Kai with a single sword strike. It is spread throughout our Tanthi Cultivator Association. Hasn't it reached you all yet? A thought flashed through his mind. Thank goodness it hasn't, or I'd die of embarrassment. He looked directly at Makthu and asked curtly, What can I do for you? Makthu immediately replied, Oh, right, I almost forgot. Makthu rubbed his hands together, his voice tinged with hesitation. Brother Lam, after we enter the singularity point, would it be okay if I tagged along with you all? Fai Fai's eyes flew open, her face a mask of astonishment, her reaction almost instantaneous. Tag along with us. Lam Thien remained calm, looking straight at the other man and asking very clearly, Why do you want to come with us? Isn't this a mission assigned to you by the Tanthi Spirit Association? Makthu moved closer to him, lowering his voice to a tense whisper. Brother Lam, let me tell you something quietly. Please don't reveal this, or I'll have a hard time explaining myself when I get back. Although I was sent by the Tanthi Spirit Association, I'm basically just a seat filler. I don't have any real strength at all. His frown was pronounced, his voice laced with unconcealed doubt. You're a cultivator, so how can you not have any strength? Besides, the Tanthi Spirit Association sent you here just to make up the numbers. Aren't they afraid of losing face? Makthu spread his hands, his expression one of complete helplessness. And he replied quickly, Losing face. They don't care whether I lose face or not. They just wanted to meet their quota. I'm just a semi-professional cultivator. They thought I looked the part, so they just sent me on my way. He let out a faint, sarcastic laugh. So you got to come here just because you looked the part. This Tanthe Spirit Association is certainly interesting. Makthu covered his face, trembling, his voice revealing his terror. I'm really scared of dying. I heard that even veteran cultivators find that singularity point hard to deal with. If I go in there, won't I die on the spot? He looked straight at the other man and asked curtly, So you want me to carry you through this? Makthu was clearly anxious and replied hastily, Yes. Brother Lamb, you're so strong. At least with you. I'll have a hope of making it out alive. Fifi put her hands on her hips, her eyes full of contempt, and she let out a taunt. You useless turtle. It's because of cowards like you that we have such a bad reputation internationally. Lan Nguyet, standing beside them, quickly raised a hand to intervene, gently advising, Fifi, don't speak ill of others to their face like that. Fifi turned to Lan Nguyet, her voice turning cold. If I said this behind his back, wouldn't that just make me a bad person? Fifi frowned, her sharp gaze fixed on Makthu as she spoke. If you can guarantee you won't drag us down. Makthu immediately threw his hands up high, shouting in a panic, I won't be a burden, not a burden at all. I promise to follow orders and will absolutely not cause trouble for anyone. Vu Tin walked closer to him. She suggested decisively, Captain Lamb, how about we take him with us? Lan Nguyet also quickly nodded in agreement, her voice gentle. That's right. He really doesn't seem like someone who could pose much of a threat. Why don't we just let him tag along? He crossed his arms in thought, then nodded in acceptance. All right, if you're that sincere, I'll let you come with us for a while. But remember, no acting on your own. Makthu scratched his head repeatedly, hastily thanking them. Thank you. Big Brother Lamb, thank you. Sisters-in-law, don't worry everyone, I absolutely won't cause any trouble for you. Just then, a massive tremor suddenly echoed. And he, Fi, and Makthu turned their heads almost simultaneously toward the source of the sound. A colossal crack appeared in the space ahead, with fragments breaking away to reveal a dark, flickering dimension behind it. Hiu Fong's expression changed instantly, his voice booming with authority. The first Great Jia Cultivator Tournament now officially begins, below the anomalous rift. A vast desert landscape unfolded, its rugged terrain marked by a continuous series of jagged rock formations. From the spatial rift, countless cultivators participating in the tournament plunged down without a moment's hesitation to enter the Singularity Zone. His group followed the crowd, and as soon as they landed on a tall stone pillar, they paused to survey the entire scene. Fi, standing behind him, spoke up, her voice filled with confusion. Isn't Hai Thuong supposed to be a city? How did it turn into this? Lan Nguyet immediately replied, The aberrant beast within singularities can alter the original terrain. It seems they prefer an environment like this. Vu Tin turned to look at him and asked, Captain Lamb, what's our next? Before she could finish her sentence, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, throwing the entire group into chaos. What's happening? Makthu, who had no combat ability, could only curl up, holding his head, his panicked voice crying out repeatedly, Help me. He immediately shouted a warning, Be careful. Anything can happen in a mystic realm. From beneath the sand dunes, strange creatures made of sand began to emerge in dense numbers, a dangerous aura spreading rapidly. As soon as they were fully formed, they immediately locked onto the newly arrived cultivators as their targets and charged forward. He stood shoulder to shoulder with his teammates, his voice firm as he gave the command. Prepare for battle. Suddenly, a cultivator wielding a sword charged forward and unleashed a technique. Flame Slash. Following his shout, a blazing wave of sword energy shot straight toward the horde of monsters. The flames swept across, incinerating a large number of the sand monsters that were leading the charge. He and the others froze for a moment, turning their heads in unison to look at the person who had just helped them. Kim Kwang gripped his greatsword tightly, his body hovering in midair, surrounded by a golden light, as he asked probingly, "You're Lam Thien." He looked up at the man, not answering right away but asking back, "And who are you?" The man slung the sword over his shoulder, his voice full of confidence. "I am the strongest cultivator of Tae Hong, Tong Kim Kwang. I left a message online a few days ago." Fifai's eyes widened as she looked at him and asked directly, "Don't tell me you're that peak of Tae Hong." Hearing this, he let out a faint, teasing smile. "If your woman has already seen the post, then this will be easy." Kim Kwang pointed his sword directly at him. "Lam Thien, I've come to challenge you to a duel." He replied coolly without a hint of emotion. "A duel. My apologies, but right now I have neither the time nor the interest." He then gave an order to dismiss him. "If you only came for such nonsense, then please leave." Kim Kwang's brow furrowed instantly, his voice dripping with contempt. "How disappointing. It seems the story about you killing Vuong Tan Koi with a single strike was just military propaganda after all." He shot off like a flash of lightning, leaving only his echoing words behind. "When you have the courage to face me, come find me, Lam Thien." Seeing Kim Kwang's arrogance, Fifai flared up and yelled after him, "You bastard! Get down here if you have the guts, I'll teach you a lesson." Lam Thien, standing beside her, pulled her back. "Fifai, let's go. We have more important things to deal with." Makthu also chimed in to smooth things over, his tone a mix of annoyance and amusement. Brother Lam, don't be mad. That kid was on the same flight as me. He couldn't even say a single word to me the whole trip. It drove me crazy." He looked off into the distance and said concisely, "I don't care about that. Our next move is toward that mountain over there. We must be extremely careful on the way." He remembered his past life, his heart tightening as he silently prayed that Lan Nguyet's parents were definitely safe and sound. The group set off, gliding across the desert, weaving between massive rock formations that stood like fortress walls. He suddenly noticed something strange and immediately called for the group to stop. "Wait, there's something wrong with this place." Hearing his warning, everyone landed to investigate, revealing another spatial rift beneath their feet. He led the way inside. The ground was mottled, covered in pools of blood and scattered, flying embers. Lan Nguyet looked at the remaining traces and quickly concluded, a battle definitely happened here. Judging by this, it was likely a fire attribute aberrant beast. He took a few more steps forward and said, "Since we're already here, let's go inside and scout things out." The group followed him closely, moving deeper in single file to get a grasp of the situation. He remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings, taking in every small detail along the way. Suddenly, the scene ahead made them all freeze. He uttered in shock. That is, a group of cultivators was teaming up against a giant, bull-headed monster. Its body was as red as fire. Its tail was covered in spikes, and its sharp claws were grabbing the unlucky ones. With a light swipe of its claw, a cultivator who charged forward was instantly covered in blood. Another attacker tried to strike from above, but the beast opened its mouth and blasted a fireball to intercept him. Only then did they realize this monster was no easy foe. The crowd of cultivators immediately turned to flee, their panicked cries for help echoing everywhere. A young man, also struggling to survive, looked up just in time to see Lam Thien's group arriving. As if grasping a lifeline, the young man shouted with joy, "Big brother Lam Thien is here." Hearing that name, the entire crowd erupted in pleas for help. "Big brother Lam Thien, please save us." Someone even wailed, "Godfather, save me." Looking at the rampaging monster, he quickly assessed its strength to be around the 4th level of the Valiant Selection realm. Perfect for Lan Nguyet and Vu Tin to test their skills. He turned and gave a decisive order. "Lan Nguyet, Vu Tin, you both use the ice element. Go take it down to hone your skills and gain more combat experience." They replied in unison. Understood. Lan Nguyet and Vu Tin charged forward, gliding over the hot lava. The two of them closed in on the monster in an instant. It whipped its head around, spewing a violent column of lava in an attempt to incinerate them. Unfazed, Vu Tin raised a defensive skill to block the attack. Ice barrier. At the same time, while the monster's attention was fixed on Vu Tin, Lan Nguyen silently circled around behind it. Closing the distance step by step, she coordinated her attack seamlessly, unleashing her second skill. Glacial Spike. A snowflake covered in sharp thorns materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she hurled it forcefully into the monster's thigh, the ice flower embedding itself deep in its flesh. Struck by the blow, the monster tilted its head back and roared in a mix of pain and fury. Before it could even counterattack, Lan Nguyen had already appeared behind it, preparing her next move. She lunged forward, spreading her hands and then sweeping them in a cross-shaped motion as she yelled, "Flying ice blades." At her command, two streams of razor-sharp ice energy shot toward the target. Unable to dodge in time, it took the full force of two powerful slashes to its chest. From the other side, Vu Tin immediately followed up with her own skill. Ice Spear. A sharp spear of ice formed right in her hands. She channeled her power and launched the ice spear, which plunged straight into the monster's chest like a finishing blow. It let out its final screams before disintegrating, shattering into pieces. One cultivator exclaimed in praise. So powerful beside him, Tanda added admiringly. A goddess has descended. That was truly a goddess descending among us. Watching the excited crowd surround Lan Nguyen and Vu Tin, he stood aside and thought to himself, it's good to let them experience the feeling of being cheered on by everyone. Just like Vu. He glanced toward the spot where the monster had just been destroyed and suddenly noticed something strange. He discovered an amber-colored gemstone among the monster's remains, glowing with a faint, warm light. A thought flashed through his mind. What is this? A fire elemental spirit, crystal. He immediately walked over, overjoyed, a surge of excitement rising within him. This is great. This crystal is just what Phi needs to take the next step. Just then, a possessive voice cut in, stopping him. Wait a minute. That fire elemental crystal is mine. He turned his head to see Kim Kwang standing right behind him, his expression darkening as he asked in annoyance, "You again?" Assuming Lam Thien was weaker than him after their last encounter, he arrogantly held out his hand and threatened, "Hand it over. Punk if you don't. Don't blame me for being impolite." Witnessing this attempt to steal the credit, the crowd began to curse in outrage. Where did this piece of trash crawl out from? He was hiding when we were fighting the monster, but shows his face the moment a treasure appears. Absolutely shameless. Being constantly berated, his face turned cold. He gritted his teeth and roared, "All you worthless trash! Shut your mouths for me!" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword toward the crowd. Flame slash. A wave of fire tore through the air, and the cultivators hurriedly shouted warnings to each other. Watch out. Get out of the way. A few who couldn't dodge in time were knocked down by the shockwave, their bodies tumbling across the ground. Looking at the deep gash carved into the earth by that single attack, a chill ran down everyone's spine. He's so strong. This guy is not someone we can afford to provoke. Kim Kwang pointed his sword forward, his voice dripping with provocation. If you're not afraid to die, then step up and talk to my sword. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze solid. Seeing this, he let out a triumphant laugh, his tone full of contempt. I thought you all had more backbone. Turns out you're just a bunch of cowards hiding in your shells. He glanced around and brazenly declared, I'm taking this fire elemental crystal. Does anyone have a problem with that? At this point, he could no longer hold back. His eyes turned cold as he was about to speak. I do. Kim Kwang turned to look at him and sneered. And who the hell are you? He frowned in annoyance, his mocking voice ringing out. How strange. Lam Thien. The last time we met, you were just another coward hiding in your shell. What makes you so bold now?" He didn't bother with more words, his voice as cold as ice as he replied, "If you're courting death, then you can't blame me for what happens next." The spirit energy within him erupted, and without any further hesitation, his body shot straight toward Kim Kwong. His eyes turned sharp and cold as his voice rang out decisively. "Today, I'm going to teach you some manners." Flame fist. His arm burst into crimson flames, and a single punch shot forward so fast that Kim Kwong couldn't react. His carelessness cost him dearly. His body shuddered from the impact, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Unable to stay on his feet, he collapsed to his knees, his entire body trembling in agony. Witnessing this, the onlookers were completely stunned. To think it only took a single punch. A red flame suddenly enveloped Kim Kwong as he roared in fury. "Are you trying to die, Lam Thien?" The surging flames seemed to fuel him, and with another roar, he shot back to his feet. The fire-based aura erupting around him was so intense that no one dared to get close. Those standing nearby quickly shielded themselves, discussing in a panic, "What's happening? How did his aura suddenly get so strong?" That's a fire elemental attribute. He has abundant fire spiritual energy, so his power is amplified here. Hearing this, many whispered in despair. "What, doesn't that mean he's invincible inside this cave?" "You could say that," Makthu asked Phi with a tremble in his voice. "Sister-in-law, will Big Brother Lam be okay?" "Right," she replied calmly. "Don't worry. I've yet to see anyone who could actually cause Lam Thien trouble." Believing he had the upper hand, Kim Kwong laughed arrogantly. "Lam Thien, this cave is filled with the fire element. In here, I am a god." Lam Thien looked at him with utter contempt and replied coldly, "Just a dog at the peak of the 7th valiant chosen realm dares to stand here and bark at me." Enraged by the taunt, Kim Kwong screamed maniacally, "Just die for me." He swung his sword fiercely, sending waves of swirling flames slashing directly toward him. But none of the attacks could even graze his body. He slowly drew the lightning sword from his back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Too weak. He braced himself and unleashed a powerful slash toward Kim Kwong. Lightning flame slash. The crimson bolt of lightning collided head-on with the flames, creating a space-shaking explosion. As Kim Kwong's defenses shattered, the lightning continued its path, striking his left arm directly. The attack sliced through, severing Kim Kwong's left arm and causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. His severed arm rolled across the ground as Kim Kwong lost his balance and collapsed. He clutched his wound, cold sweat pouring down his face, trembling from a mixture of pain and rage, screaming in his mind, "You dare to cripple me." Lam Thien stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice. "You insolent thing. I didn't bother with you before because I had other matters to attend to. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" He pointed the tip of his sword at Kim Kwong's face and warned, "Let today's wound be a reminder. Out of respect for the army, I'll spare your life." He glanced down at the man on the ground and added, "Next time, no one will be able to save you." Faced with the cold blade, Kim Kwong begged in a panic, I was wrong, Lam Thien. Please, spare me. Let me live. I'm willing to submit to you." But deep down, he seared this humiliation into his heart. Kim Kwong gritted his teeth and thought, "Lam Thien, one day, I will make you pay for this." As the battle ended, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lam Thien is too strong. He defeated Tong Kim Kwong in a single move. That's right. And he was a peak 7th realm valiant chosen. Lam Thien truly is one of the chosen. Makthu immediately ran over to flatter him. "Big Brother Lam Thien, you're incredible. You're my idol." Vu Tin also approached with a smile and said, "Captain Lam, you truly are amazing." Phi didn't hide her feelings either. "Honey, you were so cool." He walked over and handed the crystal to Phi, instructing her. "Phi, this is a fire element stone. When we get back, I want you to absorb the energy inside it. Phi happily took the crystal and asked, "Really? But you also have a fire spiritual attribute, don't you?" He replied succinctly. "This thing isn't very effective for me anymore." Phi moved in close and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, saying, "Honey, you're so good to me," which made him blush involuntarily. He turned to Lan Nguyet and asked, "Lan Nguyet, do you know why we came here?" She hesitated before answering. "Isn't it for the martial arts tournament?" He shook his head, his tone growing serious. "No, I have no interest in this tournament. I came here because," seeing her confused expression, he continued, "to help you find a clue about your parents." Noticing her stunned silence, he gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't be surprised. I saw some information related to your parents in a few mission files." Understanding dawned on her as she asked, "So you were the one who took those missing pages from the mission documents?" He nodded in admission. "I hid those pages because I was afraid you would overthink things," he explained clearly. "According to the documents, your parents came to this singularity point when you were little to find something. This was the last place they were seen. Did they say anything to you before they left?" Lan Nguyet looked down sadly and replied, "No, I was too young at the time, so I don't remember anything. If it weren't for the photos Uncle Lou gave me, I might have forgotten my parents' faces completely." He gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry, this time. I will definitely help you find them," she said emotionally. "Lam Thien, thank you. But this singularity is very dangerous if you go too deep," he reassured her. "Rest assured, no matter what this singularity is, I will destroy it today." He turned back and instructed the others. Phi, everyone stay here. Don't go any deeper. I'm taking Lan Nguyet inside." Phi asked worriedly, "Honey, are you sure it's really dangerous in there?" He looked at her and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. A strange place like this is just a walk in the park for me." He turned to tease, "Mac Thu, you want to come with—" Mac Thu's face went pale as he waved his hands frantically. No way. "Absolutely not. I'm not a fan of willingly walking into danger." His eyes turned serious as he warned, "Fine. Then I'm leaving Phi and Vu Tin's safety in your hands. If anything happens to them, I'm holding you responsible." Mac Thu was startled and flustered. "Wait a minute. Didn't you just say I was useless?" He ignored him and led the way, saying, "Lan Nguyet, let's go." The two of them continued deeper into the anomaly, with her following closely behind him. Now that it was just the two of them, Lan Nguyet became more vigilant, her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Noticing this, he turned back to remind her, "Relax, you don't need to be so tense." After passing through a section of the cave, they both suddenly stopped when he sensed something unusual up ahead. They stood on a rocky ledge looking down. Below them was a lake, and in the middle of its surface, a brilliant light was radiating outwards. Lan Nguyet stood behind him and asked quietly, "What is that thing?" The system's voice echoed in his head. "Spiritual energy detected. Analysis indicates high-tier fire attribute spiritual energy. Purifying flame lotus detected." He rejoiced silently. "I've hit the jackpot. This is a huge score. I can't believe I found such a rare spiritual energy source." He turned back to instruct her. "I'm going down to check it out. You just stay here." "Okay." She nodded and replied, "Okay." After jumping down, he observed from a distance, silently noting that this flame produced no toxic smoke, and its temperature wasn't high at all. He maintained his spiritual power, erecting a protective barrier around his body to test just how powerful this ball of flame really was. A moment later, the system's voice rang out continuously, absorbing high-tier fire element spiritual energy. Fire element experience points plus 154. Fire element experience points plus 154. Fire element experience points plus 545. Right below the water's surface where he stood, a colossal shadow slowly took shape. and a chilling aura spread through the area. Lan Nguyet, looking down from above, sensed the disturbance and quickly shouted a warning. "What is that?" Two yin sharks suddenly shot up from the bottom of the lake, their mouths wide open as they charged straight for him. They were clearly guarding the source of spiritual energy in the middle of the lake. When one of them saw him dodge, it changed direction and continued its assault, aiming its sharp teeth right at its target. Seeing this, Lan Nguyet's heart tightened. She disregarded the danger and jumped down, shouting, "Lam Thien, be careful." She drew the small blade from her hip, using her momentum to launch herself straight at the yin shark that was closing in on him. The blade plunged deep into the monster's eye. The gush of blood disoriented it. Using its body as a foothold, she kicked off hard and launched herself high into the air. As soon as she landed, she spun around to deal with the remaining yin shark, her small blade unleashing a wave of chilling sword energy. The monster shrieked as it was struck in the back, its body thrashing violently in midair. Realizing it was outmatched, the yin shark immediately dove back into the water and disappeared. Only then did Lan Nguyet let out a breath of relief. She turned to look at him and asked with concern, "Lam Thien, are you okay?" He remained in the middle of the lake, focused on absorbing the spiritual energy, and said, "I need a few minutes to absorb this flame. I need you to stand guard for me and stop any other monsters." Lan Nguyet replied with a determined look in her eyes. "Don't worry. I won't let anything get near you." She was completely unaware that high above, a green Jiao was silently observing her every move. Once it had locked onto its target, it dove straight down from above, its sharp-toothed maw wide open. In that perilous moment, she detected the unusual movement just in time. Lan Nguyet leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal surprise attack. Having missed its target, the green Jiao roared. It didn't stop, but instead continued to charge and attack her. The monster closed the distance and swung its sharp claws, slashing deeply into Lan Nguyet's arm. She clutched her arm in pain. A deep, bleeding gash was now clearly visible on her bicep. Pushing through the pain, she channeled her spiritual energy, formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Ice Thorn!" Instantly, a pillar of ice shot straight toward the monster. The green Jiao quickly dodged. The hard scales on its head were only lightly scratched as it continued to press its attack. Seeing her attack was ineffective, Lan Nguyet gasped in horror. "What?" Her last attack seemed to have only made it more ferocious. It lunged forward and spat a stream of bizarre green liquid. Lan Nguyet quickly backed away to dodge. The liquid hit the ground with a sizzling sound, clearly corrosive. Taking advantage of her distraction, the green Jiao seized the opportunity, spinning its body violently and whipping its tail toward her. Lan Nguyet immediately channeled her spiritual energy, erecting an ice wall in front of her. But the blow was too powerful, and the green scale's hide was too tough. The ice wall shattered, and the attack struck her directly in the stomach. She was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground as a mouthful of blood escaped her lips. That last hit nearly took her out completely. Lan Nguyet lay motionless, gasping for breath, a single thought crossing her mind. "It's over. I can't move my body." Seeing its prey was down, the green scale opened its maw full of sharp teeth, leaning down to devour her. Just then, a powerful column of energy shot forward, piercing straight through the monster's neck. Blood sprayed out as the green scale roared in pain and immediately turned towards its attacker. He had finished absorbing the spiritual energy. He walked forward with his arms crossed and said in a cold voice, "You dare touch one of mine, are you looking to die?" The spiritual energy around him surged violently as he flew forward to face the green scale directly. "You're just a mere beast, and you dare to act so recklessly, having its prey stolen." The green scale roared and charged straight at Lam Thien, its fury boiling over. Its entire body was covered in tightly packed, hard scales, leaving no gaps. A mysterious green light flashed with its every breath. It seemed to be protected by a rich layer of spiritual energy, making its aura even more oppressive. It raised its claws and swiped viciously, but he leaped over its head in an instant to dodge. He reached behind him, gripping the hilt of his thunder sword, and slowly drew it from its sheath. He brought the blade down along its body and shouted, "Thunder flames slash." The lightning struck its scales, but the monster was almost completely unharmed. It immediately spun around, whipping its sharp, spiky tail at him. He raised his sword to block, and the clash produced a deafening screech. The man and the monster were locked in a stalemate. They separated, both recoiling from the close quarters exchange. He remarked quietly, "As expected of a seventh realm valiant beast, it actually has some strength." The green scale was still full of energy. It turned its head to look at him and let out a roar, a hiss full of intimidation. He tightened his grip on the thunder sword, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade, and declared coldly, "I'm done playing with you. It's time to end this." He channeled the spiritual energy he had just absorbed into his sword. His eyes locked on his target. Let's see just how powerful this purifying lotus flame really is. He swung the blazing sword forward, his voice booming, "World-annihilating, purifying lotus slash." The beast didn't understand the power of the purifying lotus and charged headfirst towards him. The moment the purifying lotus flame touched the green scale, it incinerated the spiritual energy surrounding its body, then tore the monster into two halves. After dealing with the green scale, he immediately ran to check on Lan Nguyen. "Lan Nguyen, are you okay?" she replied weakly. "Thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have..." He replied nonchalantly, "It was just a small lizard. Nothing to make a fuss about. Be more careful next time. Don't let yourself get ambushed again." Lan Nguyen understood he was trying to save her face, so she just replied curtly, "I know." Suddenly, a strange feeling rose from around the lake. The air grew heavy, and he fell silent, observing his surroundings. His expression darkened, and he spoke coldly towards the hidden entity. "Come out. Stop hiding in the lake." The moment he finished speaking, the water's surface below began to churn violently, splashing everywhere. Immediately after, a giant blue dragon spread its wings and shot up from the water. It tilted its head back and said with glee, "Finally, I've finally escaped the seal at the bottom of the lake." Lan Nguyen was stunned and blurted out, "A dragon. There's a talking dragon in this anomaly." The blue dragon replied arrogantly, "I am a mighty ninth realm valiant. What's so strange about me knowing how to speak your human tongue?" He looked at the spiritual energy swirling around it and thought to himself, "This dragon's aura feels dangerous. I should try talking to it first." He lowered his sword and asked directly, "Hey, did you create this anomaly?" The blue dragon immediately corrected him. "This anomaly wasn't created by me. It was created for me." Lan Nguyen looked up, confused, and asked, "Created for you? What does that mean?" Having just escaped its seal, it was willing to talk. "Over 10 years ago, I was cultivating in this lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through my bloodline shackles and ascend to a higher realm. Unexpectedly, 2 wretched humans broke in. They joined forces to suppress me, sealing me at the bottom of the lake, and even plotted to steal my power." Lan Nguyen was suspicious and quickly pressed, "Do you remember what those 2 looked like and what happened to them afterward?" The blue dragon replied, "I only remember the man was named Lan Zuyen, and the woman was named Tuyet Han." Lan Nguyen froze, her emotions welling up until she could barely speak. Her voice trembled. "It was them. Father, mother." The blue dragon let out a loud laugh. "What an ironic twist of fate. The ones who freed me are the descendants of my enemies." It looked down on them and said, "It seems I really ought to thank you too." He understood the sarcasm behind that "thank you" and shot back. "So, is your so-called gratitude just repaying kindness with hatred?" The blue dragon flew higher, not denying it in the slightest. "Repaying kindness with hatred. That's the law of the jungle, where the strong devour the weak, now. Pay the price for what your parents did." He immediately stepped in front of Lan Nguyet and yelled, "You need to get out of here, now," she answered firmly. "No way, I can't just leave you. Besides, I have to find out the truth about my parents from its mouth." The blue dragon glared at them, its voice cold and malicious. "Neither of you will escape. You will both become sacrifices for me." With that, it shot a pillar of fire straight down. He immediately swung his thunder sword forward, meeting the blue dragon's attack head-on and blocking it completely. He turned to her and said quickly, "Lan Nguyet, don't even try. You're no match for it right now. I'll handle this dragon." She stood her ground, her voice unwavering. "No, even if I'm not strong enough, I can't let you face it alone." From above, the blue dragon sneered mockingly. Such touching camaraderie. "It's a shame no one is leaving here alive today." He continued to persuade her, keeping his voice calm. "Leave this dragon to me. You should take this chance to look around for any clues your parents might have left behind." Those words made her pause, her resolve wavering at the thought of her parents. Realizing she was swayed, he urged her on. "Go, I've got this." Knowing she would only be a burden if she stayed, she lowered her head, bit her lip, and said, "Thank you." With that, she turned and ran deeper into the cave, and the two of them split up to act. Seeing Lan Nguyet leave, the blue dragon furiously whipped its tail and roared, "You're not going anywhere." He instantly rushed forward to block it, his thundersword clashing directly with the dragon's tail, sending a burst of heat and sparks flying. Now, he focused all his attention on the fight, his voice low. "You're far too confident." Blue dragon. Lan Nguyet rushed deep into the cave, frantically searching for something. As she was running, she suddenly stopped short when she saw a giant crystal formation ahead of her. Faced with the massive crystal, she couldn't hide her curiosity and mumbled, "What is that?" Inside the crystal were two familiar figures, both with their eyes shut tight, completely motionless. She stared in shock as she recognized their faces, her heart tightening. Father, mother. Panicked and desperate, she placed her hand on the crystal, trying to find a way to save them. "I'll get you out of there right now." After a moment of inspection, she resolved to attack. Ice Spike. The attack hit the crystal directly, but its surface didn't even get a scratch. Seeing this, she froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What?" Anger and despair welled up inside her as she repeatedly struck the crystal. "Why?" But no matter how much power she used, the crystal remained intact as tears streamed down her face. She collapsed in front of the crystal, her voice choked with emotion. Why is it like this?" In another part of the cave, frost had spread, sealing off several areas in ice. He continued to battle the blue dragon, which growled menacingly. "Mai's death will be the beginning of my revenge." The blue dragon didn't wait another second, gathering its power to attack. Dai Dragon's flame burst, despite the ferocious attack. He parried it with ease, his voice dripping with contempt. "You think you can kill me with just that?" He swung his sword to counterattack, the power from his thunder sword gradually overwhelming the blue dragon's assault. Only then did the blue dragon realize the situation, its voice filled with frustration. "It seems you have some skill after all." Its rage erupted violently as it gathered its spiritual energy into a massive attack. "If you're so eager to die, then I will grant your wish." Faced with the attack, he remained calm, his voice cold. Too weak. He gathered all his strength, using his thunder sword to meet the blue dragon's attack head-on. The entire cave shook as the two immense powers collided, engulfing the space. Before long, his power surged through the hazy smoke, and his voice rang out. "Is this the full extent of your strength?" As the smoke cleared, he stood with his arms crossed, observing the blue dragon and calmly remarking, "A 9th stage valiant creature. And you're this weak." The blue dragon was knocked back, its face a mask of disbelief as it stammered, "Impossible. How could you block 80% of my power? That's the power of a 9th stage valiant." Seizing the advantage, He looked directly at the blue dragon and commanded, "I'll give you one last chance. Use your strongest move, otherwise, you die." Lam Long seemed to obey, but his voice was still filled with killing intent as he flew high and declared, "That was because you were too confident. Next, I will show you my full power." It prepared to engulf him in a sea of flames, its throat swelling as it growled. The dragon was furious. "Regret angering me in these flames. Human." He held his ground firmly, his expression calm as he retorted, "Is that all you've got?" The moment he finished speaking, he leaped, tearing through the stream of fire and charging straight toward his opponent. Lam Long saw him closing in, its eyes locking onto the target without wavering. Before it could even prepare a defense, he swung his sword down. Thunder Flame. After completing the strike, he landed lightly, his stance still firm. Lam Long refused to admit defeat, growling in frustration. "Damn it, if it weren't for that sword, you would have been burned to ashes by now." Hearing this, he feigned surprise, his face full of mockery. He casually tossed his sword to the ground and calmly suggested that Lam Long try again. Seeing this act, Lam Long froze, momentarily unable to believe its eyes. "What did you say?" He spread his arms in a gesture, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Again. Let's see what you can do." Lam Long didn't hesitate, repeating the same technique as before. "You're just asking for death." After gathering its power, it unleashed a massive stream of blue fire. Demon Dragon Wave. The blue flame shot straight towards him, its immense pressure filling the entire cave. His expression darkened as he raised one hand to meet the attack. Not bad, just as expected. He stopped Lam Long's attack with just a single hand. He clenched his fist as if he were grabbing the flame itself. The space within the cave was once again engulfed by the intense blue firelight. He stood firm amidst the flames, while Lam Long roared in disbelief. "No, impossible. How can a puny human block my demon dragon wave with his bare hands?" He pointed at Lam Long and replied, "We're both at the Brave Selection 9th Realm, so why shouldn't I be able to block your demon dragon wave? You're just an outdated relic. I am the lord of this place now." He didn't want to wait any longer and acted directly. "If you're done with your moves, then it's my turn." Lam Long seemed to go mad, screaming defiantly, "I can't die. I must live. I'm already at the Brave Selection, 9th Realm, just one step away from the Iron Vein Realm. I absolutely cannot die here." He picked up his sword again, getting into a ready stance as his cold voice rang out. "Trying to run, it's too late." He unleashed his decisive blow, and Lam Long roared in agony as the attack hit. Thunder Flame, single blade. Slash. After taking that hit, Lam Long immediately fled, finally understanding the true gap in their power. As things quieted down, he placed a hand on Lan Nguyet's shoulder to reassure her. "Let's go take a look at this crystal." The two of them approached the crystal that was encasing her parents. He carefully observed the surface of the crystal, silently assessing it. These runes are emitting a terrifying aura. Out of curiosity, he activated the system and requested an analysis of the runes on the crystal. The system quickly responded. "Analysis complete. This is runic energy. The host must evolve to the Iron Vein realm to absorb it." After hearing this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully and concluded, "So, that's how it is. It seems I can't break this crystal right now." He continued to ponder and came up with another idea. "If I can't break it from the top, then I'll start from the bottom." He used his sword to strike the stone floor of the cave with great force. Lan Nguyet, who had witnessed the whole thing, asked in astonishment, "Lam Thien, what are you trying to do?" He stopped and turned to answer, his face full of confidence. "I have to dig this crystal out." With that, he channeled all his strength into his sword, determined to move the crystal. "Come on out." Thanks to his sound calculations, the crystal finally popped out of the ground. The crystal returned to its original position, but it was no longer buried deep in the stone floor. He let out a light breath and wiped away his sweat. "Finally got it out." Lan Nguyet stared at the unearthed crystal, unsure of what the next step should be. Lam Thien answered Lan Nguyet in a flash, tensing his muscles, activating his teleportation, and vanishing from his spot, inside the cave. Lam Long was still circling, looking for a place to hide, the scars from its defeat at his hands still clearly visible. Though it had lost badly, it didn't back down, with only one thought in its mind: that damn human dared to injure me. Once I recover, I'll definitely make him pay. As it was flying, a crystal appeared before its eyes, and Lam Long stopped dead in mid-air. In that same cave, a group of people were resting and chatting. I told you, Big Brother Lam Thien is amazing. That last sword strike was just too overpowered. I wonder how many levels stronger he is than Tong Kim Kwang. When Tanda saw everyone talking so loudly, he whispered a reminder. Keep your voices down. He's still over there. Mac Van turned his head, his eyes filled with rage. So what if he is? He's nothing but a coward who preys on the weak and fears the strong. There's nothing respectable about him. On the other side, the heavily injured Kim Kwang clutched his chest, gasping for breath. If I hadn't lost an arm, I would have slaughtered every last one of you wannabe tyrants. While they were resting and talking, the entire group suddenly sensed a disturbance, and they all turned to look in the same direction. The blue dragon appeared. It had tracked Kim Kwang's group down. A blast of dragon's breath erupted, and its attack rained down on them instantly. One man was incinerated by the blue dragon's flames, and he screamed in agony. The scene before them made the survivors tighten their formation. A dragon. Everyone, be careful. Someone started coordinating, calling for everyone to focus their attacks on the blue dragon, but faced with its overwhelming presence, a few had already begun to hesitate. Still, some charged forward to counterattack. Flame slash. Ice slash. Water dragon's calamity. The overwhelming power made the blue dragon laugh arrogantly. This is the feeling I should have. True power. True domination. The blue dragon continuously spewed fire, and each wave of flames that swept through took down several more people. This is the feeling of power. This is the feeling of a ruler. Kim Kwang saw the situation clearly, but had no intention of charging in. This isn't a monster we can defeat. We have to retreat now. I absolutely cannot die here. However, the blue dragon had already noticed him, its cold gaze locking onto its target. The answer was clear. The blue dragon raised its claw, aiming straight for Kim Kwang as its horrifying voice echoed. Trying to run. Kim Kwang couldn't escape in time. His entire body was caught in its claws. I'm dead. It found me, having caught its prey. The blue dragon looked down on him condescendingly. Did you really think you could escape from my grasp? Human, sensing the killing intent, Kim Kwang panicked and begged, Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. The blue dragon grew even more smug. It laughed sinisterly and replied, With a one-armed cripple like you, what could you possibly do for me? To save his own skin, Kim Kwang quickly negotiated. I can help you kill all of these cultivators. Witnessing this betrayal, everyone was enraged. Tong Kim Kwang, you bastard. You'd sell us out just to save your own life. We should have let Brother Lam finish you off earlier, you scum. The blue dragon seemed unconvinced, its voice cold as it replied, That alone isn't enough to keep you alive. I can kill them in the blink of an eye. Kim Kwang immediately played another card. I can get you out of this anomaly point. Hearing this, the blue dragon froze as if it had just found a path to survival. You can get me out. Kim Kwang looked in a certain direction, his voice tight with determination. I can use the spiritual power of the anomaly's teleportation gate. With enough spiritual energy, I can shatter this seal and help you enter the outside world. The blue dragon fell silent. A moment later, an immense force suddenly erupted from it. The intense power made it look even more frenzied and ferocious. Vu Tin witnessed this treachery and grew furious. Tong Kim Kwang, How dare you betray humanity? Fifi couldn't hold back either. You ungrateful animal, don't you forget that it was humanity that raised you. In response, he just laughed gleefully. Ungrateful, this is called being smart enough to know which side to be on. Hearing that, the blue dragon just gave a faint smile. Well said. Smart enough to know which side to be on. Then, the blue dragon made a show of its power and gave a direct order. I'll give you one chance to prove your worth. Kim Kwong roared, unleashing all his strength, both for the blue dragon and to save himself. Slowly, Kim Kwong's robes were engulfed by the blue dragon's blue flames, yet they didn't burn away. Kim Kwong's hand began to transform unnaturally, as if it were becoming a part of the blue dragon's own body. Vu Tin and Fifi watched it all happen, both of them worried about this turn of events. Seeing that the corruption process was nearly complete, the blue dragon urged him on with delight. Now, go prove your worth. Finally, Kim Kwong's transformation was complete. One of his arms now had the exact same structure as the blue dragon's. He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Blue Dragon." Vu Tin turned to Fifi, her voice urgent. "Fifi, we can't let this traitor escape." Fifi immediately replied, "You're right, we have to stop him, even if it costs us our lives." Kim Kwong burst out laughing, his eyes filled with contempt. He sneered, "The two of you think you can stop me? That's absolutely ridiculous." Kim Kwong pointed his sword forward as a surge of power radiated from him. He said arrogantly, "Let's see what you two are made of." From behind, Makthu tried to calm everyone down, advising them not to break formation, but Vu Tin immediately brushed him off. "Get out of the way. Don't stand in my path." Vu Tin made a decisive gesture with her hand, and a series of freezing chains materialized. Her voice rang out, "Chains of frost. Take this." Kim Kwong gave a faint, disdainful smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Too weak." Kim Kwong swung his sword straight ahead, and in an instant, he shattered all the chains that were flying toward him. Fifi suddenly appeared from behind. Her legs writhed in flames, as she launched a kick straight at Kim Kwong. Kim Kwong's arm instantly transformed, covered by a layer of hard, protruding scales. He caught Fifi's leg, stopping her attack just in time. Fifi's eyes widened in disbelief as her attack was stopped dead in midair. Kim Kwong turned his head, his hand still gripping Fifi's ankle, a grotesque smile spreading across his lips. Kim Kwong gathered his strength, and his arm suddenly swung down with immense force. Fifi's body was slammed straight into the stone floor, the impact echoing through the area. Kim Kwong raised his other hand, slowly drawing the sword from his back. Fifi's eyes shot open, her mind went blank. "This is it. I can't dodge this." Kim Kwong gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the hilt, and swung down at Fifi with all his might. Halfway through the swing, Kim Kwong froze. A strange sensation washed over him, throwing him into confusion. What's going on? What is this bizarre feeling? In the distance, Vu Tin was chanting a spell, chains of ice swirling around her as her voice rang out. "Let go of Fifi." Vu Tin's chains stopped the fatal blow. Kim Kwong roared in fury, swinging his arm and shattering all the chains that bound him. Covered in injuries, Fifi gasped out, "Thanks." Vu Tin rushed over to help her up, whispering urgently, "Sister Fifi, we have to be careful of his attacks." Kim Kwong scowled at the two of them, his voice dripping with killing intent. "You two were lucky just now, but your luck has just run out." Kim Kwong slammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave as he yelled, "Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves." The ground shattered into pieces, and the tremor launched both Fifi and Vu Tin into the air. Rubble rained down as a deep pit opened up beneath them, and Fifi and Vu Tin plummeted to the bottom. Their bodies free fell until they crashed hard onto the stone floor, the aftershock spreading throughout the deep pit. Covered in wounds, Fifi struggled to sit up, her panicked gaze fixed on Vu Tin nearby. Fifi crawled towards the unconscious Vu Tin, calling out anxiously, "Vu Tin, wake up." Vu Tin's eyes were shut tight, her body motionless. Fifi trembled with dread. Damn it. Vu Tin's injuries are too severe. From above, Kim Kwang slowly descended, his arrogant voice echoing. Do you understand the difference in our power now? Fifi gritted her teeth and shot back. Tong Kim Kwang, you shameless disgrace to humanity. You only know how to kneel and beg for your life when Lam Thien returns. He'll make you pay. Kim Kwang let out a cold chuckle. Don't you worry, he replied. Even if he doesn't come, I'll go find him myself. An immense power erupted from Kim Kwang as he roared. After all, the power I have now is terrifying. Kim Kwang swung his sword, sending a blade of energy hurtling toward Fifi and Vu Tin as he screamed. Die! Fifi hugged Vu Tin tightly, a single thought echoing in her mind. Lam Thien, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a surge of energy materialized in front of the two women, directly blocking Kim Kwang's attack. That energy completely absorbed the slash, fluctuated violently, and then gradually dissipated. Fifi opened her eyes and looked forward, whispering in astonishment. What? Makthu stepped forward from behind, his voice a mix of relief and worry. You scared me to death. I almost didn't know how I was going to explain this to Boss Lam Thien. Fifi turned her head to look at Makthu, her eyes wide with surprise. Makthu, the memory of his missed swing flashed through Kim Kwang's mind. He said, my previous attack, the one that wasn't fatal, that was your doing too, wasn't it? Makthu scratched his head and admitted frankly, Boss Tong Kim Kwang, you're as sharp as they say. There's no hiding my little tricks from you. Makthu pointed a finger to the sky and suggested, well then, how about we just call it a day? Kim Kwang grew wary. He had never seen this kid's abilities before and knew he had to be careful. He asked, what are you getting at? Makthu spread his hands and explained, what I mean is, you should take that dragon and leave this singularity point right now, then. We can just pretend none of this ever happened. Okay. Fifi snapped her head around, her voice firm. No. If you let that dragon leave the singularity point, the army outside will be completely unprepared. There's no telling how many people will die. Makthu scratched his cheek and quickly tried to persuade her. Sister-in-law, you and Vu Tin are both seriously injured. You need treatment right away. Otherwise, how am I supposed to face Boss Lam Thien when he gets back? Besides, I was just here for the experience. I never expected to run into a situation like this. Makthu continued to press. Sister-in-law, just listen to your little brother here. Even if those two get out, they won't be able to cause that much trouble. Makthu's words were a direct jab at Kim Kwang. This Tong Kim Kwang guy is just someone Boss Lam Thien already defeated once. When the boss gets back, taking care of him will be a piece of cake. Right. Kim Kwang swung his arm, sending 3 slashes flying straight at Makthu as he roared in fury. You're asking to die. Makthu took a small step back and yelled dramatically. So scary, Boss Tong. You're so domineering, I'm about to be overwhelmed by your powerful aura. Kim Kwang launched a flurry of attacks, shouting, 10-strike flames slash. Makthu stood his ground, neutralizing every single move. He replied calmly, Boss Tong, let's just stop here. I'm a pacifist, you see. Kim Kwang gritted his teeth and snarled in frustration. You bastard, if you've got any real skill. Stop using these cheap tricks and face my attack head-on, Makthu said calmly. Are you angry? Brother Tong, I've been physically weak since I was a kid, so I've always hated head-on fights like this, but Makthu's eyes snapped open, and he lowered his voice. That doesn't mean I don't have my own strengths. As soon as he finished speaking, all the slashes Kim Kwang had just made reappeared, all aimed right back at him. The gleaming slashes shot forward simultaneously, heading straight for where Kim Kwang stood. Kim Kwang's face went pale, his eyes wide with shock. He could only watch helplessly as the attack rushed toward him. The attack slammed into Kim Kwang's body, and the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the cave. Kim Kwang fell to his knees, his hand resting on his sword, which was stuck in the ground. Kim Kwang looked up and roared in fury. "You shameless brat! What the hell kind of power did you awaken?" Mak Thu shrugged, spreading his hands nonchalantly. "Oh, come on. Who in their right mind would just tell someone the secrets of their ability?" Mak Thu continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Brother Tong, just take Lam Long and go. There's no point in us fighting like this." Kim Kwang tightened his grip on his sword and charged, roaring. "I am Tong Kim Kwang. There's no way I'm losing to a shameless punk like you." Mak Thu casually waved his hand, and a spatial rift opened up. Neutralizing the attack instantly, he said, "Brother Tong, that attack of yours will only end up hurting yourself." From behind, Kim Kwang's own slash reappeared and shot straight toward him. Kim Kwang cried out in pain. Kim Kwang frantically launched more attacks at Mak Thu, growling, "I don't believe it." Mak Thu remained still, raising one hand to summon a series of spatial rifts that blocked every single blow. Kim Kwang's attacks were redirected, and he was repeatedly hit by his own reflected techniques. Kim Kwang thought in despair, "This kid's power is just too bizarre. Do I really not stand a single chance?" Watching from a distance, Phi was filled with questions. What kind of power is this? Is he really that strong? Kim Kwang raised his sword as blue flames erupted from it. He screamed in fury, "Mak Thu, I refuse to believe you can absorb these flames too." Kim Kwang plunged his sword into the ground, and the fire intensified as his voice boomed. Flame shockwave. The blue flames shot straight toward Mak Thu, but he remained motionless, his expression perfectly calm. Mak Thu calmly held out his hands, and a spatial rift opened, directly absorbing Kim Kwang's attack. Right where Kim Kwang was standing, another rift appeared, and the flames began to engulf his body. Kim Kwang collapsed, his mind filled with nothing but helplessness. Why did I lose?" Mak Thu walked over and said softly, "Tong Kim Kwang, this whole noisy affair should be over now." Lam Long appeared behind Mak Thu, laughing with excitement. What a fun little game. Mak Thu turned around, his eyes widening. The sight behind him made him freeze. Lam Long lunged forward, a single blow piercing through Mak Thu's body as blood immediately gushed out. From a distance, Phi held Vu Tin tightly, her panicked voice crying out, "Mak Thu." Kim Kwang looked toward Lam Long and gasped, "Lord Lam Long." Lam Long slowly lifted Mak Thu's body into the air. It said, "The spiritual energy from you human cultivators has not only healed my injuries, but has also allowed me to enter a higher realm of power." Lam Long threw Mak Thu's body to the ground and continued, "Next, I will leave this singularity and take my revenge on the humans who once sealed me away." Lam Long gave a cold smile as blue flames coiled around its body. It said in a low voice, "I will make them all pay the price." Kim Kwang crawled before Lam Long, his voice trembling as he begged, "Lord Lam Long, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you and help you conquer the world." Lam Long looked down at Kim Kwang, its voice slow. "Your performance was indeed quite good, but..." Lam Long tightened its grip on Kim Kwang's head and said coldly, "I have no need for useless trash." Kim Kwang struggled, pleading, "No, Lord Lam Long, I've given everything for you. You can't." Lam Long increased its power. Kim Kwang screamed in agony, his body convulsing. In just a moment, Kim Kwang went completely still. Lam Long lifted his body to observe it. Lam Long turned its head forward, its voice booming. "Next, it's your turn." Phi, supporting Vu Tin in her arms, froze at those words. Mak Thu struggled to get up. He called out to Phi, "You two, come over here. I have something to tell you." Phi tilted her head to look at him, her voice low. "What is it?" Mak Thu pressed a hand to the wound on his chest and said quietly, "The moment Lam Long attacks, I'll open a spatial rift that leads outside. When I do, get Vu Tin out of here immediately." Phi looked at Mak Thu's wound and asked worriedly, "What about you? You can't possibly stay here alone. You'll die." Mak Thu straightened up and smiled. "Brother Lam Thien entrusted you to my care, so I have to get you out of here safely." At that moment, Lam Long flapped his wings and charged forward, his voice booming. Die! Makthu furrowed his brow and shouted a warning. Now's the time. Makthu waved his hand, and a space portal opened right beside Phi and Vu Tin. Makthu gathered his strength and yelled urgently, "This is it. Go now, hurry." Phi supported Vu Tin as they moved toward the portal. She looked back and said, "Makthu, you have to survive." After saying that, Phi and Vu Tin stepped through the portal, their figures quickly vanishing. At the same time, Lam Long attacked. Makthu was hit, and his body suffered another grievous wound. Lam Long looked down, his voice ice cold. "If you want to be a hero so badly, then I'll let you die first." Lying on the ground, Makthu's voice trembled, but he still managed a mocking laugh. "Kill me. You think it's going to be that easy?" Scene change. Outside. Lam Thien leaned on his thighs, panting as he said, "I'm exhausted. This thing is way too heavy." Lam Thien quickly supported Phi, his voice filled with worry. "What happened to Makthu and what about your injuries?" Phi averted her gaze and answered softly. "Makthu was severely injured by a very powerful Lam Long while protecting me and Vu Tin so we could escape." Lam Thien suddenly understood, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that Lam Long that escaped? Lam Thien strode forward and said decisively, "All right, I'm going now. Lan Nguyet, you and Phi get Vu Tin and Thui Tin out of here, as fast as you can." Lan Nguyet supported Vu Tin, saying worriedly, "Let me go with you. Didn't Phi say that Lam Long has already evolved to the Iron Vein realm?" Lam Thien gave a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I will definitely bring Makthu back." Lan Nguyet lowered her head, her unease palpable, thinking to herself, "Lam Thien, you have to come back alive." Scene change. Deep inside the stone cave, the battle between Makthu and Lam Long continued. Makthu was sent flying, his body slamming hard against the cave wall. Makthu struggled to sit up, muttering, "Okay, that actually hurt a little." Makthu reached out his hand, mustering his strength to try and open another spatial rift. But his energy was depleted. The rift trembled slightly before quickly closing. Makthu lowered his hand, the thought crossing his mind. "My spiritual power, it's not enough anymore." Lam Long stepped forward, slowly explaining why he couldn't tear open space. "It's not because your spiritual power is depleted. It's because I used my own spiritual power to forcibly seal every spatial rift you created." Lam Long's eyes gleamed as his deep voice rumbled, asking Makthu, "How does it feel to wait for death?" Leaning against the cave wall, Makthu breathed weakly but still gave a faint smile. "Honestly, it's not pleasant, but it's not my first time either." Lam Long kicked Makthu hard, sending blood flying, and roared, "Then today, I'll beat you until you're on your knees, begging for your life." Lam Long opened his mouth, and a blue flame began to gather within. He spat out a stream of fire, the flame striking Makthu directly in the stomach and forcing his body backward. Makthu collapsed, his body lying still on the stone floor as Lam Long slowly closed in. Makthu still wore a sarcastic smile. He said to Lam Long, "The toughest thing about me is my mouth. A little punk like you still isn't enough to break me." Lam Long swung his wings, and a burst of flame shot forward as he screamed in fury. "Just die!" The flames tore through the air, heading straight for Makthu, who lay motionless, with no strength left to dodge. Just then, a figure appeared, directly blocking the fatal blow. Lam Long's eyes widened as he recognized the newcomer, exclaiming, "It's you." Lam Thien appeared, gripping a blazing red sword, his entire body surging with intense spiritual power. He looked at Lam Long, then turned to Makthu and said gratefully, "Makthu, thank you so much for this. I owe you one. I'll repay you when we get out of here." Makthu struggled to sit up, replying with a weak smile, "Don't jinx it. I don't plan on dying just yet." Lam Thien smiled reassuringly, "You've done enough. Just leave the rest to me." He turned to face Lam Long fully, his voice turning cold. "I didn't kill you before because I was worried about Lan Nguyet's safety. This time, there's nowhere for you to run. Lam Long's eyes blazed, and the aura around him erupted violently. He let out an arrogant laugh and roared, "Just you. I've already evolved to the Iron Vein realm, while you're merely at the peak of the 9th Brave selection stage. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant." Lam Thien raised an eyebrow, replying provocatively, "Oh, that confident, are we? Then let's see if you've got what it takes." He shifted slightly, gathering power in his feet as he prepared to counterattack. Lam Thien charged straight at the blue dragon, leaping over its head. The blue dragon turned its head to follow him, its body enveloped in blue fire as it gave a scornful laugh. Thinking this was just child's play, it flapped its wings, sending flames shooting forward, but Lam Thien calmly dodged them in the nick of time. Lam Thien swung his sword, slashing down on the blue dragon's body, and red blood immediately spurted out. He frowned thoughtfully. The defensive power of the Iron Vein realm was truly impressive, but Lam Thien raised his sword and aimed it at the blue dragon as ice crystals shot forward, his voice ringing out. Thunderflame. Burst. Slash. The blue dragon beat its wings, creating a fierce gale that deflected the attack as text appeared. Dragon's blazing bulwark. It spun around, its tail sweeping out and striking Lam Thien, forcing his figure back. Lam Thien was sent flying backward, his body slamming hard against the cliff wall. He planted his sword in the ground to steady himself, his voice cold. "The Iron Vein realm. Is this all you've got?" The blue dragon gnashed its teeth and roared in fury. "You damn pest, why aren't you dead yet?" Lam Thien thrust his sword forward, sending a volley of ice crystals flying as he shouted, "Thunderflame, burst, slash." The blue dragon roared, gathering its spirit energy into a shield to block the attack as its voice boomed. "Dragon scale shield." The blue dragon stomped its foot, unleashing a violent gust of wind straight at Lam Thien as it yelled, "Spirit energy storm guard." The wind, sharp as blades, slammed into Lam Thien, throwing him backward through the air. The blue dragon spoke, its voice dripping with arrogance. "This is the gap between you and me." Human. Blood trickled from the corner of Lam Thien's mouth as he chuckled and said, "As expected. Fighting an Iron Vein realm expert at the peak of the valiant chosen realm is a bit tiring." The blue dragon held its head high, a flicker of doubt in its eyes. "A bit tiring. The way you say that. It sounds like you're intentionally suppressing your power." Lam Thien smiled nonchalantly and replied, "That's right, I am holding back." The blue dragon's mind reeled. What's suppressing his power? Could it be that he's also reached the Iron Vein realm? It immediately scoffed in response. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could a fledgling human possibly reach the Iron Vein realm?" Lam Thien planted the tip of his sword in the ground, speaking slowly. "I originally planned to break through in a safe place. After all, this is my first time, and I didn't know what might happen. So I've been controlling the spirit energy in my body." He cracked his knuckles and closed his eyes slightly, his voice deepening. "But now that all the cultivators in this singularity are dead, and Phi and the others have escaped safely, it doesn't matter what happens." Just then, a notification panel appeared before Lam Thien. "Host's spirit energy is full. You can now evolve to the Iron Vein realm, yes or no?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Thien immediately chose yes. In an instant, a colossal surge of power erupted from his body. The blue dragon recoiled in terror, screeching in disbelief. "What?" Lam Thien glared directly at the blue dragon, his voice low and cold. "Now, come at me." The blue dragon's jaw dropped, its heart in turmoil. How can this be? How did this human reach the Iron Vein realm? Although it didn't want to believe it. The aura radiating from him forced it to admit one thing: it was afraid. At that moment, he asked coldly, "What's wrong?" Too scared to make a move. The blue dragon was instantly enraged and charged forward, roaring, "You're nothing but a product of someone else's power. Let me show you what real..." Before it could finish its sentence, a sudden numbing sensation shot through its entire body, startling it. Without it realizing, The tip of Lam Thien's sword was already embedded in its body, fresh blood seeping from the wound. He clicked his tongue, feigning helplessness. Oops. My bad. I just broke through, so I'm still not used to controlling my strength. I almost killed you by accident. In a flash. A terrifying pressure enveloped Lam Thien, and his expression turned grim. Don't worry. After how miserably you tortured Phi, I won't let you die so quickly. The blue dragon clearly paid no mind to the threat, letting out a cold snort. You're digging your own grave. As soon as the words left its mouth, it immediately unleashed a triple wave fist. Sharp waves of force tore through the air, rushing straight at Lam Thien, but he remained perfectly still. His figure flickered, and he effortlessly dodged the blue dragon's entire attack. Witnessing this, the blue dragon was truly panicked. How is he so fast? Has he really entered the Iron Vein realm? Just like me. While the blue dragon was still stunned, Lam Thien launched a powerful counterattack. Thunderflame slash. The blue dragon staggered back, instinctively clutching its bleeding chest. Not stopping there, Lam Thien pointed his sword directly at it and said coldly, "My next slash will be aimed at the left side of your stomach. Don't move around, or it'll be hard to explain if I accidentally kill you." Provoked repeatedly by a mere human, the blue dragon roared in fury, its killing intent erupting violently. It gathered all its strength to unleash its final killing move. Dragon's crushing wind. Maw slash. But facing that pressure, Lam Thien just calmly swung his sword, unleashing a lightning flash slash, and easily neutralized the attack. The two streams of spiritual energy collided in mid-air, erupting in a blinding flash of light. In that chaotic moment, Lam Thien's figure vanished, reappearing right behind Lam Long. Lam Long immediately sensed him and spun around with a roar, launching a counterattack. A dragon claw windblade shot forward, missing him by a hair's breadth. But Lam Thien still dodged it with ease, his figure disappearing once again. The very next second, he appeared behind Lam Long. The sharp tip of his sword plunged straight into its stomach, and Lam Long roared in agony. It looked down at the bleeding wound, its heart filled with terror and disbelief. How could this be? Lam Thien slowly withdrew his sword, muttering in a serious tone. Revenge for Phi and Vu Tin has been served. Now, it's time to end this. At this point, Lam Long was in a complete panic, its mind racing. This kid is too damn weird. I can't keep fighting him. I have to find a way to retreat. With that thought, Lam Long glanced over at Mak Thu. It planned to use the boy's life to create an escape route. Immediately after, Lam Long launched a surprise attack toward Mak Thu, shouting, "Die!" Mak Thu was already heavily injured. His body was too weak to even move and dodge. Lam Thien instantly understood its intention. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "You bastard!" Without hesitation, he dashed in front of Mak Thu, using his own body to block Lam Long's attack. Lam Long seized the opportunity to turn and flee, letting out a gloating laugh as it left. Lam Thien didn't have time to give chase. He knelt down and asked urgently, "Mak Thu, are you okay?" Mak Thu struggled to sit up. "Lam Thien, forget about me. You can't let that dragon get away." He glanced in the direction Lam Long had fled, his eyes turning bone-chillingly cold. "Run it won't get far." A moment later, Lam Thien turned back and whispered, "Mak Thu, the skill I'm about to use, you have to promise to keep it a secret." Mak Thu looked skeptical for a second, but then nodded in trust. "Okay." After getting his answer, Lam Thien immediately focused his aura and entered a combat stance. Before long, the spiritual energy around him began to surge violently, his presence growing stronger and stronger. Mak Thu instinctively recoiled, thinking to himself, "Is this the power of the Iron Vein realm? How does Lam Thien have spiritual energy of 3 different attributes?" Once his preparations were complete, Lam Thien gripped the hilt of his sword and growled, "Now, die." In the next instant, his sword erupted with light as intertwined spiritual energies burst forth. Thunder flame. Aurora slash. The attack, carrying an immense pressure, tore through the air, shooting off in a single direction. Its target was Lam Long. The dragon hadn't gotten far before it froze. What is this aura? Before it could even turn its head, Lam Long felt a searing pain shoot up its spine. Its chest felt like it was being ripped apart. It coughed up blood, trembling as it failed to form words. What? Quickly, its heavy body collapsed to the ground, blood spraying as its final, echoing scream rang out. No. Makthu witnessed the whole thing, frozen in place. He's too strong. Is that really power someone in the Iron Vein realm can achieve? As Lam Thien helped him up, Makthu couldn't suppress his doubts. Lam Thien, are you really in the Iron Vein realm? Lam Thien didn't answer, instead looking straight at Makthu and saying, Actually, you're pretty amazing yourself. I never expected you to be able to push Lam Long into such a desperate state. You clearly have such immense power, so why do you pretend to be useless? Makthu lowered his head and hesitantly admitted, Because I'm afraid that one day I'll lose control. The ability I awakened is spatial rending. He knows full well that if he ever loses control, the damage he could cause would be unimaginable. Lam Thien just gently patted Makthu's shoulder, his voice reassuring. Great power must indeed be handled with care. But you don't have to be afraid. Lam Thien helped Makthu walk, saying sincerely, As long as you master it, you can use it to protect more people, instead of becoming its slave. The scene changes to the military camp, where an urgent report rings out, Lam Long, inside the anomaly, has evolved to the Iron Vein realm. Lam Thien and Makthu are trying to hold it off. Hiu Fong's face paled when he heard the news. What, is this true? What about the other cultivators? Fifi hesitated, then lowered her head and reported the truth. They were all killed by Lam Long. The other person's eyes widened in disbelief. All of them dead. But they were all cultivators of the brave selection, 7th realm. Lan Nguyet spoke up. Lam Long evolved to the Iron Vein realm. Its power was far beyond anything we could have imagined. Hearing this, Hiu Fong looked devastated, his lips trembling. The Iron Vein realm. Just what kind of existence is that? Fifi immediately urged. Han Hiu Fong, you need to assemble a team and send them to the anomaly to support Lam Thien right away. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lan Nguyet also nodded. She's right. Uncle Liu, if we don't act now, Lam Thien and Makthu might not be able to hold out. Hiu Fong snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Yes. First, young miss, I will immediately form an elite team to enter the singularity. The assembly order was deployed with extreme speed, and before long, the entire team was present in front of the singularity. The leader gave the order. Squad 1, check your ammunition reserves. Squad 2, review the tactical plan one more time. The whole team shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Just then, the crowd heard a commotion coming from within the singularity. They immediately raised their weapons into a ready stance as the commander yelled, Everyone on high alert, we absolutely cannot let the Blue Dragon enter this world. The moment Lam Thien and Makthu stepped out, they were met with a tense scene as dozens of gun barrels pointed directly at them, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Fifi cried out joyfully, Lam Thien, you're okay. That's great. While Lan Nguyet hurriedly asked, Are you hurt? He walked towards them, offering a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Don't worry. Fifi, what are all these soldiers doing? Fla. Fifi answered honestly. We were about to go in and help you defeat the Blue Dragon. Hearing this, he immediately cut her off. There's no need. The Blue Dragon is already dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire scene was thrown into shock. Hiu Fong blurted out, What, Brother Lam Thien? Are you saying you defeated the Blue Dragon? Which was at the Iron Vein realm. He calmly nodded. Yes, there's no more danger inside the singularity. You can all go in and check. See if there are any other cultivators who survived. The blue dragon's corpse is still in there, so nothing else will threaten you. Hiu Fong quickly composed himself. If Brother Lam Thien says so, then we will proceed with the inspection immediately. After speaking, he led the team into the singularity, and the entire squad responded in unison. Yes, sir. Before long, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed throughout the space inside. After walking for a short distance, Hiu Fong and the entire team stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with disbelief. Is that? Before their eyes lay the motionless corpse of the blue dragon, its body covered in countless sword wounds, its flesh and blood staining the ground red. The crowd immediately broke into a clamor. Is that really a dragon? This is the first time I've ever seen one with my own eyes. Exclamations of awe rang out continuously. Brother Lam Thien is too powerful. The traces of this battle are even more terrifying than a nuclear weapon. Hiu Fong stood frozen for a few seconds, a sense of dread rising in his heart. Brother Lam Thien actually killed a dragon, and it was a blue dragon at the Iron Vein realm, no less. This was something he had only ever read about in novels. Hiu Fong quickly regained his composure and immediately gave an order. Search for survivors. Right after, someone shouted, "There's someone alive over here. We need assistance." The scene shifts to another area, inside a room filled with medical supply cabinets. Mak Thu was lying on a hospital bed as medical personnel quickly treated the wounds on his body. Not long after, someone turned to report to Lam Thien. His wounds have been treated. He didn't lose much blood, so his life is not in danger for the time being. He gave a slight nod, his gaze turning to Mak Thu. How are you feeling? Mak Thu let out a soft breath and replied with a smile. Don't worry, it'll take more than this to kill me. Suddenly, Mak Thu spoke up. Lam Thien, I have a favor to ask you, he asked seriously. What is it? Mak Thu forced a smile and said, Please, keep my true strength a secret for now. Lam Thien immediately agreed. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't say a word, Mak Thu replied gratefully. Thank you, Lam Thien. After checking on him, he turned to leave. If you're all right now, I'm going to go see Lan Nguyet's parents. Soon. Lam Thien's footsteps stopped in front of the research lab, where the atmosphere inside was rather quiet. As soon as he entered, he asked, How's the research going? The people inside turned around, startled. Liu An gave a slight nod in greeting. Lam Thien, you're here. Lan Nguyet reported seriously. We still haven't found a way to break the crystal, Liu An added. This crystal seal is extremely durable. We've tried numerous methods, but we still can't break its structure. Lam Thien narrowed his eyes in thought, recalling the system notification in his memory. Upon reaching the Iron Vein realm, you can absorb runic power, he calculated silently. I've successfully broken through now. This is the perfect time to test it, having made up his mind. Lam Thien spoke up. Let me see if I can open it. Everyone except Lan Nguyet. Please step outside for a moment. Liu An was slightly taken aback, but then quickly nodded. All right, with that. He led everyone out of the research lab one by one. Now, only Lam Thien and Lan Nguyet remained in the room. She asked curiously, What are you going to do? Do you need my help? He placed his hand on the crystal block and slowly explained. A very powerful energy is sealed inside this. It's because this energy is so unstable that the crystal is durable to the point of being nearly unbreakable. His expression gradually turned serious. I'm going to absorb that energy and guide it into my body using my spiritual power. When I do, the seal will collapse on its own. Lan Nguyet asked frantically, You want to absorb it? Is that dangerous? This energy source is too immense. Can you handle it? Lam Thien chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry. A little energy like this is nothing to me. Right after that, his voice dropped noticeably. After what just happened, I've realized you girls are maturing too slowly, and the dangers ahead might be more than you can handle. Lan Nguyet remained silent. not arguing back. But in her mind, she retorted, "Slow no. You're just improving way too fast. It hasn't been long since we met, and you've already reached the Iron Vein realm." A moment later, he explained carefully, "So, when I absorb the energy from the crystal, I'm going to sync up and transfer a portion of that spirit energy to you. This will increase your strength and help you prepare for future dangers." Lan Nguyet was stunned. "What, you want to transfer your spiritual power to me? Don't tell me you've awakened the ice attribute." He shook his head, denying it. "No, I only have 3 attributes: lightning, fire, and light." She was even more confused. "Then how will you transfer it? My body can't handle spirit energy from a different attribute." He didn't answer right away. The system notification from earlier flashed in his mind. The reward for breaking through to the Iron Vein realm was a spirit energy pill, which could be used to strengthen a new spirit energy attribute. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. "Don't worry. I found a treasure in the singularity that's perfect for you." With that, he took out the spirit energy pill and offered it to her. Lan Nguyet was so shocked she was speechless. "This is..." She stumbled back half a step, muttering in disbelief. "Isn't this the spirit energy pill from the ancient texts? These are incredibly rare. I heard only alchemists from the ancient era could craft them. They're practically extinct now." Lam Thien remained calm. "Since you already recognize it, I don't need to explain. Hurry up and eat it." She quickly waved her hands, refusing. "No, I can't. This pill is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it. You might need it later." He frowned, his tone firm and leaving no room for argument. "Don't overthink it. I have plenty of ways to get stronger. I don't need this one pill. Besides, you have to eat it to withstand the power that's coming. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it." Hearing him put it that way, Lan Nguyet hesitated before finally reaching out and taking the spirit energy pill. "All right, I'll eat it." Immediately after, she swallowed the pill without hesitation, in just a flash. Lan Nguyet's body began to tremble violently. She hugged herself tightly. "This spirit energy, it's too strong. My body can't handle it." The spirit energy continued to surge, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. A numbing sensation shot up her spine. She couldn't hold on any longer and cried out. Seeing that things were going wrong, Lam Thien immediately reassured her. "Calm down. Don't fight the flow of spirit energy. Let me guide it for you." Lan Nguyet did as he said, allowing him to gently place a hand on the crown of her head. He placed his other hand on the crystal beside them and began to slowly release his spirit energy. Before long, a golden aura of spirit energy enveloped the hand he had on the crystal. A formation was activated along with it. Lan Nguyet felt a strange spirit energy flooding into her body. She asked in a panic, "What are you doing?" He smiled faintly. "From this day on, you will also be a dual attribute cultivator." She was stunned for a moment, unable to believe it. Lam Thien could actually help her become a dual attribute cultivator. Meanwhile, he continued to channel the spiritual power from the crystal. Streams of energy surged from the crystal into his body. At the same time, he regulated and transferred a portion of that spirit energy to Lan Nguyet. He smiled and said, "From now on, this power is yours." It's unclear how much time passed after that. When everything was over, he returned home. Phi ran out happily to greet him, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Welcome home," she asked softly. "Were Lan Nguyet's parents rescued?" He nodded. "They were. They're in a coma at the hospital right now, but they should wake up in a few days." Phi breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's great. Where's Lan Nguyet? Is she okay?" He leaned back on the sofa and replied with a smile. "She's fine. She just awakened a new ability. So the doctor recommended she stay for observation." Phi asked curiously. "A new ability. What attribute is it?" He frowned wearily and replied, "You can ask her yourself. I'm not talking anymore." Just then, Phi's phone rang. She was surprised. "Who's calling at this hour?" What could it be? He glanced over and saw her expression change. Who is it? Fifi explained that it was her best friend. So Mong Dao, who rarely ever called first, as soon as she answered. Fi spoke in a familiar tone. Hello, Mong Dao. What's up? The person on the other end got straight to the point. Fi. There's a cultivator in Tanthan City named Mak Thu who's participating in the martial arts tournament. Have you met him? Fifi frowned, confused. What's going on? You don't sound so good. The voice on the other end was urgent. Tanthan City has been hit by a catastrophic level anomaly. The military and the cultivators have all been wiped out. There's no one left to fight back. Fi shot up in alarm, firing off questions. What? A catastrophic level anomaly. Are you okay? Where are you? Mong Dao replied quickly. I'm safe for now, hiding in an underground shelter, but the situation is terrible. Her voice trembled with anxiety. All the cultivators have fallen in battle, and the military has been almost completely annihilated. I really don't know what to do anymore. Fifi quickly tried to calm her down. Mong Dao, don't panic, I'll tell my grandfather right away. We'll definitely save everyone. The other person hesitated before continuing. Honestly, I'm not holding out much hope. I'm calling to ask you to tell Mak Thu not to come back. He's too weak. If he comes back here, he definitely won't survive. Tanthan City is a living hell now. Hearing this, Fifi instinctively glanced at the man beside her, her eyes filled with hope as she softly called out his name. Lam Thien. He just shrugged nonchalantly and stated definitively, the time it takes me to handle the crisis in Tanthan City depends solely on the flight time to get there. Hearing this, Fifi immediately turned back to reassure her friend. Mong Jiao, don't worry, I'll definitely get you out of there. On the other end, a choked voice replied, Thank you. Fifi. The call suddenly cut off, and Fifi frantically shouted, Hello, Mong Jiao, are you still there? Lam Thien slowly stood up and advised her, Don't panic. I'll handle the situation in Tanthan City. You go prepare the helicopter. He continued, saying he would go meet Mak Thu to discuss a specific plan, to which Fifi immediately replied, All right, I'll get it ready right away. Not long after, the scene shifted to a hospital where faint sunlight streamed through a quiet window. Mak Thu was lying in his hospital room, leisurely basking in the sun while holding a cool glass of water. Lam Thien walked in and asked directly, You're almost done recovering, aren't you? Mak Thu pretended to be weak, flopping back onto the bed with a trembling voice. Big brother Lam Thien, I don't think I can take it anymore. He continued to moan. I'm afraid I don't have much longer to live. That nurse in the black stockings said so herself just a little while ago. Lam Thien sighed, his voice turning grave. A super-class variant disaster has occurred in Tanthan City. Most of the cultivators and military forces have been wiped out. And so, Mong Jiao called for help. Upon hearing her name, Mak Thu shot up in alarm. Did something happen to So Mong Jiao? Lam Thien asked curiously. You know her, he stammered in reply. She's the daughter of the Cultivator Association's president. Everyone in the association knows her. Seeing his reaction, Lam Thien immediately sensed that something was off, and a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Cutting to the chase, he said directly, I have to go to Tanthan City to save her, and I need a guide who knows the terrain. Can your body handle it? Mak Thu immediately got out of bed, his voice firm. Don't worry, I can navigate Tanthan City with my eyes closed. In the equipment room, Lam Thien spoke in a cold voice. I need a laptop with a satellite connection that I can use on the way. Bach So frowned and refused. Lam Thien, I acknowledge your contributions, but a military-grade laptop contains a lot of classified information. It can't be taken outside. Lam Thien looked him straight in the eye and replied, I'm informing you, not negotiating. Bakso's brow furrowed as he stared back. Don't push your luck. The military has rules. You don't have the authority to take classified equipment on your own. Lam Thien stepped closer with a cold smirk. Rules. Tanthan City is facing a super variant disaster, and you're talking to me about rules. Everyone around them immediately started murmuring. What? A super variant disaster in Tanthan City. How come we didn't know? He glanced at them and said calmly, "Because your military forces in Tanthan City have been completely wiped out." After saying that, he casually picked up a nearby laptop. With the device in hand, he turned to leave. "I'm taking this with me." On the rooftop, the helicopter was ready on the helipad of the tall building. Inside the cabin, Makthu asked doubtfully, "Did they really let you borrow this thing?" Lam Thien stared at the screen and replied, "There's a lot of classified information on here." He explained calmly, "Ever since the revival of spiritual energy, these so-called secrets have become worthless." Makthu nodded in agreement. "You're right. The times have changed. Documents that were once priceless are now just scrap paper." Just then, Phi rushed over, calling out loudly, "Lam Thien!" She approached the helicopter and urged him with a worried tone, "You have to be careful." Lam Thien gave her a thumbs up to reassure her. "Don't worry. Just think of it as me going out to buy some soy sauce. I'll be back in no time." A few minutes passed. The rotor blades roared to life, and the helicopter lifted off the pad, its body rising steadily before rocketing into the sky. Phi looked up at the departing aircraft until it was a distant speck. Her hands clenched tightly as she silently prayed for their safe return. Outside the window, white clouds rolled by in cotton-like layers, stretching endlessly under the deep blue sky. Lam Thien pressed his face against the window, his expression calm, with only one thought in his mind. "I hope it's not too late." Suddenly, he turned and asked, "Makthu, what was the initial number of cultivators in Tanthan City, and what was the highest level?" The young man immediately explained clearly. "Tanthan City is just a mid-sized city, with about 5,000 cultivators, most of whom are at the 6th level of the Valiant Spring Realm. There are about 20 at the 9th level of the Valiant Spring Realm, and the strongest one I know of is So Mengjiao, who has probably reached the peak of the 9th level of the Valiant Spring Realm. As for military strength, Tanthan City had an elite team of about 1,000 soldiers stationed there, equipped with a large number of firearms, if they were completely wiped out." Makthu trailed off at this point, and after hearing this, Lam Thien fell into deep thought. Just then, the pilot turned his head and announced, "Mr. Lam Thien, please get ready. We've entered the airspace of Tanthan City." The helicopter hovered high above, revealing a desolate city below being devoured by flames. Makthu looked down at the scene, sweat beading on his brow, his voice filled with shock. This, beneath a grim, gray sky, collapsed skyscrapers and ruins stretched across the entire metropolis. Hordes of ghouls shuffled around the shattered buildings. Inside the cockpit, a stunned Makthu exclaimed, "What in the world happened here?" As if sensing something, the ghouls suddenly picked up their pace, rushing in the same direction. Their bodies were emaciated as if starved for days, instinct driving them straight toward a source of food. He looked down below, a question flashing through his mind. "Is this dark energy again?" The pilot stammered. Mr. Lam, where are we going to land?" He commanded in a low voice. "No need to land. Open the door." The other man was stunned. What did you say?" The panicked pilot said. "But we're at an altitude of 6 kilometers right now." He paid him no mind, simply repeating, "Open the door." The helicopter door slid open, and he placed one foot outside, gazing down at the distant ground. Lam Thien tilted his head and said to Makthu, "I'll go down first and clear out those monsters." He closed his eyes and sighed. "You really don't like doing things the normal way, do you?" Before he could even finish, he was already out of the cabin, his body plummeting downward. The terrified pilot screamed, "Is he insane? That's 6 kilometers high. He'll be splattered into mincemeat." Makthu let out a small laugh. "Mincemeat? You're underestimating someone at the Iron Vein realm." He freefalled, his body igniting in flames, streaking down like a meteor crashing to earth. Upon impact, the flames around his body exploded outward, the intense heat incinerating everything nearby. The ghouls were sent flying by the shockwave and the searing heat, their bodies scattered everywhere. The ones that remained standing shrieked, their twisted forms making the scene even more horrifying. He knelt on one knee, the flames still clinging tightly to his body, showing no signs of extinguishing. The ghouls clearly sensed their prey and charged forward in unison, their roars echoing through the ruins. He immediately drew the sword from his back, his voice ice cold. "You're looking to die." His dark gaze swept over the horde of monsters before he swung his blade down decisively. As the sword fell, the ghouls it struck were instantly sent flying. The rest, completely fearless, opened their mouths wide, roared, and surged forward. He glanced at them coldly, asking in a low voice, "Still not leaving?" The ghouls grew agitated, raising their claws high and screaming as they rushed toward him. He looked back calmly, his expression frosty. "If you're all that eager to die, then I'll oblige." Lam Thien tightened his grip on his sword's hilt as the energy around him surged violently, his aura pressing outward like a shockwave. The ghouls' eyes glowed crimson, their killing intent flaring as the entire horde charged, driven by hunger. They raised their sharp claws, aiming straight for him, their movements crude but ferocious. Another ghoul slammed its fist into the ground, making the earth tremble and sending debris flying everywhere. He zipped behind it, slashing his sword in a clean arc, and said coldly, "Too slow." The ghoul's eyes were still glowing red, its mind in chaos, seemingly unaware that its end was near. He swung his sword straight through with decisive force, and the ghoul's body was instantly severed. Witnessing this, the surrounding ghouls faltered, a wave of fear spreading through them as they backed away. He tilted his head, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm. "What's wrong?" Scared now. Provoked by his words, the ghouls roared in unison, their ferocity intensifying. The helicopter pilot stammered in disbelief. Is Mr. Lam a monster? But no matter how strong he is, fighting so recklessly will eventually lead to exhaustion and death. Makthu pressed his lips together and replied, "Exhaustion and death. You're underestimating him." 2. The pilot was taken aback by this. "What?" the pilot shouted in a panic. "It's dangerous. He's not going to hold out much longer down below." He was still pressing the attack, continuously slaughtering the ghouls. Under the pressure of his power, the terrified horde of ghouls broke formation, scattering and fleeing in every direction. Suddenly, he hung suspended in midair, his body motionless as a brilliant light radiated from him. The helicopter pilot stared down with wide eyes, unable to stop himself from asking, "What in the world is that?" A brilliant stream of energy erupted from his body, and the shockwave expanded rapidly. The light flooded the entire city, illuminating every ruined corner and making the whole area blaze for a moment. The helicopter was hit by the energy shockwave, causing the cockpit to shake violently as everyone inside cried out in alarm. The pilot screamed in terror. Is this something a human can even do?" Makthu slammed his hand on the seat and said, "Find a place to land. I need to meet up with him." The surprised pilot asked, "Huh, you're not just going to jump down?" He frowned and replied, "If I jumped from here, I'd be nothing but a meat paste. I'm still human." After all, to which the pilot realized and said, Oh, right. The city was now nothing but ruins, with buildings heavily damaged and streaks of blood staining the streets. Makthu sat in the car looking out, completely shaken. His destructive power was far beyond imagination. So this is the Iron Vein realm. He stopped the car, rolled down the window, and called out ahead, "Big brother." Makthu quickly asked him, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" And he stepped into the car and calmly replied, "These monsters couldn't even make me use my real strength. Let's get down to business." He turned and asked for the location of the hideout, so Meng Jiao had mentioned. And the other man looked at the map and answered, "It's on the outskirts of Tanthan City." Makthu pointed to the map and said, "This shelter was originally an abandoned factory. It's recently been used as a refuge for cultivators." He nodded and gave a short command, "Let's go. We'll save Meng Jiao first." The car immediately started moving, and he said in a low voice, "Makthu, This disaster in Tanthan City feels a bit strange. Hearing this, Makthu asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lam Thien. He analyzed the situation as he drove. Normally, in a disaster, even with the appearance of a super mutant, it wouldn't have pushed the situation to this extent. He continued to speculate. The number of monsters is too large, and the scope of the outbreak is abnormally wide. It looks more like a premeditated conspiracy. After hearing this, Makthu's face darkened as he asked, "Are you saying someone like Tong Kim Kwang might show up here too?" He replied decisively, "There's a very high probability." Makthu fell silent, praying in his heart, "Mong Jiao, you have to be okay." Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the abandoned factory. The car slowed down and came to a complete stop in an empty lot. He stared at the building before him as a sense of unease washed over him. This place is too quiet. It doesn't feel like a shelter, more like a forgotten trap. The two of them quickly entered the building. The space was pitch black, and the surrounding silence was suffocating. Their steps suddenly halted, and both of them stood still, their expressions grim as their eyes focused on the same spot ahead. Up ahead, light from a hole in the roof streamed down, sweeping across concrete pillars and shadowy shelves, revealing a cold, desolate space. Lam Thien scanned the area, his nerves taut. The shelter had no defensive lines whatsoever. Either they hadn't had time to set them up, or they had already been destroyed by someone. The two of them walked quickly up the metal staircase, the sound of their footsteps echoing dryly in the thick darkness. As soon as they reached the upper floor, they both froze. The scene before them was far beyond anything they had expected. Seeing the girl covered in wounds lying motionless on the floor, Makthu cried out in panic, "Mong Jiao!" He rushed to her side, his voice urgent as he asked, "Mong Jiao, what happened to you?" Makthu shook her gently, his voice trembling. "Wake up. Don't scare me." He turned to Lam Thien and said, "She's seriously injured. The spiritual energy in her body is in chaos. She needs treatment immediately." His face darkened, and he immediately rejected the idea in his mind. This environment isn't suitable. Lam Thien suddenly looked up at the ceiling and shouted a warning, "Watch out." The moment he spoke, a steel cage fell from above, trapping Makthu and Mong Jiao inside. The atmosphere changed instantly, and both of them became serious. Their eyes were glued to the steel cage in front of them, their vigilance heightened. A burst of arrogant laughter echoed through the room. "Has our little simp come to save his goddess?" Hearing the familiar voice, Makthu exclaimed in shock. That voice. The person who stepped out of the shadows was none other than Thien Lam. He approached leisurely with his hands in his pockets. He asked in disbelief, "Ciao, Thien Lam. Why are you here?" Thien Lam smirked and said slowly, "Because I wanted to use that bitch So Mong Jiao to lure out the granddaughter of the military command's commander-in-chief, Tam Phi Phi, and use her to control the entire upper echelon of the military command for my own purposes." Makthu, standing inside the steel cage, yelled furiously, "Cao Thien Lam, what is your reason for doing this? What did the Tanthan City Cultivators Association ever do to you?" He continued to snarl. "You were a death row inmate. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy revival that awakened your powerful abilities, you'd still be rotting in a prison cell waiting to die." Thien Lam approached, his eyes cold as he asked, "Still a prisoner of the past?" Makthu, he continued with a faint smirk. "Laws, order. The world has no need for such things anymore." His voice dripped with contempt. "This is an era where the strong are revered. The strong make the rules, and the weak are simply eliminated." Makthu gritted his teeth and shot back. "So you can just do whatever you want just because you're stronger. You can disregard human lives and turn all of Tanthan City into your personal hunting ground." Thien Lam admitted it bluntly. "That's right. Is there a problem? What right does the Tanthan Cultivators Association have to order me around?" He frowned, his voice turning icy. "They deserve to die. They were weak, seeing that arrogant display. Makthu's anger surged. Cao Thien Lam, do you have any idea how many people died for the sake of your cultivation? They could have easily left you behind and survived. He glanced at the girl on the ground, his voice filled with indignation. Meng Jiao was gravely injured just so you could become stronger. And you still had the nerve to turn on her. Thien Lam covered one eye with his hand and said nonchalantly, they willingly made a useless sacrifice. That was their own foolishness. Why should a truly strong person trouble himself over a few ants? Despite everything he'd said, Thien Lam's attitude didn't change. Makthu was so furious he was speechless. You, from the shadows. Someone who had been listening the entire time spoke, his deep voice echoing. How interesting. Thien Lam frowned, annoyed at the interruption. He asked, you've been standing there for a while. Who are you? Lam Thien crossed his arms and replied, I'm a friend of Makthu, and after hearing what you just said, I think someone like you is incredibly naive. Thien Lam glanced at him, a hint of amusement in his voice. Oh, and why do you say that? Lam Thien gave a slight smile and said, if you believe the strong make the world's rules, then have you ever considered this? He continued, can someone stronger than you also decide your life and death as they please? Thien Lam's eyes widened, veins bulging in anger. You little brat, are you trying to threaten me? Indifferent to his anger, he replied calmly, I'm just reminding you of one thing. You're not strong enough yet. Looking at his expression, Thien Lam felt a surge of provocation. He swung his arm, cutting off any path of retreat. From inside the iron cage, Makthu called out worriedly, Lam Thien, be careful, Cao Thien. Lam is like you. He's also awakened lightning attribute spiritual energy. Hearing Makthu's warning, Lam Thien didn't falter. He showed only a flicker of surprise, letting out a simple, oh. The two immediately rushed at each other, the impact of their power creating a shockwave of energy that radiated outwards, having just awakened his spiritual energy. He was stunned by the recoil, blurting out, what the? A system notification suddenly appeared, registering high-intensity lightning attribute spiritual energy. The next message appeared, absorption can upgrade the host's lightning spiritual energy, he thought to himself. An unexpected bonus. After one clash, both had a clear grasp of the other's strength. He immediately retreated, creating distance. He frowned, quickly calculating in his head, then said, Makthu, get Meng Jiao out of here first. Makthu gripped the iron bars, his expression a mix of anger and confusion, not understanding why he couldn't activate his abilities at all. He burst out laughing, his voice dripping with mockery. You fool. Did you really think I'd let you escape so easily? He slowly explained. This iron cage is made of a special material designed to imprison cultivators. Anyone locked inside is no different from an ordinary person. His expression darkened, his eyes growing cold. He then commanded Makthu, Makthu, get down. Makthu still didn't understand, having no idea what he was planning to do next. He tightened his grip on the iron whip in his hand, his voice calm. Let's see just how sturdy this little cage of yours is. The iron whip swung hard, striking the cage with a deafening clang. Half of the iron frame snapped apart, and Makthu frantically ducked down. The shockwave hit him, and Makthu cried out as he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seeing the cage he had painstakingly crafted get destroyed, his anger flared, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Freed from his prison, Makthu immediately picked up Meng Jiao and said hurriedly, I'll get her to safety and come right back to help you. He immediately refused, his voice firm. Don't come back. You'll just get caught up in this. There was no further reply from Makthu. With a sharp whoosh, both figures vanished into thin air. Hearing those words, he became enraged and snarled. Lam Thien, you're so arrogant. You think you alone can act so brazenly in front of me. He maintained his calm demeanor and replied coldly, I'm just telling you the truth. You're not worthy yet. He raised his hand, and a ball of lightning quickly condensed as he said, Don't think you're invincible just because you smashed one iron cage. He gave a battle-hungry smile and pulled a long bolt of lightning from the sphere. He grasped the lightning in his hand, his aura becoming dangerous, as if this was his trump card. His face darkened, and his voice dropped, thick with killing intent. Now, I'm going to show you the true power of a cultivator. As he finished speaking, his figure blurred, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for him. He swung the lightning in his hand high, unleashing his destructive spear, shadow assassination technique. The attack speed was incredibly fast, but he dodged it completely, his movements clean and flawless. He narrowed his eyes as he observed, not holding back his comment. "You've got a little bit of skill, I'll give you that." His entire body was covered in crackling lightning as his anger surged, and he roared, "Running, are we? Let's see how long you can keep that up." The lightning in his hand swept wildly in all directions. A relentless barrage meant to force him out into the open. Believing he had the upper hand, he began to taunt him. "What's wrong? You were so arrogant a moment ago. Can't even find an opening to fight back now." He attacked with his full strength. While the other man focused solely on defense, the stalemate continued without a single opening. After a moment of this chase, with one attacking and the other dodging, he suddenly stopped. Not pressing the attack any further, he laughed arrogantly, saying, "You were so high and mighty before. Why are you just letting me overwhelm you now?" He let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with disappointment, as he asked back, "Is that really all you've got?" Hearing that, he trembled with rage and roared, "What did you just say?" Lam Thien raised his weapon, aiming it straight ahead. He warned in a low voice, "If this is all the power you have, I'm afraid you'll fall right here today." His breathing was even, but his eyes were locked on his opponent, unyielding. Provoked to his limit, he gathered all his strength, his voice snarling, "You don't want to live anymore. I'll show you the ultimate power of the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm." His aura surged, pressing down on everything. The space around them flashed purple as lightning strikes rained down relentlessly from all sides. Each bolt covered the ground. This was the Thunder Cauldron Spear technique, an overwhelming offensive assault. He remained calm, his expression unchanged. His gaze swept over each lightning bolt before he said, "Too slow." The words were brief and cold. The sight made him choke with rage. His anger erupted as he roared, "Take this," and charged forward without hesitation. A series of attacks rained down, but he met every single one of them. His movements were precise, his defense impenetrable, as he effortlessly neutralized each blow. He watched his opponent attack in a blind rage and then said, "You have great strength. It's a pity you have no brain." His voice was even, with just the right amount of mockery. Deciding to counterattack, he moved like the wind. As he struck, he said, "I'll show you just how vast the gap between you and me truly is." The pace of his attack skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and appeared right below his opponent. The sudden change in position stunned the man, his reflexes a half-beat too slow. He wasted no more time, coldly announcing, "It's over." The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. A streak of golden light swept across, carrying an overwhelming force. The slash was clean, its sole purpose to end this fight. His face turned pale, his mouth agape in shock, as if he could already see the inevitable end rushing toward him. The golden light tore through the air, slashing straight into his body before he could even comprehend what was happening. He was finished. Even as his body fell, he couldn't understand how it had come to this. How is this possible? He collapsed to his knees before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. I'm at the peak of the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm." He looked at the man before him, wondering where all that confidence came from. He casually remarked, "Is the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm really that high?" He was stunned. "What? Don't tell me you're also at the 9th stage of the Valiant Spring Realm, but I couldn't sense any powerful aura from you at all." He glanced down with contempt and answered curtly, "I was, but now I'm at the 1st stage of the Iron Vein Realm." Hearing that, his eyes widened in horror. "The Iron Vein Realm, you really broke through to the Iron Vein Realm." Noticing his obvious fear, he asked calmly, "Are you scared?" He hesitated, then bowed his head, his voice trembling. "Boss, please spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong." He begged repeatedly. "I was blind before. Please, boss, spare my life. I'll be your loyal servant. I'll do anything for you." His face darkened as he asked bluntly, "The strong rule and the weak obey. Isn't that what you just told Makthu?" His voice was as cold as a blade as he continued. "So why is it that now that you're the weak one, you want to change the rules?" Seeing things turn against him, he quickly tried to defend himself. I'm not the mastermind. I was forced into this. I was just following orders." He pressed the edge of his sword against the man's neck and asked slowly, "Aren't you supposed to be the strongest cultivator in all of Tanthan City?" He frantically denied it. No. The strongest cultivator in Tanthan City isn't me. It's someone else." He continued, "The entire crisis in Tanthan City was his plan. He doesn't care about this place at all," he said. "It was just to test a few things." He immediately pressed, "Test things. He's using the lives of an entire city as test subjects." He answered quickly, "He doesn't care about anyone. Even the Tanthan City army is just a pawn in his hands." Taking the opportunity, he asked, "Oh, so do you know what his power level is?" Trembling, he quickly confessed everything, saying, "He's a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein realm." After hearing this, he seemed a bit relieved. He nodded and said, "The 3rd stage of the Iron Vein realm, so that's how it is." Seeing him fall silent, the man grew even more worried. He asked with a trembling voice, "Lam Thien, you're not going to kill me, are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the sword in his hand shot forward again. The movement was swift, intended to break his opponent's spirit. Terrified beyond belief, he begged, Wait. I've told you everything I know. You promised you'd spare me." He calmly asked in return, "Did I promise you that? When did you hear me say I would spare your life?" He panicked, screaming, "No, you can't do this to me. You can't." Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward, ending it decisively, giving him no further chances. His eyes shot wide open, blood splattering on his face. In his final moment, he could only choke out, You really killed me." Thien withdrew his sword. He said, "The spiritual energy of the earth has been revived, and the rules of the world have changed. But no matter how the rules change, those who do wrong must still pay the price." His voice was calm, but firm. Hearing that, the man let out a loud laugh. "Lam Thien, do you think you're the embodiment of justice?" He struggled with his last breath, his voice full of contempt. "You're just a fool. You think you can win. You have no idea who you're up against." He issued a warning. "You'll be dead soon enough. You're no match for him. He's a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the Iron Vein realm, and you've just entered the Iron Vein realm. You think you can win. You think you can survive." He remained completely unfazed, replying curtly that it was none of his concern. That other guy would be joining him down below soon enough. He couldn't even speak, his eyes slowly closing as his life came to a complete stop right there. The system immediately announced the detection of lightning attribute spirit energy and asked if he wanted to absorb it. He answered curtly, "Absorb." The man's body began to disintegrate, breaking apart into specks of pale blue light. The specks of light grew denser, and his entire body seemed to evaporate into thin air. Those blue light particles were then gathered by his outstretched hand, flowing into his body, stream by stream. Light enveloped him, and he could feel the spirit energy spreading as the system announced that his lightning attribute spirit energy had been upgraded. His body began to change as the spirit energy flooded his veins, and the system continued to notify him that his lightning attribute spirit energy had reached level 2. A slight change flickered in his eyes and his brows furrowed, as if he'd just had an epiphany. When the absorption process was complete, he finally understood this was the true power of the 2nd stage Iron Vein realm. A moment later, he walked outside and softly called out to the person in front of him, "Makthu." The other person jumped in surprise and turned around, frantically asking, "Big bro, are you okay?" After speaking, he glanced behind him with a look of doubt. "Where's Chao Tien Lam?" The hero simply shrugged and replied, "Don't worry, he's been taken care of." Hearing this, Makthu was stunned. "What? He's dead? Already? How could it be that fast?" He was at the peak of the 9th stage Valiant Spirit realm. He smirked faintly, saying that once Makthu broke through to the Iron Vein realm, he'd be able to kill him just as quickly. He then immediately changed the subject, urging his friend to check if the person in his arms was safe. Makthu's face turned bright red as he stammered, "Big bro, don't say things like that. Don't." He shot Makthu a knowing look. "Oh, really? Then why were you so worked up when you saw her pass out? You're usually so timid, you'd never just rush in front of me like that. Teasing aside, he still asked about her condition. How is she? Makthu immediately reported. Her vitals and health are stable. He hesitated for a few seconds, his voice laced with worry. But her consciousness has been sealed by dark spirit energy. If we don't break the seal in time, she might end up in a vegetative state. He lowered his voice reassuringly. Relax. Lightning attribute energy counters, dark spirit energy. It should be able to break the seal. Without another word, he took action, tapping a spark of lightning spirit energy onto the center of Mongdao's forehead. She reacted quickly, her eyebrows twitching slightly. The stream of spirit energy coursed through Mongdao's body, causing her to squirm in discomfort and let out a soft, unconscious moan. In just a moment, the dark spirit energy was forcibly expelled from her body. Mongdao finally regained consciousness, her eyes wide with panic. Staring at the two blurry figures in front of her, she instinctively cried out, Who's there? Where is this? Seeing this, he was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that this girl didn't seem very bright, and wondering why the kid Makthu was into her type. Meanwhile, Mongdao was slowly coming to her senses, her eyes welling up with tears as she choked out Makthu's name. She sat up with a start, blurting out a barrage of questions. Why are you here? Makthu scratched his cheek and gave a sheepish smile, summarizing the situation. We received your distress signal and came back from Sky Sea City immediately. Mongdao's heart skipped a beat. She froze for a moment. He came all the way back just to save me. Then she remembered something important and angrily grabbed Makthu by the collar, shaking him. No, are you crazy? New City is this dangerous. Why would a weakling like you who can't even fight Hedon dare to come back? That's just a suicide mission. Hearing that, he pouted and muttered. She called someone at the peak of the 9th stage Valiant Spirit realm a weakling. Mongdao paused, looking at him with a confused expression. Peak of the 9th stage Valiant Spirit realm. Who, you? Her voice grew sharper as she turned back to scold Makthu. And you dragged someone else into this. New City isn't a place you guys should be right now. Makthu quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. It's not that I wanted to come. We got your distress signal and couldn't just ignore it. The terrain in New City is complicated, and Big Bro Lam Thien doesn't know the area. I'm the only one who knows the way, so I had to lead him. Mongdao narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Is that really true? He immediately nodded his head over and over again, confirming, yes, it's true. After hearing his explanation, she just sighed. Well, it's come to this. It's useless for me to keep blaming you. Then she politely turned to Lam Thien to thank him. Although I don't know your name, I still have to thank you for risking your life with this idiot to save me. He astutely noticed the subtle chemistry between the two of them, thinking that she also had feelings for Makthu. Outwardly, however, he remained courteous. Don't be so formal. It was on the way. Immediately after, she urged them in a serious tone that they had to leave New City right away, or they wouldn't be able to get out after dark. He immediately asked, what exactly happened in New City? She quickly explained that after Makthu left New City for Sky Sea City, it started to rain, a continuous drizzle that lasted for days without stopping. At first, everyone thought it was just a normal change in the weather, but as she recalled the event, Mongdao's voice choked up. That rain showed absolutely no signs of stopping. After that, everyone who came into contact with the rainwater turned into a zombie. Makthu was startled and blurted out, what? Even his face darkened as he slowly confirmed, everyone. Mongjiao nodded slightly. That's right. At first, no one thought anything was wrong. Some people were even playing around in the rain. But just a moment later, it was as if something was corroding them. Their bodies convulsed violently, and then they immediately went insane. She described, their eyes turned pitch black, their skin began to rot, they completely transformed into zombie-like monsters. Then they started tearing into and attacking anyone nearby, not even sparing their own family. By the time people realized what was happening, it was too late. The rain was pouring down, and almost no one could escape their homes. She added that the military and the Cultivator Association tried to get things under control, but they couldn't identify the source of these monsters, and spiritual energy attacks had limited effect. Makthu was silent for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and saying, so all of New City has become a city of the dead. Mongjia, her answer, Mongjia, Makthu, she spoke, she can, Mongjia, Makthu, at this, just then, his word, she stamped. He didn't answer, which was an admission in itself, and continued with a serious expression. Before he died, He told me that the strange changes in New City weren't an accident. They were caused by someone. He emphasized the next sentence, and that person is at least a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm. Meng Jiao instinctively shook her head, her disbelief clear on her face. How could there be a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm in New City? The strongest person in the entire city was Cao Tian Lam. Makthu was also skeptical and sought confirmation. That's right, boss. Do you think Cao Tian Lam might have lied to you to save his own skin? He replied flatly, his voice firm. He had no reason to lie to me right before he died. You should all think about that. Just then, the rain began to pour down heavily again. Meng Jiao unconsciously looked up. In the blink of an eye, a single drop of bluish-purple rainwater landed in her palm. Meng Jiao panicked and urged the two beside her. Let's go, quickly. It's raining again. He was about to leave when he suddenly sensed something and whipped his head around. Thien froze, a thought flashing through his mind. So, you came looking for me yourself after your little dog died. His gaze turned icy cold. Seeing him standing motionless, Makthu called out anxiously, Boss, get in the car. That exact moment, a hand covered in black mist silently rested on his shoulder. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. I told you there was someone at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm. Immediately after, that hand gripped his shoulder tightly, and a torrent of dark, spiritual energy burst forth like a broken dam. Witnessing this, Makthu's expression changed, and he screamed in panic, Watch out! In contrast, he remained calm, even letting out a faint laugh. So this is the culprit behind the disaster in New City. As soon as the words left his mouth, he spun around and threw a punch straight behind him. His movements were clean, his expression unchanged. His opponent was sent flying, their bodies sliding across the cold, wet ground. Makthu's gaze fixed on the figure, and he suddenly froze in shock. The dark spiritual energy around the opponent's body began to dissipate, revealing a face that confirmed Makthu's suspicion. Someone from the military. But in an instant, the body vanished completely, leaving only a set of protective armor lying abandoned in a corner. The unexpected situation made him frown slightly, his gaze darkening. He stared intently at the spot, a sense of doubt rising within him. It vanished. Before he could react, thick streams of black spiritual energy silently spread toward his feet. In the very next second, a grotesque figure suddenly lunged at him from behind. The enemy was clearly hostile, its sharp claws swinging right for him. Makthu saw it and panicked, screaming a warning with all his might. Boss, look out! Startled, he whipped around, his icy gaze locking onto the attacker. Meanwhile, Makthu didn't hesitate, instantly activating his power to tear open space. Just as the monstrous figure closed in on him, a spatial rift opened right beside it. Its movement was instantly cut off, and the figure quickly vanished. At the same time, Makthu sped over in the car, yelling urgently, Boss, get in, quick. The car peeled out, its engine roaring through the pouring rain. Makthu focused on driving, muttering through gritted teeth. What the hell was that thing? Just then, Meng Jiao looked back and reported in a panic. We're screwed. It's not dead. Not far behind them, a dense mass of dark purple energy was swirling violently. In just a moment, the gas merged, condensing into the form of a black panther. It let out a continuous growl and then gave chase after their car with all its might. Makthu exclaimed in terror, It can even shapeshift. In the urgent situation, he turned to Meng Jiao and asked, Director Meng Jiao, where's the signal transmission tower? She was stunned for a second. Why are you asking about that? He explained briefly. This rabid dog is an Iron Vein third-stage expert sent to hunt us down. Hearing this, Makthu frowned. You can't be serious, he affirmed in a serious tone. I'm 80% sure he's behind this. I took care of Cao Tian Lam, and now he's here for revenge. If I deal with him, the anomaly in Tanthan will also end. Hearing that, Meng Jiao vehemently objected. Are you crazy? That's an Iron Vein third stage we're talking about. He acted as if he didn't hear her, repeating coldly, Give me the directions. She had no choice but to give clear instructions. Go straight down this road for 15 kilometers. When you reach the commercial district, turn left and you'll see the signal tower. The car immediately accelerated, speeding in the direction she indicated, and soon they were approaching their target. The wheels spun rapidly on the road, the engine's roar echoing non-stop. The monstrous creature behind them was still in hot pursuit, baring its fangs and growling fiercely. At that moment, the three of them saw the signal tower up ahead and cried out in unison, "We're here." The car slammed on its brakes, leaving a long trail of white smoke on the rain-slicked road. The creature had just caught up, its body tensed as it lunged straight for them without a hint of hesitation. Lam Thien was the first one to open the car door. He stepped out and moved forward to intercept the opponent himself. He swung his arm, unleashing a thunderflame slash straight at its face, and shouted coldly, "Get lost." The creature's body immediately shattered, its pieces disintegrating and quickly dissipating into the air. After dealing with it, he turned back and gave an urgent order to the others. "Makthu, get Director Mengjiao out of Tanthan City, now." Makthu was still worried and quickly spoke up, "Boss, I'll stay and fight with you." He cut him off decisively. "Stop with the nonsense and get her out of here. Against an Iron Vein third stage, you'll all just be a burden." Hearing that, Makthu could only nod, saying through gritted teeth, "Boss, you have to make it back alive." With that, he immediately turned the car around, slammed on the gas, and sped off in another direction. Makthu's heart was filled with frustration, thinking to himself that if he were stronger, he wouldn't have to let his boss face this danger alone. At the same time, from a high vantage point, the entire scene of the car leaving was being watched by someone. The figure wore a black hood that obscured their face, the corner of their mouth curling into an inscrutable smile. Not long after the car had left, the mass of dark purple energy once again gathered in midair. Once the monstrous creature had reformed, its purple eyes flashed as its gaze locked onto him. He was starting to lose his patience, his annoyance showing clearly. "Can't you just stay dead?" With no way to retreat, he channeled his spirit energy and charged straight at his opponent. "Fine, let's play." He swung his arm again, driving a thunderflame slash straight into the figure before him. Before he even stopped, his other hand was already clenched into a fist, ready to follow up. Without hesitation, he put all his strength into a direct blow against the monstrous creature. The figure was knocked back, its dark purple energy scattering chaotically. He didn't stop, continuing to close the distance as his body shot forward, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Just then, the figure in front of him suddenly trembled violently, and a surge of purple-black energy erupted. Immediately after, the form of a little girl appeared, trembling as she cried out, "Save me! Please save me!" He remained completely unmoved, scoffing in disdain. What a pathetic little trick. Before his opponent could utter another word, he struck decisively. In the blink of an eye, the face contorted, letting out agonizing screams. He showed no mercy, continuing to press down with even more force. The thick, viscous purple-black energy was finally dispersed, leaving no trace behind. When it was all over, he withdrew his hand and let out an annoyed, cold snort. He glanced around and said in a low voice, "Let's see just how strong the third stage of the Iron Vein really is." With that, he strode towards a nearby building, pushed the door open, and walked straight inside. The space inside was dark and quiet, and the sound of his footsteps echoed with each step. He stopped in front of a large swimming pool, standing still as he observed the water's surface. The surface of the pool rippled slightly as streams of dark spirit energy continuously rose from it. He pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, "This water is exactly like the rainwater that just created that monster." At that moment, a figure stepped out from a dark corner. The man chuckled lightly and said, "I didn't expect to find a master at the second stage of the Iron Vein here." He narrowed his eyes and continued, "It seems that useless Cao Thien Lam didn't die for nothing." He looked at the man coldly and asked directly, "The disaster in Tanthan, was it your doing?" The opponent admitted it casually. "That's right, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tuong Thien Than, third stage of the Iron Vein." He continued proudly, "The water in this pool is spirit water, formed after the resentful souls and spirit energy of tens of thousands of Tanthan's citizens were corrupted. According to Thien Than, as long as his will was strong enough, that water could transform into all sorts of creatures that were persistent and not easily destroyed." At this point, he didn't bother to hide his smugness, raising his head to declare, "And I am the god of this land." Thien Than slowly approached Lam Thien, his voice echoing slowly. "After the spirit energy returned, people who have reached our level can be counted on one hand in this world." He proactively extended his hand and said with a smile, "Care to join me? In the future, you will be second to only one, but above tens of thousands." But he was this he direct as soon he didn't even try to dodge the incoming attack. As the very next second, Thien Than burst into loud laughter, his voice booming. Very good. He waved his hand, his arrogant voice filled with killing intent. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can just die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit water in the pool began to churn violently. One by one, pitch-black figures rose into the air, creating an incredibly bizarre scene. Witnessing this, he finally understood. All the people who had disappeared before had been refined into dark water by this man. Immediately after, all of those figures charged straight towards him in unison. Thienthan's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the space as he roared, "Die at the feet of my grand army." He remained still, slowly drawing the sword from his back and saying in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'll set you all free soon." With that, he acted, pouring all his strength into a single swing of his sword, unleashing the Azure Flame Immortal technique. With just one strike, all the approaching dark figures were instantly wiped out. Seeing this, Thienthan showed clear dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." He clenched his fists and roared furiously, "You bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds." In an instant, his eyes turned completely white as he unleashed streams of dense, dark spiritual energy from his hands. His attacks locked onto their one and only target, Lam Thien. He immediately put up a defensive barrier of spiritual energy, but the dark spiritual energy pierced right through it. With no other choice, he leaned back to dodge, his movements becoming clumsy. Even so, the side of his face was grazed, drawing blood. His expression immediately darkened. His spiritual energy can suppress my thunder flame. Seeing this, Thienthan gloated, "What's wrong? Scared now?" He gave a cold, arrogant laugh. "Don't even think about running. I'm going to torture you slowly." As he spoke, he relentlessly fired blasts of spiritual energy straight at him. He swung his sword, cutting down everything in his path, his will unshaken. However, the longer the fight dragged on, the weaker the thunderflame aura around him became. In that moment, he suddenly realized his opponent's spiritual energy wasn't suppressing his thunderflame, it was corroding it. Across from him, Thienthan sneered arrogantly, "You dare show off your pathetic thunderflame energy in front of me. My netherworld aura can corrode spiritual energy of any attribute." He looked down on Lam Thien with a superior air and growled, "I'll give you one last chance. Get on your knees, or don't blame me for what happens next." He looked visibly annoyed, his mind racing as he secretly calculated a counterplan. "I have to find a way." Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Host has been invaded by netherworld spiritual energy. Host can fuse fire attribute and light attribute spiritual energy to form solar flame aura, which counters the netherworld aura." He was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "My light attribute spiritual energy had already transformed. I never thought it could still be used like this." Without any more hesitation, he straightened his back and deliberately withdrew all of his thunderflame aura. He just stood there, allowing the netherworld aura to spread and envelop his body. Seeing this, Thienthan thought he had given up and sneered contemptuously, "Giving up already? Looks like you were all talk and no action, kid." He didn't answer. He just closed his eyes and focused on manipulating the energy within his body. In just a moment, a brilliant vortex of energy exploded into Thienthan's view. The fire and light attribute spiritual energies fused, erupting in a violent explosion of light. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it made space itself tremble. Thienthan quickly raised his arm to shield his eyes, stumbling backward. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stand his ground, his eyes filled with terror. What kind of spiritual energy is this?" He spoke slowly. "This is the flame that purifies darkness, solar flame." His opponent couldn't accept it and roared madly, "No, impossible. No one can purify my spiritual energy." He immediately poured all his strength into a counterattack, launching his spiritual energy straight at him. "Die." He stood firm, his entire body completely enveloped in the solar flame aura. He was starting to lose his patience, his voice turning cold. "If you don't have any other tricks, then this farce should be over." Thienthan scoffed mockingly. "A mere second-level Iron Vein brat dares to be so arrogant in front of me. I'll show you my true power." He roared, unleashing his ultimate technique with all his might. "I didn't want to use this, but you forced my hand." In the blink of an eye, Thienthan's form changed as dense, dark spiritual energy covered his entire body. Immediately after, he erupted with a ferocious power and charged straight at him. He remained unfazed, muttering under his breath, "You think turning into a beast will let you beat me." As Thienthan's fist closed in, he uttered coldly, "You're digging your own grave. A barrage of heavy fists rained down, making the ground tremble and sending rubble flying everywhere. Tianthan growled through clenched teeth. "I'm going to pound you into paste." He repeatedly slammed his fists down where he stood, every single blow filled with killing intent. Not stopping there, Tianthan tilted his head back and took a deep breath. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spewed out a thick stream of dark energy, netherworld tidal wave. At that exact moment, a golden ray of light suddenly tore through the curtain of dark energy. A beam of light shot forward, leaving a deep gash on Tianthan's shoulder. He strode out from the blinding golden light, his voice ringing like steel. "I told you, if this is all the power you have, then just die." Without another word, he immediately waved his hand to unleash his next attack, the solar flare slash. As the attack closed in, Tianthan screamed in despair. "No, it's impossible. My black water can't be purified." Just at that critical moment, he finally revealed his last trump card. A more muscular figure appeared, its entire body tightly enveloped in spiritual energy. Witnessing this, he was slightly surprised. "Is this your true body?" His opponent laughed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I never thought you'd push me this far." He boasted arrogantly. "That's right. I have evolved into a higher life form, having long since abandoned my human shell." Tianthan laughed maniacally and declared, "Next, I'll let you taste the full power of the third stage of the Iron Vein realm." He stubbornly growled, affirming once more, "The me of right now is the truly invincible one." Anmaihian remained composed, the corner of his mouth twitching into a sarcastic smirk. "Invincible? Are you sure you even know who your opponent is?" With that, he raised his hand and directly used a higher-level technique. Solar Flare Secret Art. Azure Flame Judgment. At the same time, the scene shifts to another angle outside the signal relay station. In the car, Makthu anxiously asked Meng Jiao. "Still can't contact anyone outside." She sighed softly. "No good. There's still no signal, I'm afraid." Just then, the area behind them suddenly exploded, and flames erupted, dyeing the entire sky red. The commotion was so huge that Makthu slammed on the brakes in a panic, shouting, "What was that noise?" They both whipped their heads around, and before their eyes was the sight of the signal relay station building collapsing. Meng Jiao was stunned, while Makthu cheered excitedly. "That's definitely Big Bro Lam Thien's ultimate move. Tanthan City is saved." With that, he immediately turned the wheel, his voice full of excitement. "We don't have to run anymore. Let's go back and find Big Bro Lam Thien." The scene returns to the relay station, where a defeated Tianthan muttered, "Why, I'm clearly at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm. Why could someone like you at the second stage defeat me?" Lam Thien couldn't be bothered to look at him, replying with a cold snort. "Who told you that someone at the second stage of the Iron Vein realm can't beat someone at the third stage?" In the moment before he vanished, Tianthan laughed like a madman, leaving behind a curse. "They won't let you go. You have no idea who you've messed with. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Hearing this, he fell into a thoughtful silence. It seemed there really was someone else behind Tianthan. As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed an object floating in midair. "What is this?" Not long after, Makthu drove back. As soon as he got out of the car, he called out in alarm, "Big Bro." He rushed over to him, asking repeatedly, "Big Bro Lam Thien, are you okay?" Lam Thien calmly replied, "I'm fine." Meng Jiao followed behind, a question silently rising in her heart. Just how strong was this man named Lam Thien? She glanced around and couldn't help but be horrified. Could a human being really cause this level of destruction? Lam Thien suddenly spoke up. "I just took care of the person behind the Tanthan City incident. His name is Tuong Thien Than. Have you heard of him?" Hearing that name, Meng Jiao was startled and stunned. "What? Tuong Thien Than?" She muttered for a long time before shaking her head. "No way, that's impossible. Tuong Thien Than is already dead. How could he still be alive?" He frowned and asked, "What do you mean, you know him?" Meng Jiao honestly recounted. Before the spiritual energy revival, Tuong Thien Than was a death row inmate who had committed over a dozen brutal murders. She added, "At that time, I was serving in the military. On the day of the spiritual energy revival, I saw him get executed with my own eyes. He should have been dead long ago." Lam Thien frowned thoughtfully. Indeed, considering his final state, it wouldn't be wrong to say he was a dead man. With that, he opened his hand and took out an item. "I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what helped him come back to life?" Meng Jiao recognized it with a single glance. That's the symbol of the Church of Dawn. Hearing that, he grew even more curious. The Church of Dawn, what's that? Mengjiao lowered her voice and explained, in the early days of the spiritual energy revival, a group of cultivators with innate mutations secretly formed this organization. They believe that mutated spiritual energy is the final step in human evolution, and that ordinary people are just obstacles. They want to establish a new order where the strong rule and the weak become prey. That is their creed. Hearing this, he sighed wearily. All right. The third stage iron vein is dead, and the crisis in Tanthan City is resolved. Let's talk about these conspiracies tomorrow. I've been up all day and night. I just want to go home and sleep. Mengjiao didn't stop him, saying hesitantly, Big Bro Lam Thien, thank you for saving Tanthan City and for saving me and Mak Thu. With that, she pulled Mak Thu into a bow, urging him, hurry up and thank him. He replied flatly, no need to be so formal. Someone just asked me for a favor, so I took care of it. Mengjiao froze, a look of clear astonishment on her face. Someone was asking for help. Speaking of which, the corner of his mouth curved up, his eyes full of hidden meaning. There was someone who, after hearing your story, completely forgot he was injured. Right, Mak Thu. Hearing that, Mengjiao quickly checked Mak Thu from head to toe. You're hurt. When did this happen? Mak Thu scratched his cheek in embarrassment, stammering as he tried to change the subject. Lam. Boss Lam Thien was talking about your best friend. Didn't you call her for help? Only then did Mengjiao remember, exclaiming in alarm, I forgot to call Fifai and tell her I'm safe. The scene shifts to another city. The sky is clear and warm sunlight streams through a window, casting a rare sense of peace over the space. A group of people in formal attire sit around a long table, silently listening to a report. Yesterday morning, New City suffered an unprecedented spirit energy contamination and darkening disaster. According to the investigation, over 80% of the city is no longer habitable, with over 10,000 civilian casualties. Mr. Tam, sitting at the head of the table, asked with a grim expression, what is the status of the recovery efforts in New City? A subordinate immediately stood up to report, Sir, the main roads have been cleared and the trapped civilians have returned to their homes. Hearing this, Mr. Tam let out a soft sigh. The losses in New City were so low, all thanks to Lam Thien alone. The room immediately erupted in discussion. That's right. If Boss Lam Thien had been any later, the consequences would be unimaginable. I used to think he was just a little stronger than others, but now I know he's far beyond what I could have imagined. A moment later, Mr. Tam slammed his hand on the table, his voice deepening. The disaster in New City has sounded a warning bell for all of us. He emphasized that while it's unclear how the Church of Dawn resurrected Tuong Thien Than and turned him into a third-stage Iron Vein Realm cultivator, there is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous power behind them. Finishing his sentence, he gave a direct order. The military must increase surveillance on the Church of Dawn, especially at its origin point, Northwest City. He added, the Spirit Energy Association must also fully cooperate with the military in this operation. At this moment, Hu Yanfeng spoke up. Commander-in-Chief Tam, Northwest City is the center of the Church of Dawn's operations. The Spirit Energy Association has sent elite teams there many times, but none have ever returned. In his opinion, relying solely on the Spirit Energy Cultivator Association probably won't be enough to get a clear picture of the Church of Dawn. Mr. Tam nodded. I understand. The military will coordinate with you all. We must quickly gather detailed intelligence on the Church of Dawn. Immediately after, he stood up and declared decisively, Lam Thien's identity must be classified at the highest level of security. There must be absolutely no leaks of any kind from within the military. The entire room responded in unison, understood. At this point, Mr. Tam was certain that as long as Lam Thien is alive, our nation will never fall. The scene shifts to his villa as night has completely enveloped the area. Lam Thien struggled to carry several large and small bags, frowning and muttering, Fai, you call this ordering a little food. Across from him, Fai leaned unsteadily against a table, raising her glass and shouting, to my hubby, cheers. He just felt helpless. How much has this girl had to drink? She reeks of alcohol. She threw herself directly into his arms, whining and calling him hubby. He picked her up and turned to the person next to him, grumbling, she's this drunk and you didn't say anything to her. Annanguyet shrugged helplessly. I tried, but she wouldn't listen. He placed Fai on the sofa, his gaze lingering on Lan Nguyet, which made her a bit flustered. What is it? He smiled and said softly, you should smile more often. It's a waste for such a pretty face to always look so serious. Lan Nguyet's cheeks suddenly turned red, her heart in turmoil. Was my smile fake? A moment later, he picked up a slice of pizza and asked, "How is your parents' recovery going?" She answered honestly, "It's going well. In another 2 or 3 days, they can be taken off the support equipment and begin the recovery phase." Mentioning this, she couldn't hide her emotion. "Lam Thien, thank you. I'm so lucky to have you." He cut her off. "Don't be so formal. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Iron Vein realm either. By the way, have you managed to control your second spirit energy attribute yet?" Lan Ninguyet nodded in confirmation, her face filled with joy. The scene shifts to another location, where a quiet night covers the buildings. The frame settles on an ancient-looking structure, the air cold, damp, and gloomy. In a vast hall, a group of people in white robes stood in a circle around a single figure. Their hoods concealed their faces, and only the sound of soft murmuring could be heard. One of them suddenly stood up to report, "Lord High Priest, the Spirit Connection Tower in New City has been destroyed. Tuong Thien Than is dead." The faces of those around him changed instantly, their eyes all turning to the central figure. That figure stood motionless for a long time, not saying a word. From under the hood, a ferocious eye was revealed, and a deep voice echoed throughout the room. "Who did this?" Diemla bowed his head and replied, "There is a cultivator named Lam Thien." The high priest's eyes widened in anger. "A mere cultivator dares to oppose my Church of Dawn." The high priest raised both hands, his arrogant voice echoing, "This wasn't just a challenge to the Church of Dawn. It was blasphemy against the gods themselves. Anyone who dares to oppose a servant of the divine must pay the price." The followers of the Church of Dawn roared in unison, "Pay the price, pay the price." High priest turned around, speaking coldly to Diemla, "I'm leaving this to you. Lam Thien must die." Diemla knelt, bowing his head to accept the order. "Yes, this subordinate will obey the divine decree." Diemla looked up, killing intent lacing his voice. "Lam Thien must die." The followers of the Church of Dawn shouted in unison, "Lam Thien must die." The scene shifts to Lam Thien's house, as the distant sun slowly sets behind the mountains. Lan Ninguyet appears, adjusting her combat attire. Standing opposite Lan Ninguyet, Lam Thien speaks up, "Let's see how much you've improved." San Ninguyet stood still, her eyes lowered, remaining silent for a long time. Then she suddenly moved, exploding with speed and charging straight at Lam Thien. She swung a powerful kick, the attack coated in a layer of biting frost. She spun, switching legs for a second kick, but he easily sidestepped, dodging the blow completely. He swung his hand forward, and Lan Ninguyet immediately retreated a few steps. His voice rang out, "Not bad. It seems you've kept up with your basic training. Now show me what happens when you fuse your dual-element spirit energy." She backed away further, clenching her fists. Spirit energy gathered in an instant. One hand grew cold as ice, while the other sparked with blue lightning. Lan Ninguyet thrust her hands forward, and a stream of spirit energy shot straight at him. He raised one hand, and a shield materialized to neutralize the attack. His voice rang out, "Wrong." He said coldly, "This isn't fusion. You're just releasing 2 waves of different elemental energy one after the other." He advised, "Calm down. Don't think about releasing it first. Think about how to mix them." Lan Ninguyet looked bewildered. "Mix them." Lan Ninguyet closed her eyes, spirit energy fluctuating around her body. Energy appeared in her palms, her voice echoing, "Mix, balance, obey my command." She opened her eyes, thrusting her hand forward as the spirit energy transformed into an attack that rushed toward him. He was slightly surprised, but still stood his ground, ready to receive the approaching attack. A layer of ice shot up from the ground, encasing Lam Thien's body. Lan Ninguyet quickly covered her mouth, calling out worriedly, "Lam Thien." She ran toward him, saying, "Lam Thien, are you okay? I didn't mean to do that." He stood still, calmly shattering the ice that encased him. Lan Ninguyet was startled, quickly covering her eyes with her hands. "Ice shards rained down," he said. "Not bad at all. You finally made that power your own." He placed a hand on her shoulder, instructing, "Remember that feeling. Next time you fight, channel your spirit energy with that exact rhythm." He turned back toward the mansion, waving goodbye. "All right, that's enough training for today. You should go visit your parents at the hospital. I'm going to get something to eat." Lan Ninguyet watched his retreating figure and replied softly, "Okay." The scene changes. The sky has grown dark, the sun now completely hidden in the distance. Outside Lam Thien's mansion, Diemla and his cronies gathered. One of them asked in surprise, "He lives here?" Truong Ka, holding a photo, answered curtly, "That's right, this is a picture of Lam Thien." In Truong Ka's hand, the photo was shown, and Lam Thien's face came into clear view. Diem La said arrogantly, "This little punk is the one who killed that useless trash Tuong Thien Than." The person behind him added, "How could Tuong Thien Than possibly compare to you, my lord? You're a master of the fourth realm of the Iron Vein." Everyone in the Church of Dawn knows the name. White Diem La. Tham Han, standing nearby, chimed in, "The military and the Spirit Energy Association must be blind. Calling a kid who's barely started training the strongest. What a joke." Diem La immediately gave the order, "Let's go. Make it quick. We can't keep the high priest waiting." The three subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." In front of the house, Lam Thien walked down the steps, his mind wandering. What should I eat tonight? Hot pot or beef noodles, or maybe some barbecue to really hit the spot. He walked at a leisurely pace, as if completely unaware of what was about to happen. The very moment his foot touched the last step, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The air grew heavy, and a sense of unease washed over him in an instant. Diem La's three subordinates rushed out at the same time. Charge, surround him, get out of the way. They instantly closed in on him, their killing intent chilling to the bone. He stood his ground, his expression unchanged. Thin, thread-like sparks of electricity immediately wrapped around his body, emitting a dry, crackling sound. A flash of lightning struck down like a swift, clean, and decisive symphony, instantly felling all three of them in a single breath. Diem's three henchmen collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing before going still, their consciousness completely erased by his last attack. He raised an eyebrow and spoke, his voice calm yet pressing down on the surrounding space. "Come out, I know you're here." Diem La emerged from the shadows, his voice cold as he replied, "To think Thien Than died at your hands. How unfortunate." Each word landed like a stone. He turned his gaze toward him, his voice deepening. "You're also one of those church people, aren't you?" The question was blunt, without any pretense. Diem La answered without hiding anything, his voice dripping with arrogance. "That's right. I am Bak Diem La of the Church of Dawn, responsible for eliminating those who oppose us." He narrowed his eyes and let out a menacing, arrogant laugh. "Today's your death anniversary, Lam Thien." His killing intent erupted, completely unconcealed. He swung his arm and dozens of ice crystals shot through the air. His voice echoed, cold and dry, "Freeze into a block of ice for me." The air instantly solidified. He remained perfectly still, his eyes calm, as the man's ice crystals flew toward him like a dense, cold rain. He casually slipped a hand into his pocket, the movement so light it seemed like a joke, and the entire attack simply vanished into thin air. Man cried out in alarm, his confidence shattering in an instant. "How is that possible? How could you completely block one of my moves like that?" He let out a soft chuckle and then spoke, his voice slow but filled with pressure. "I have a question about your Church of Dawn." His expression darkened, his anger now visible. He asked in a low voice, "Are you tired of living?" Each word seemed to crush down on his opponent. The man roared in fury, "You're insulting the glory of the Church of Dawn, you arrogant brat. You'll pay for your insolence." He raised one hand high and a stream of dark spirit energy gathered in his palm, making the space around them tremble slightly. A cold smile spread across his face as he continued, "Just give up. This is the corrosive wave, an attack that not even the Iron Core Masters would dare to face head-on." He thrust his hand forward and the surging stream of spirit energy rushed toward him like a black flood. He frowned slightly and took half a step back as if considering the situation. The man laughed with immense pride, his voice echoing everywhere. "It's too late to beg now, Lam Thien. Your time has come." He held out one hand and a brilliant light erupted from his palm, instantly dispelling the darkness before him. He pushed his hand forward, unleashing a source of pure energy as his aura surged in an instant. The stream of energy shot out, colliding violently with Diem La's attack and completely neutralizing it in the blink of an eye. He screamed in terror, his voice trembling with fear, his eyes wide with confusion. "What? What kind of spirit energy is this?" Flames engulfed his body, his aura flaring up as he answered, "It's something that can counter your power." His words were brief but firm. The man spun around to flee, a single thought flashing through his mind. "This kid is no ordinary cultivator. I'm no match for him." He dashed backward, his heart pounding wildly, his mind fixed on a single decision: run. The spirit energy inside him surged outward as he spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "My home Is it a place you can just come and go as you please? From his body, a spirit form began to materialize, radiating an immense power that made the ground tremble. He tried to run faster, his breathing ragged, but the distance behind him was closing rapidly. After running for a moment, he glanced back, a clear thought forming in his mind. What is this strange feeling? A chill ran down his spine. Realizing something was wrong, his eyes widened in shock, and his entire body froze. From behind, he and the giant spirit form slowly closed in, their shadow completely engulfing Diemla's vision. His spirit form raised one hand high, its heavy aura pressing down on the surrounding space. He screamed in terror, his voice breaking with despair. What? What is this? Spirit form slammed its hand down, shattering the ground and sending earth and rock flying up like massive waves. Diemla was utterly defeated. He gasped for breath, his eyes slowly dimming. What in the world is this power? Lam Thien slowly walked forward, his steps firm. He spoke, his voice even but pressing down on his opponent. Now, I'll ask the questions, and you'll answer. The man struggled helplessly, his body trembling from his severe injuries, but he still managed to growl in anger. He stepped on the man's face, his eyes ice-cold, and demanded, "Speak, what exactly is your Church of Dawn? Who founded it?" The man lay still on the ground, his breathing weak, his voice hoarse. The Church of Dawn is the will of a god. It appeared when the people of Northwest City prayed for hope. An image of a monster ravaging the city appeared in his mind. As the memory surfaced, he continued. At that time, Northwest City was in the midst of a supermutation crisis. The Spirit Energy Association and the army were wiped out. No one survived. Everyone believed death was inevitable. The figure of the high priest appeared in his memory, and his voice echoed. Just then, a powerful figure holding a blood-red scepter and wearing a golden mask descended from the sky, calling himself the High Priest of the Church of Dawn. The story continued as he recounted how the High Priest destroyed the mutated monster. With his scepter, he single-handedly dealt with the supermutation. The image of the people kneeling in worship became clear as his voice grew somber. From that day on, Northwest City has only believed in the Church of Dawn. He yelled with conviction, "We are the apostles of a god. You mortals have no right to question our doctrine." He replied coldly, "That's a lie fit for children. Stop deceiving yourself. Do you have any idea how powerful a supermutated monster is? Have you ever even seen one?" He kept his foot pressed on the man, his voice unchanging. "I've read the files on the Dawn Church. You people rampage through the streets of the Northwest, burning, pillaging, and taking lives. You're nothing more than an evil cult that uses lies to deceive the masses and expand its power." He narrowed his eyes and concluded, "Your sockled messengers are just using their abnormal abilities to oppress unarmed civilians." The man growled in defiance, refusing to accept the truth. "It's a necessary sacrifice. Without absolute order, humanity would fall into chaos. Someone always has to be sacrificed." His face was as cold as ice as he spoke softly. "That's right. Someone always has to be sacrificed." He raised his hand toward the man, energy gathering in his palm. His voice deepened. "In that case, you can be the sacrifice right now." In an instant, a colossal bolt of lightning struck their position, and the light consumed everything. The scene shifts. The time is now midnight, inside the Cathedral of the Dawn Church. In the silent room, the high priest's voice echoed, "Are you saying that Bak Diem Lam, the one I dispatched, was also eliminated by Lam Thien?" A subordinate immediately reported, "Yes, the 3 other members accompanying Bak Diem Lam also perished." High priest's thoughts surged. "The Northwest is my territory. The faith I have built cannot be destroyed by a cultivator who is no better than a stray dog. Lam Thien absolutely cannot be allowed to live." He blurted out, "Just as I expected. It is exactly as the prophecy foretold." He spread his arms, his voice impassioned. "For the security of the Northwest, for the glory of the dawn, we must take the offensive and eliminate this source of disaster at its root." The followers chanted in unison, "Drive out Lam Thien, protect the dawn." Their voices echoed throughout the grand hall. The high priest continued, "I have seen the future calamity. The cultivator named Lam Thien will be the sinner who destroys human order. His spiritual energy will devour the very foundation of life. He must be brought to the Northwest to face the dawn trial." The preceding images were just a recording. The screen suddenly went black as someone turned it off. Mr. Tam held the remote, his voice grave. "When the prophecy was announced, the internet exploded. The military is trying to delete posts. lock accounts, and cut off the information chain. But they can't keep up. Fi let out an annoyed sound. Are those people brain dead or something? How can they believe such obvious manipulation of public opinion? Annanguyet, sitting beside her, spoke up. They don't believe the prophecy. They're just afraid of the unknown. Mr. Tam nodded and continued. For the next few days, everyone should stay indoors. Don't wander around. I'll arrange for an elite team to provide 24-hour protection. He looked toward Lam Thien, his tone growing serious. Right now, you're not just our most important strategic asset. You're also their #1 target. He stood up decisively, his voice cold. I don't need protection. I'm planning on going out. Mr. Tam shouted in frustration. Going out? Are you insane? The entire Dawn Church wants you dead. He turned to Lan Nguyen and continued. She just leveled up. She needs a place to get some real combat training. Mr. Tam suddenly froze, realizing something. He stammered, Don't tell me you intend to. He replied in an icy tone. That high priest of theirs had better actually be capable of killing a super-mutated monster. Otherwise, the Dawn Church deserves to be purged. The screen showed a vast sky lobby, packed with people constantly moving about. The noise seemed to spill out of the frame. Fifi stared at it and remarked, her tone a mix of boredom and amusement. After the return of spiritual energy, it seems there are a lot more idle people around. Lam Thien walked over with 2 glasses of water. He asked, What's wrong? Are you angry about something? His tone casual, as if he were trying to placate her. She turned the screen toward them and said, Just look at this. These people spend all day cursing each other out online. Don't they have anything better to do? The screen was filled with vulgar and critical comments, the text scrolling by like a torrential downpour. Just looking at it was enough to make your eyes hurt. Fi gritted her teeth. I've had it with them. I should have just blown up a few broadcast stations and sent these people to work in brick factories, cable plants, and steel mills. At least then, they'd be contributing to the country. He pressed his lips together and reassured her, Don't be so angry. They'll shut their mouths once we get there. His words were spoken softly, but they carried weight. She took the glass and reminded him quietly, You two still need to be careful. Even though we don't know what the high priest of the Dawn Church is truly capable of, but she paused for a beat before continuing. They say his prophetic ability might be real. Thanks to those prophecies, he has found hidden, talented cultivators and relied on them to support the Dawn Church. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, so he has that kind of power too? His voice held surprise, but no fear. In the sky, a white jet tore through the air, streaking across the blue expanse like a gleaming blade. Elsewhere, a believer knelt and reported, Your Holiness, the High Priest, the cultivator named Lam Thien, has boarded a flight. He is heading straight for the northwest. The High Priest thought grimly, You're walking right into my trap, so don't blame me for what happens next. The thought was as cold as mist. He stood up, raised his hands high, and shouted, My followers! Just now, during my meditation, I saw an omen. The cultivator named Lam Thien will bring disaster and destruction to our lands in the northwest. Followers below were stunned, asking in a flurry, What? How can that be? Your Holiness, the High Priest, what should we do? High Priest spoke in a calming voice. Do not worry. The light of dawn will illuminate everything. God has shown us the way to protect our home. He said with a sinister look, My followers, rise with devout hearts. For Northwest City, for our God, let Lam Thien know that he is not welcome here. The followers immediately knelt in obedience. God has given the command. We will willingly go forth to face the enemy. We must let Lam Thien know he is not welcome here. The entire airport glittered under a starry night sky, with towering, brightly lit skyscrapers rising on the distant horizon. Elsewhere, a crowd was roaring, holding up protest signs, their energy surging like a wave. They shouted their fervent opposition. We can't let that demon into the city. The High Priest said he will destroy everything we have. That's right. It doesn't matter if Lam Thien has saved anyone before, he is not welcome here. A follower with a megaphone shouted, The light of dawn shines brightly upon Northwest City. Darkness is forbidden to enter. Lam Thien must face judgment for his sins. Lam Thien stood atop a skyscraper looking down, wondering, have these people really been brainwashed to this extent? His gaze was a mixture of weariness and coldness. He said nonchalantly, Using faith to manipulate people's hearts, this high priest really knows how to play the game. His voice was tinged with sharp sarcasm. Lan Nguyen, beside him, asked, What should we do now? These are all ordinary people. We can't actually attack them, can we? He shot back. And why not? He answered his own question immediately. Because they chose to believe in a god, his words were concise, cutting through any hesitation. He said coldly, "Then let's just let them see if their precious god can save their lives." The words sent a chill down the spine. The crowd looked towards him and began to murmur, "He's here. Look, it's that comet." In an instant, they rushed forward to block his path. "Don't let him in. Get lost. Lam Thien." He stood his ground, feet planted firmly, as brilliant golden lightning erupted around his body, his spiritual energy burning hot. Spiritual power burst from his body, the pressure bearing down, making the air around him feel like it was being crushed. The lightning swirled before lashing out, striking directly towards the noisy crowd in a relentless barrage that gave no one a chance to breathe. The defiant crowd instantly froze, horrified by the scene before them, the noise dying down a beat. The followers turned pale, trembling inwardly. So this is Lam Thien. How can his spiritual energy be this powerful? He lowered his voice. "Judging by your robes, you three must be followers of the Church of Dawn." His statement was definitive. He channeled his power, and an orb of crackling lightning appeared in his hand. "Since you believe so strongly that your god exists, let's see if the god you speak of can save you from the hands of a demon like me." Seeing this, the followers immediately turned to flee. "No," they cried out in panic. But they had only taken a few steps before bolts of lightning struck them, their feet halting as if yanked back. The surrounding crowd was suffocated by the immense pressure, their faces pale. No one dared to take another step forward. His face darkened as he asked, "Are there any other followers here?" His voice was even and cold as steel. Someone in the crowd stammered, I suddenly remembered I left the stove on at home." His eyes darted around, looking for an escape. Another girl said with a trembling voice, "My mom told me to come home for dinner and not to be late," as she backed away. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos and scattered. "I wasn't even here for the religion. I was just picking someone up. Wrong place. Me too. Me too." Excuses echoed from all directions. Lan Nguyen watched the scene with contempt. Just a moment ago, they were so full of fighting spirit. Now, after only 3 people fell, they've completely fallen apart. Lam Thien said calmly, "They were never truly zealous. They just used it as an excuse to avoid thinking and taking responsibility. True faith is never built on fear." She turned to look at him and asked, "What's our next move?" He replied curtly and coldly, "Tell that high priest he should retire." A follower slowly stepped out from among others in the same attire, his every step filled with reverence. He knelt on one knee and reported, "Your Eminence, the High Priest, we have discovered a young woman with immense spiritual potential. She is 17 years old, a rare talent. Your subordinate has brought her here specially, and I request that you personally verify her." The High Priest grunted softly, "Let me see." 2 followers immediately dragged the girl in. Her body was covered in injuries, and her breathing was rapid and weak. He slowly descended the steps, walking directly in front of her. The High Priest lifted her chin to assess her. "Not bad spiritual energy, and not a bad appearance either. God has brought you before me. How could I possibly fail to appreciate God's arrangement?" He stared intently at her and said, "Offer your everything to our God." Suddenly the ceiling exploded. Rubble of all sizes rained down, shaking the entire space. Terrified followers dropped to the ground, looking up. "What's happening?" Tremors of fear spread throughout the grand hall. A familiar voice echoed from above, manipulating people's hearts, twisting right and wrong, and bullying the innocent. Lam Thien, levitating in midair with his spiritual power, looked down. "Your church should get out of Northwest City." He and Lan Nguyen landed on the ground and were immediately surrounded by the followers. The High Priest glared at him. "Lam Thien, you have some nerve, daring to barge into my divine temple model." He answered. He then deafened just as he chanted. In the next instant, the entire group of followers was sent flying by his lightning flame strike. The High Priest staggered back in terror, watching his followers collapse to the ground, unable to get up. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. "What? No, impossible." He said in a cold voice, "Don't worry. To deal with a peak spirit, spring like you, I don't even need to lift a finger. This time, your opponent is her." Lan Nguyen stepped forward to block his path, spiritual energy surging in her hands. He gripped his weapon, which radiated a dark aura, and quickly prepared to counterattack. The 2 sources of power collided, sending shockwaves throughout the grand hall. The High Priest's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What?" Lan Nguyen coldly unleashed her ice shadow slash. In a flash, the wave of power slashed across his neck. The mask on the High Priest's face shattered, and he gritted his teeth, letting out a groan. Clutching his chest as the icy energy invaded his body, the high priest asked in pain, "What kind of spiritual energy is this? It can actually freeze my own." She continued to summon sharp ice spikes, which simultaneously closed in on him. The high priest immediately retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. But just then, a sharp block of ice pierced his leg. The high priest screamed in agony, his body losing its balance. An Nguyet channeled her spiritual energy and floated high above, her indifferent gaze fixed on her defeated foe. Lam Thien smirked and praised her softly. "Not bad. Lan Nguyet can now fight a peak spirit spring on her own." Icy energy swirled around her. With a calm expression, her cold voice rang out, "It's over." As soon as she finished speaking, another long shard of ice shot through the air, heading straight for the high priest. The ice shard flew straight and true. It was her piercing ice star technique. The high priest broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he begged, "No, Lord God of Dawn, save me, save me." Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed. The ground shook and debris flew everywhere. Lan Nguyet gritted her teeth to brace herself, shocked. "What's happening?" Lam Thien's face grew cold and grim, his eyes locked onto their opponent. An eerie roar echoed, and then a giant monster appeared. Calamity Flame's body was covered in thick scales, radiating a brutal aura as it stood blocking their path. The high priest groveled on the ground, crying out in panic, "My lord, God of Dawn!" Lan Nguyet frowned and asked, "What is this thing?" He narrowed his eyes and replied, "It seems this is the true form of the Church of Dawn." The Calamity Flame lowered its head and asked the high priest, "Why have you summoned me?" Trembling as he crawled on the floor, he answered, "My lord, these people broke into your divine temple and slaughtered your followers." It scolded him in annoyance. "You are nothing but a cowardly fly, afraid of death. You dare disturb my slumber over such a trivial matter." Immediately after, the Calamity Flame reached out a claw and touched the crimson source of spiritual energy. The high priest's entire body was instantly engulfed in a thick, dark energy. His eyes bulged as he opened his mouth and screamed like a man who had lost his mind. His eyes rolled back, showing only the whites as he let out an agonized scream. "No." Lam Thien and Lan Nguyet watched the scene in silence, their expressions grim. The Calamity Flame radiated a swirling dark aura, its voice deepening. "Now, it's your turn." It spoke with contempt. "You surviving insects, since you've awakened me, you will compensate me with your flesh and blood." As it finished speaking, a heavy, deathly energy spread from its body. Lan Nguyet coldly launched a series of ice pillars, her timing perfect. The ice spears instantly pierced through the Calamity Fiend's body. She stared intently, the corner of her lip curling into a cold, contemptuous sneer. The Calamity Fiend burst out laughing, ignoring the ice spears still impaling its body. At the points of impact, dark spiritual energy swirled violently. Lan Nguyet's brows furrowed in shock as she exclaimed, "What?" The Calamity Fiend praised her with satisfaction. "Your spiritual energy is truly delicious." With that, it opened its maw wide, unleashing a terrifying pressure. "I will devour you whole." Instantly, Lan Nguyet summoned a massive ice shield in front of herself. She gritted her teeth and poured all her strength into it. Ice Blade Talisman. A razor-sharp ice blade shot towards it at incredible speed. The Calamity Fiend simply opened its mouth and shattered the ice blade with its sharp teeth. Shards of ice exploded, scattering through the air. Lan Nguyet's eyes widened at the sight, her heart pounding in shock. How can this be? Just then, a ferocious flame erupted from behind her, carrying an intense energy. The moment the flame appeared, it swept towards the Calamity Fiend, which immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as its aura erupted in chaos. Lam Thien's voice rang out clearly, "You've done very well." Powerful flames engulfed his entire body as his aura surged. "Now, let me put an end to this farce." He charged forward, locking onto the Calamity Fiend and striking down decisively. His gaze was ice-cold as he stared down his opponent and unleashed the Thunderflame explosive slash. The Calamity Fiend roared in defiance, opening its mouth wide as demonic spiritual energy gathered frantically. A brilliant golden light swirled with blue lightning, converging into a bizarre, dark purple core. The torrent of golden spiritual energy poured down like a waterfall, shaking the ground and sending dirt and rock flying everywhere. Lan Nguyet was thrown back by the aftershock, her body lost amidst the flying debris. She landed on one knee, her heart trembling. So this is the power of the Iron Vein realm. Can I ever reach this level of strength? In his hands, immense power continued to gather, the pressure in the air growing heavier and heavier. This was the Thunderflame world-ending slash, and he immediately hurled that power straight at the Calamity Fiend. Struck by the immense pressure, the Calamity Fiend let out a piercing shriek, its body staggering violently. The wave of power slammed into it, leaving the Calamity Fiend completely stunned. Lightning erupted from the attack, engulfing its entire body in an instant. The Calamity Fiend's body exploded as it screamed in despair. No! After finishing it off, he landed on the ground. Lan Nanguyat looked at him with an expression of pure awe. He glanced over at her, his voice calm. "Let's go." Suddenly, a wicked laugh echoed through the air, so fragrant. The Calamity Fiend laughed with satisfaction. "Your spiritual energy is so fragrant." Dark energy billowed violently from its body, making the air feel suffocating. The Calamity Fiend stood tall, looking down at the two of them. "I want to devour you. I want to seize your power." He smirked contemptuously. "We'll see if you have what it takes to survive." With that, he charged forward again. "Let's see how many times you can regenerate." The two clashed violently, the pressure from their immense powers flooding the entire area. He struck decisively, a powerful slash descending straight onto its body. As the slash landed, the Calamity Fiend's body was instantly torn apart. But in just a moment, its body began to knit itself back together, the wound healing right before their eyes. He leapt high into the air, gripping his sword tightly, ready for the next engagement. He looked down at his opponent, wondering to himself, just how is it regenerating? The Calamity Fiend bared its fangs in a sneer. "Your spiritual energy is truly exquisite. Once I devour you, all of Northwest City will become my domain." He glanced at it, a thought flashing through his mind. Domain, could it be? He observed his opponent carefully. No matter how fierce the fight got, it had never left the area of this windy path. He raised his sword, his lips tightening as he wondered, "The secret to your immortality is hidden beneath this windy path, isn't it?" Having figured it out, he immediately swung his sword down decisively. Instantly, the Calamity Fiend's body was split in two. The ground beneath them trembled and levitated, revealing piles of corpses hidden below. The horrifying bodies floated on the surface of the dark water. He glared down in anger. "So that's it, just as I thought. You maintain your immortal body by devouring their spiritual energy." The Calamity Fiend immediately lunged forward, roaring, "You've learned something you shouldn't have. For that, you must die today." He pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, cold smile that sent a chill down his opponent's spine. Immediately after, Lam Thien shouted an order, "Lan Nguyet, freeze the altar." She immediately rushed to carry out the command, "Yes." Her response was swift and without a hint of hesitation. Calamity Fiend realized the tables had turned, and a shock went through its heart. This is bad. It raised its claws high, roaring a warning, "You dare." He continued to channel his spiritual energy, levitating in front of the Calamity Fiend, his aura pressing down on it. His expression darkened as he stared at his opponent, his voice dropping low, "Did I say you could leave?" His eyes were sharp as blades as he raised a hand and commanded, "Stay right where you are." The Calamity Fiend opened its mouth wide, and a malevolent power began to swirl violently. But he didn't give it time to finish, immediately launching a blast of energy straight at it. He frowned, his gaze locked firmly on the enemy. The Calamity Fiend thought in a panic, "I have to find a way to escape him, quickly." On the other side, Lan Nanguyat was silently observing the entire situation. Seizing the right moment, she gathered her power and unleashed her attack. Ancient characters gradually materialized in midair. They flared to life in an instant, radiating a chilling light. She clasped her hands together to control them, guiding the ancient characters. The ethereal characters imprinted themselves onto the frigid block of ice below. Large, sharp icicles rose up, following the flow of her spiritual energy. He levitated. He gave as if a brilliant light erupted violently from his body. Immediately after, he gripped his sword tightly and slashed down with all his might. The blade sliced vertically through the Calamity Fiend's body, causing it to roar in agony. Golden and purple energies clashed violently, sending shockwaves throughout the area. The Calamity Fiend threw its head back and roared, "You've destroyed my life source. I'll make you pay." He gritted his teeth, on high alert. This isn't good, it's going to self-destruct. A stream of brilliant golden spiritual energy shot outwards. Calamity Fiend unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy and roared, "Let's go to hell together." He pulled Lan Nguyen close to him and said in a low voice, "Hold on tight." Immediately after, he scooped her up in his arms and sped away from the area. Calamity Fiend opened its mouth wide and shrieked, simultaneously gathering a blazing red orb of energy. The orb rapidly expanded, swallowing everything around it. He carried her and landed safely on the rooftop of a nearby building. She blushed as she looked at him, stammering, "Thank you." He whispered a warning, "Be careful, it's not over yet." Lan Nguyen exclaimed in shock. "What?" Black fragments floated in mid-air with the ruins of a building behind them. Midst the ruins, sharp crimson bolts of lightning erupted violently, their ferocious aura pressing down on the ground. The air was torn apart by the raging red lightning, then quickly twisted together, forming a massive, roaring vortex of blood-red energy. From the center of the blood-red vortex, powerfully built, beasts with bloodshot red eyes emerged one by one, their killing intent overflowing. They charged forward in unison, letting out ear-piercing roars, their footsteps thundering like a breaking dam. Down on the main street, the beast tide swarmed, sweeping across the pavement and plunging the city into chaos. Lan Nguyen started to rush down to stop them. "I'll go hold them back," but he stopped her with his arm. "You can't stop them." He quickly explained, "There are too many civilians in the city. We can't use area of effect spells. If we hit them by mistake, the consequences would be even worse than the beast tide." She frowned and asked, "Then what do we do now?" He pulled out his phone, his voice firm. "It's time to let the military do their job." Inside the military district, an urgent report rang out. Abnormal spirit energy reaction detected. Everyone's face paled as they stared at the monitor. Hundreds of spirit energy units are approaching the northwest. "No, wait, it's a beast tide. Should we forcibly intervene?" But the city's civilians haven't finished evacuating yet. Someone suddenly shouted, "It's a call from Lam Thien. Pick it up, quick, answer it now." His voice came through clearly. "I'm in the center of northwestern city. The Calamity cult has been destroyed. A mutated spirit energy beast self-destructed before it died, releasing a horde of mutated monsters. The situation is extremely critical. A beast tide is flooding the city." He continued without pausing. "Immediately dispatch all available forces. Coordinate with the Spirit Energy Association to set up a defensive line outside the city and cut off the beast tide's advance." The commander immediately gave the order. "Relay my command. All northwestern garrison troops are to mobilize. Coordinate with Lam Thien to encircle and eliminate the beast tide within the city. We cannot allow any civilian casualties." On the main roads, the beast viciously chased after people, spreading chaos everywhere. The people cried out in fear, "High Priest of the Calamity cult, save us, O gods, please have mercy on us." One of the beasts lunged forward, nearly reaching a person who could only scream in terror. Elsewhere, another beast was closing in on a young girl. The girl tripped and fell hard, her head hitting the ground as her body trembled. The beast opened its jaws and drew near, about to snatch its prey. The girl screamed in despair, "Oh God, save me." In that very instant, an immense pressure tore through the air and slammed down in front of her, sending blood splattering everywhere. He gripped his sword tightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the battlefield. The rescued girl muttered over and over, "A god, it's a god. A god has descended. It's a miracle. Please, save us." He looked at her and said in a low voice, "There have never been any gods, nor is there any savior. If you want to live, you can only rely on yourself." Amidst the fleeing crowd, he scanned his surroundings, and his expression suddenly darkened. Something's not right. Hearing this, Lan Nguyen immediately asked, "What's wrong?" He analyzed slowly. A cult that grew to this size wouldn't be willing to just vanish because of one's self-destruction. He voiced his suspicion. It didn't really self-destruct. It's hiding within the beast tide, using the chaos to try and escape. She nodded and asked, "That makes sense. So are we going to charge into the beast tide to find it now?" He answered curtly, "Yes, but I'll be the one to find it." She immediately protested. "No way. I can't let you risk your life alone." He calmly instructed her, "You'll be in charge of organizing the evacuation of northwestern city's residents, protect them and contact the incoming military, report the situation, and secure the rear." She hesitated, but didn't argue. He gently patted her head. "Let's do it this way. You're better at coordinating with the military than I am." She said sadly, "I understand. You have to come back alive." Immediately after, he leapt away, leaving her standing amidst the chaotic scene. He landed on the ground, completely surrounded by the beasts of the tide. The beast spotted him and roared, charging at him all at once. With a single bolt of lightning striking down, he easily defeated all the beasts in front of him. He walked slowly through the charred beast-tide, their corpses scattered after the lightning strike, the smell of burning flesh still lingering in the air. He controlled the remaining bolts of lightning, his brow furrowed as he spoke in a cold voice. "Let's see how long you can keep hiding." The scene shifts to another location, inside a massive high-rise building in the middle of the city. Zhao Zhao clutched her head, trembling, her voice choked with emotion. "Are you insane? What makes a weakling like you think you can stand up to them?" His eyes, full of sorrow, met hers. "What else could I do? You're my girlfriend." Gomin lowered his head and said in a low voice, "In a minute, if they break down the meeting room door, I'll hold them off. You take the chance to run. As long as you get out of the company, you'll be safe." Zhu Zhao burst into tears, sobbing. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly leave you here?" Before she could finish her sentence, a group of aggressive men kicked the door down and stormed in. Luoyang licked his lips, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Finally, a chance to have some real fun. He continued with a twisted smile. "Dressing like that every single day, I've been holding myself back for far too long." Zhao Zhao pointed directly at him and shouted, "Don't come any closer. I've already called the police. They'll be here any second." His face turned cold as he sneered. "The police? Who has time to care about us right now?" The henchman beside him growled, "It's already hell outside. Even guns can't kill the monsters anymore." Luoyang lunged forward as he spoke. "We're all going to die anyway, so I'm going to enjoy myself one last time." Omin suddenly jumped up and roared, using all his strength to push him away. He turned his head and yelled at her, "Run! Go now!" She rushed forward in a panic to stop them. "How? Don't!" Gomin was immediately struck with a heavy blow to the stomach, spitting blood from his mouth as his body doubled over. The other 3 men rushed in, beating him mercilessly, giving him no chance to survive. He covered his head and took the beating, silently enduring every punch and kick that rained down on him. Zhao Zhao's tears streamed down her face as she grabbed a chair, raised it high, and screamed, "You animals, go to hell." She was immediately slapped hard across the face by Luoyang. "You filthy bitch." The blow stunned her, sending her sprawling to the ground. He grabbed her by the hair, pulling her up with a disgusting laugh. "The more you fight back, the more I like it." She gritted her teeth and sobbed, her eyes filled with hatred. "You scum." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted as the wall burst inward, sending debris flying everywhere. Luoyang's 3 men were thrown across the room by the shockwave, tumbling across the floor. Lam Thien appeared in the hole in the wall, his eyes quickly scanning the room. "This isn't right. The guy I'm looking for isn't here." Zhu Zhao gritted her teeth and sat up, her heart pounding with panic. "Tu Tien, why is he here?" She quickly called out a warning. "Tu Tien, be careful." Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head to look. "Auntie." He quickly helped her to her feet. "What are you doing here?" She answered, out of breath. "My company is here, don't you remember? You even used to work here part-time." His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered. "Oh, that's right. Your company is in Northwest City. How could I have forgotten?" He turned to look at the men lying on the floor and asked urgently, "Who are they? Your colleagues? Isn't this your boyfriend? Why is he so badly injured?" He glanced at the hole in the wall, a shock running through him. "Oh no, could I have been the one who did this?" Zhao Zhao quickly pushed him behind her. "Tu Tien, you need to leave now. They're bad people." The men struggled to their feet, asking with a menacing laugh, "New director, where do you think you're going?" She immediately stood in front of him. "He's just a kid. Please, let him go." His eyes darkened as he understood everything in an instant. So that's how it is. He stepped in front of Zhao Zhao, his face grim. "Auntie, don't worry. The people who hurt you, not a single one of them will leave this place alive." Luoyang stepped forward, hands on his hips, and shouted aggressively, "You little brat. You really know how to put on a show. You think you're some kind of savior." Kumin picked up an iron bar and roared ferociously. "That's right. Stop pretending. I'm going to smash your head in with this pipe today." Zhu Zhao stood beside them, her face filled with worry. She called out urgently, "Tu Tien, be careful." Thien remained perfectly still as Ku Min rushed forward, swinging the pipe straight at his shoulder. In that instant, spiritual energy erupted violently from his body, directly blasting Ku Min backward. Ku Min was sent flying backward, forcing Luoyang and Langvan to scramble out of the way of his hurtling body. Ku Min's body slammed hard against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed motionless on the ground. Luoyang and Langvan stared in stunned silence. their panicked eyes fixed on Ku Min's unmoving form. Loyang immediately dropped to his knees, clasping his hands and begging, "Boss, spare us. Please, spare our lives." Lang Van quickly chimed in. "We were just possessed for a moment." Lam Thien stood there in silence as their desperate pleas continued. "Please let us go. We'll never do it again. We know we were wrong." He slowly stepped forward, spiritual energy gathering in his palm, his voice dropping low. "You don't know you were wrong. You just know you're about to die." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind him, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. The demon hound appeared, baring its sharp fangs, its eyes locked onto him. It glared ferociously, opening its massive jaws to let out an enraged roar. Immediately after, the demon hound charged straight ahead, its one and only target being Lam Thien. Behind them, Loyang sneered coldly. "Serves him right. Who was he trying to impress?" Lang Van laughed loudly and added, "Yeah, let that monster tear him to a million pieces." The demon hound lunged forward, its massive arm reaching out, preparing to strike. Lam Thien narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on the charging opponent. He shot his hand forward, grabbing the demon hound by the neck as his power exploded in an instant. A brilliant golden light erupted from his palm, completely suppressing the demon hound and rendering it immobile. In just a moment, a ball of lightning formed, and the demon hound's body, crushed by the immense pressure, slowly disintegrated. Zhao Zhao watched the scene unfold, her face a mask of pure terror. Lam Thien hovered in midair, turning his head to look at Loyang and Lang Van, his voice ice-cold. "Now, it's your turn." The two panicked and fled, begging as they ran. "Boss, please spare us. We won't do it again." He closed his eyes and raised one hand, the spiritual energy inside his body surging outward. In a flash, two energy blasts shot out, speeding toward Loyang and Lang Van and taking them both down instantly. He landed beside Zhao Zhao and said softly, "Let's go, Auntie." Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Little Thien, have you become a superhero?" He sighed softly and replied quietly, "After things in Northwest City have settled down, I'll explain everything to you." The scene shifts to the building's exit, where he and Zhao Zhao walk to the gate and step outside. Outside on the street, a massive beast tide was attacking civilians. One person, completely surrounded, could only scream helplessly, "Help me." Zhao Lam Thi, he stepped Lam Thi, the beast, the beast Lam Thi, he stood Lam Thi, he locked the slap flames in a sudden Lan. She hurried over, asking with concern, "Are you hurt?" He replied softly, "I'm fine." He turned toward Zhao Zhao and Ninggo Min, then said to Lan Nguyet, "Oh right, this is my auntie and her boyfriend. Can you help me get them to safety?" She frowned for a second before replying immediately, "Of course, leave it to me." Zhao Zhao looked toward him and shouted, "Tio Tien, where else are you going to go? You should escape with them." He glanced around, his voice low as he replied, "I can't. The monster's true body is still hiding there." He continued in a low voice, "I have to find it, and then take care of everything at once." Scene change. A monster is pierced by a blast of energy. It screams in agony and then freezes. He appeared in the middle of the scene, his hand gripping his sword tightly, the power within him surging, his aura overflowing without restraint. He scanned his surroundings. The spiritual energy was flowing in abnormal chaos, and a sense of danger was rising. There was nothing left but debris and ruins. A guess flashed through his mind. All the spiritual energy is flowing downward. There must be a secret hidden beneath this road. He looked straight at the wall in front of him. Its hardness was beyond normal, and the sense of unease was palpable. He raised his hand, pressing his palm against the cold surface of the wall before him. The moment he touched it, he frowned. The theory in his head was instantly confirmed. Just as I thought. At that exact moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted. A deep, dark basement opened up in front of him, a cold draft wafting up from below. He squinted, looking down into the depths of the basement, and thought to himself, "Found you." Scene change. Deep inside the basement, a cold wind howled and the space was shrouded in heavy darkness. Inside another tunnel, Tai Diem was kneeling on the ground. Thu Quang's voice rang out, "How did you become so weak, Experiment 02, Tai Diem?" Tai Diem replied softly, "Sir, the church was destroyed and my source of power vanished with it." Thu Quang asked in a deep voice, "You have the strength of a 5th-level bloodline. Who could possibly injure you?" TDM trembled, his voice weak as he answered, "It was a human named Lam Thien." The Quang's eyes widened as he spoke. "Lam Thien, a human. You lost to a mere human. TDM lowered his head, his voice trembling as he replied, He's no ordinary person. He also has the power of an iron bloodline, and it's definitely no lower than the third-level iron bloodline realm. Thu Quang said coldly, Don't be ridiculous. How long has it been since spiritual energy returned to Earth? You can count the number of humans who've reached the iron bloodline realm on one hand. If he had truly reached that level, how could I not know? Tai Diem's expression tensed as Thu Quang's voice continued. Besides, even if he were at the third-level iron bloodline realm, you are a fifth-level iron bloodline monster. A fifth level losing to a third level proves that you are a failed product. Thu Quang continued without a hint of emotion, and we have no need for failed products. Tai Diem hurriedly explained, Sir, my power was only temporarily accumulated by devouring all the members of the Northwest Spiritual Energy Association. He destroyed the church's altar. Without the altar, I'm not even as strong as someone in the 9th level Brave Warrior realm. Tai Diem bowed his head and pleaded, Sir, please give me one more chance. I will definitely be able to handle Lam Thien. Tai Diem looked up at Thu Quang and explained, His spiritual energy is incredibly pure. If I can devour him, I will truly complete my transformation. Only then will I be truly useful to the organization, much stronger than I am now. Thu Quang held his hand out in front of him, dark power erupting as his voice rang out. If that's the case. A magic circle appeared beneath Tai Diem's feet. Thu Quang continued, I will give you one more chance. From the ground, tentacles emerged, quickly wrapping themselves around Tai Diem's body. Tentacles tightened, enveloping Tai Diem's body as he let out a terrified scream. Tentacles contracted and then quickly faded away, their dark surface paling as if drained of all energy, revealing what was hidden inside. A smooth, spherical container appeared in the center, floating silently as if waiting to be activated. Thu Quang narrowed his eyes, his voice low as he said, I hope you don't disappoint me this time. The scene shifts to Lam Thien. He suddenly felt the space around him vibrate gently, with silent ripples spreading out. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, and a thought flashed through his mind. Looks like I found the right place. For him, a deep, dark tunnel gradually came into view. He stepped inside without hesitation. After just a few steps, he stopped short when he discovered a red sphere floating in midair. He moved closer, his eyes locked on the sphere, his full attention focused on the strange creation before him. He slowly reached his hand forward, intending to directly examine the floating object. Just then, a voice rang out, startling him. It seems that useless piece of trash Tai Diem wasn't lying. Your strength has indeed reached the third-level iron bloodline realm. He immediately spun around, his entire body tensed, his voice wary. Who's there? From within the darkness, Thu Quang spoke. You must be the Lam Thien that Tai Diem mentioned. Correct. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, his voice filled with suspicion. Tai Diem is the monster from the Dawn Church. Does that make you his accomplice? Thu Quang gave a faint smile, his voice dripping with contempt. Accomplice. He's not worthy. I am a member of the Eternal Glory Royal Palace. You may call me On Huyen Sash. Thu Quang raised one hand as if lecturing. He said, We have grown tired of this rotten world and are determined to replace these old remnants with a new order. He shot back, his voice turning cold. So the Church of Dawn is one of the new orders you people created. Thu Quang placed a hand on his chin, musing for a moment before replying, A failed experiment, but not one that was entirely worthless. His voice dropped to a low growl. I don't give a damn what kind of experiments you people are running, but you've dragged me into it. A powerful aura erupted from his body as his warning rang out, sharp and decisive. So don't blame me when I send every last one of you to hell. Thu Quang chuckled, replying calmly, You can save those words for after you've managed to stay alive. The moment he finished speaking, Thu Quang's spiritual energy flared, and a distinct circle appeared beneath his feet. Thu Quang vanished from sight, his voice fading into the air. I'll let it play with you for a while first. A loud noise erupted from behind him, and he instantly went on alert, whipping his head around toward the sound. On the surface of a blazing red sphere, cracks spread like liquid, and the light within pulsed violently. In the blink of an eye, the sphere shattered into countless pieces, and Ma Yu-yen appeared, letting out a furious roar. Ma Yu-yen glared at him, his rage palpable, and snarled, Lam Thien, I'm going to tear you to shreds. He raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly, You just woke up and you're already in a hurry to die. The scene shifts to the devastated city, where embers from raging fires drift through the air. Nearby, a little girl named Yen sat with her hands covering her eyes, wailing non-stop, "Mommy." With a ferocious roar, Hak Huyen appeared, charging straight for Thon Vu and Da Quan. Both of them immediately raised their guns, aiming straight at Hak Huyen and unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. The bullets struck their target, but Hak Huyen's armor completely neutralized the impact, leaving not a single scratch. Quan glanced toward Thak Uyen and said to Thon Vu, "There's a survivor over there. Look." He then turned quickly to his partner, urging him, "Use that thing." Thon Vu drew a knife imbued with spiritual energy and charged straight at the enemy without a moment's hesitation. He plunged the knife deep into Hak Huyen, and a roar of agony instantly echoed out. Thon Vu stumbled back a few steps as Hak Huyen collapsed, its mouth gaping open to let out one final shriek. Hak Huyen's strength rapidly drained away, and soon it lay motionless in a pool of its own blood. Quan rushed forward to support Thon Vu, holding him steady as his breathing became heavy with exhaustion. Thon Vu let out a sigh of relief, his voice still trembling. "It's a good thing we had this stuff from the Spirit Tool Association. Otherwise, I really don't think I could have taken that thing down." Quan turned to look toward Thak Uyen and said quickly, "Go check on that child." Quan quickly walked over and reassured Thak Uyen, his voice low and calm so as not to frighten her. "Don't be afraid, little one." He continued right away, "We're here to rescue you. Where's your mother?" Thak Uyen looked up, tears streaming endlessly down her face as she sobbed, I don't know." Da Quan turned to Thon Vu and gave a firm order. "Take this child back to the military base first. We also need to restock on ammunition." Thon Vu nodded quietly, understood. As Thon Vu picked up Thak Uyen and started walking, he said, "We're lucky Brother Lam Thien charged into that horde of monsters, or we never would have had time to save anyone." Da Quan chuckled in response. "You're right. I heard he can slice a monster in two with just a wave of his hand, just like a superhero." Quan looked at Thon Vu, his voice tinged with admiration. "I wish I was as strong as him. How is Brother Lam Thien doing now?" Thon Vu thought for a moment before replying, "I'm guessing he's already reached the monster's lair. He definitely deserves the top credit for this operation in Northwest City." Suddenly, a ferocious blaze erupted right in front of the two of them, and the wave of intense heat forced them to a sudden stop. Quan stared ahead, the color draining from his face as he cried out in shock, "That's..." Ma'u Yen appeared, its wings spread wide, unleashing a violent aura as it let out a furious roar. Quan stumbled back a few steps, his voice trembling. "What kind of monster is that?" Just then, Da Quan looked up, observing closely, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that someone is fighting it? High in the air, he and Ma Uyen were locked in a fierce battle. Da Quan's voice was filled with astonishment. "Brother Lam Thien." Quan cheered excitedly. "That's right. We still have Brother Lam Thien." Thon Vu nodded in firm agreement. Only Brother Lam Thien could pull this off. Thon Vu lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping across the ruins of Northwest City. No, all of humanity is counting on him now. He and Ma Uyen charged forward at the same time, their attacks colliding to create a colossal pillar of energy. The wind whipped in all directions as the ground around them cracked and shattered, with huge chunks of it trembling violently. Rock and dirt flew into the air, and dust clouds obscured all vision. Ma Uyen raised a hand and roared, "Lam Thien, let me see what the true power of the third stage of the Iron Vein realm really looks like." He clenched his fists, his eyes locked on his enemy, his entire body tensing in preparation for a counterattack. He swung his arm forcefully, and the two fists collided, causing the very space around them to shake violently. In that instant, he realized something was wrong, his eyes widening as he felt that Ma Uyen's power had far surpassed what it was before. Rebound force from Ma Uyen's attack erupted, flinging him backward. He flew through the air, his body slamming hard onto the fractured ground. Ma Uyen looked down, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Is this the power of the third stage of the Iron Vein realm? You're no match for me at all right now." He sat motionless amidst the rubble when suddenly a notification sound chimed. "High-grade fire attribute spirit energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it?" He blurted out in surprise, "What? I can actually absorb his spirit energy." He pushed off his feet and shot straight toward Mo Yen, thinking to himself, "How can I waste such good spirit energy? Of course I'll absorb it." Mo Yen burst out laughing, his voice full of contempt. You want to risk your life against me. Utterly foolish. Mao-Yen opened his mouth, and a massive surge of power poured out. Wu-Yen reached out his hand and snatched his body out of midair. Wu-Yen laughed loudly, his voice cold and mocking. Is this the best you can do? So weak, so incredibly weak. He lowered his head slightly, a clear thought flashing through his mind. Now's the time. He spread his arms wide and flames erupted, engulfing his entire body. Wu-Yen let out a sarcastic laugh, his voice filled with malice. In that case, allow me to end your miserable life. As if just noticing something was wrong, Ma Yu-Yen's eyes shot open, his shock evident as a familiar feeling inside his body went haywire. He glanced around, his thoughts racing. What's happening? Why is my spirit energy so weak? He held up a hand to examine it, his voice full of confusion. My spirit energy. Why is it just vanishing into thin air? His gaze suddenly locked onto Lam Thien, and a horrified shout escaped his lips. Could it be? Lam Thien smiled calmly and replied softly, What's wrong? Weren't you the one who wanted to end my life? Why aren't you moving? Mao-Yen's voice trembled as he screamed in panic. You're absorbing my spirit energy. He relaxed his body, his voice light and airy. That was truly a delicious meal you treated me to as thanks. Let me send you on your way. Sweat beaded on Mao-Yen's forehead as he stammered in despair. No. He hastily flapped his wings to retreat, his terrified scream echoing. I don't want to die. He thrust his hand forward in a single, clean motion. A wall of fire instantly erupted, blocking Mao-Yen's escape route. He narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening as he spoke to his opponent. I'll let you have the first move. Wu-Yen stared at him, his roar filled with hatred. Lam Thien, since you insist on seeking death, then we'll die together. He turned and charged forward, his roar thundering through the air. Die. Lam Thien drew his sword, its blade blazing with crimson fire, and replied decisively, You're the one who deserves to die. He rushed forward without hesitation, bringing his sword down on Mao-Yen's body with a single, clean strike. Blood poured from his mouth, his voice growing weaker. Impossible, I clearly. He glanced back slightly, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping over his enemy as he said in a low voice, The farce is over. Mao-Yen's body disintegrated piece by piece, until finally only a single speck of fire remained floating in the air. The scene changes after the battle, as night falls peacefully over Lam Thien's mansion. In the dining room, a long table was covered with hot dishes, the steam rising to create a rare, warm atmosphere. Xiujiao picked up a can of beer and tilted her head back, chugging it without hesitation. She slammed the can down on the table, her voice bubbling with excitement. Ah, that hits the spot. A drink after cheating death tastes the best. Lam Thien looked over and reminded her, Auntie, you should drink a little less. Don't you have to take Uncle to the hospital tomorrow? Zhao Zhao waved her hand dismissively with a laugh. Oh, it's fine, I'm not drunk, he replied. That's what all the drunks say. Lam Thien continued, telling her not to teach Lan Nguyet and Tham Phi Phi any bad habits, otherwise he wouldn't be able to handle a house full of drunks. But Lan Nguyet turned her face away and said shyly that she would never get drunk. Phi Phi held her glass and reassured him in a soft voice, Don't worry, they can't outdrink me. Zhao suddenly shot to her feet and asked directly, Oh, my dear Thien, I almost forgot about this. Now that you're so powerful, which of these two are you planning to marry? Holding her glass, Phi Phi's cheeks turned red as she secretly glanced at him with anticipation. Lan Nguyet also turned to look, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Phi Phi suddenly hugged Lam Thien's arm and cheered excitedly. Is that even a question? Of course he'll have both of us. Times have changed now. Shouldn't a powerful man have many women? He placed his hand on Phi Phi's head, his voice gentle but firm. Don't talk nonsense. Just then, he walked, Commander, Commander. The scene changes to the front of a room where a sign above clearly reads, Military Conference Room. A serious atmosphere filled the hallway. Inside the conference room, Thak Fong frowned, his voice laced with resentment, with spirit energy recovering so quickly everyone's cultivation is soaring. What gives him the right to boss us around? Minka crossed his arms and retorted, You're all talk. Let's see how many of his moves you could actually withstand. Vu Lam shot up, his voice annoyed. In this era, someone has a breakthrough every 3 days and makes a name for themselves in 5, who isn't a prodigy. The room immediately became noisy, with overlapping arguments. What did you say? What's your problem? Not happy about it? Say that again. Stuang held up his hands to signal for them to stop, trying to maintain order. Stop arguing. We're here to find a solution, not for internal conflict. Thien walked in at that moment, looked at the scene, and dropped a single comment. Quite the heated discussion. The arguing crowd suddenly froze, everyone startled to see him appear at the door. He calmly took a few steps forward, his voice polite. My apologies. I'm a little late. He looked around and continued. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Thak Fong and Vu Lam fell silent. They pulled their chairs toward the conference table and sat down immediately. The others also took their seats one by one, their eyes all focused on him. Hao Duong let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, as expected, only Big Brother Lam Thien can keep this group in line. Hao Duong used a pointer on the screen, where a map was displayed, and said, according to the analysis of spirit energy fluctuations over the past week, an extremely unusual resonance point has appeared on the edge of the southwestern desert. He pointed to a line on the map and continued. This area originally had no spirit energy, but now it's showing a stable and very intense spirit vein reaction. Our preliminary guess is that it's a recently formed secret realm. Xiu Triet looked up at the screen and exclaimed in surprise, a new secret realm. The screen switched to an image of the Earth, and Hao Duong continued, it's not just our location. Globally, at least 5 other areas have recently experienced similar surges in spirit energy, according to our intelligence. New secret realms have also appeared in those places. An image of a cultivator appeared as Hao Duong explained. Those who have explored the new secret realms say there's a type of spirit fruit inside that can help a person break through to the Iron Vein realm on the spot. People in the room looked at each other, and lively discussions immediately broke out, with everyone showing signs of eagerness. He crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips, thinking to himself, this is the perfect opportunity for Lan Nguyet's group to break through to the Iron Vein realm. A while later, the scene shifts to the commander's office, and the atmosphere turns somber. He looked at him with a smile and asked, so, was the meeting today considered a success? He replied flatly, that secret realm isn't a big challenge for me, but it will be good to take Lan Nguyet and the others there, to raise their strength a bit. At this point, his gaze became serious and his brows furrowed. You must have called me here for something else. Commander Tam nodded and sighed. I really can't hide anything from you. Indeed, there is another small matter I need your help with. As he spoke, he reached for a document and placed it in his hand. He slowly explained, the secret realm we discovered is actually the second one. The first one was claimed by someone else a week ago. Hearing this, he frowned and asked, you couldn't secure the first secret realm. A difficult expression appeared on his face, and he sighed in response. It's not that we couldn't secure it, but that it was stolen. The other party is a mysterious force that created an Iron Vein realm expert in just a few short days. After hearing this, he asked, and then, this person became the king of the mountain, Commander Tam nodded. Yes, he has occupied Truong Thien City, ignoring the government and imposing a citywide lockdown. He thought for a moment, then said concisely, understood. I'll go drag him out, model. Commander Tam was visibly pleased to hear him agree. Thank you. This attempt to divide our nation must be put to an end. That evening, the scene shifts to Lam Thien's home, where the atmosphere is familial, yet still tense with the weight of their mission. He gathered Lan Nguyet and the other two, laying out the entire situation for them. After hearing him out, Lan Nguyet frowned and asked, so, should we still proceed with the mission in this secret realm? He gave a firm nod. We're definitely going, but this time the circumstances are different. Everyone will have to face the dangers on their own. He warned Lan Nguyet and Vu Tin to be extremely careful inside the secret realm, adding that he had already contacted Mak Thu, who would be going with them. Hearing this, Phi Phi asked with a hint of confusion, they're going to the secret realm, so where am I going? He slowly explained, I've heard that the one who first seized the secret realm was Tho Hoang Bei. He possesses fire attribute spirit energy, which is why you'll be coming with me this time. Phi Phi immediately lit up with excitement. All right, I promise I'll train as hard as I can. He remembered it clearly. In his past life, not long after the spirit energy in the secret realm erupted, everything began to take a different turn. A true cataclysm is about to descend, and this time he absolutely will not allow history to repeat itself. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone and everything he held dear in this world. While he was lost in thought, Lan Nguyet asked hesitantly, Lam Thien, are you hiding something from us? Lam Thien froze for a moment, his eyes glancing over the three of them. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Spirit energy is erupting violently everywhere. You all need to increase your strength quickly, or you'll have a hard time surviving the next phase. Hearing this, Lan Nguyat and the others exclaimed in shock. The next phase. He didn't elaborate. His tone grew serious. All right, don't overthink it. Get some rest, then prepare to leave for Truong Thien City. Meanwhile, in Truong Thien City, in a lavish room, a man laughed smugly with a beautiful woman on each of his knees, his arms wrapped around them. Two women, blushing and coy, let him hold them as he pleased. The man let out an arrogant laugh. Corporations, the government, they're all worthless before me. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside, "Boss, we've caught a traitor." Hearing the report, the man frowned and ordered, "Come in and tell me." Moment later, a subordinate pushed the door open and reported, "Boss, this punk was secretly contacting the military. He also revealed that we're in control of the secret realm and was planning to act as a contact to welcome the spirit energy cultivators sent by the military." The man remained unfazed, saying dismissively, "It's fine. Just some run-of-the-mill cultivator from the military. They're not enough to cause any trouble. Once I've devoured all the power within the secret realm, not just this city, but the entire nation will have to bow down to me." The subordinate frowned. "Boss, what should we do about the military?" The man sneered. "Find a few people to pose as the contacts. As for the 3 cultivators the military is sending, we'll feed them to the dogs." With that, he hoisted the 2 women over his shoulders and casually left the room. The next morning, a plane touched down in Truong Thien City. Lam Thien and Phi Phi calmly stepped out of the cabin. As soon as they appeared, a man leaned out of a car and shouted, "You must be Miss Tam Phi Phi from the military. Right, quick, get in." The 2 of them quickly got into the car and drove away from the airport. As he drove, the driver chuckled. "I never expected the military to send a beauty like you to assist." Phi Phi pouted. "What a smooth talker. You're the one in charge of contacting the military, right? What's your contact ID?" The driver calmly replied, "My contact ID is Coconut Chicken." Phi gave a slight nod and asked, "Where are we going now?" He quickly replied, "First, to an underground bar. There are people there who want to join me in rising up against Nguyen Thanh Son." While they were talking, Lam Thien, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "You're not the young man who was supposed to be our contact, are you?" His words made the driver flinch. Phi-Phi's expression immediately darkened as well, but he quickly regained his composure. "Huh, what are you talking about, I am?" Before he could finish, Lam Thien cut him off coldly. "Coconut Chicken is left-handed and has a southwestern accent. You're not left-handed and your accent is all wrong." His voice dropped. "So, do you have anything to say before I kill you?" Panicked driver slammed on the brakes. A piercing screech echoed as the tires ground against the pavement. The car quickly pulled over to the side of the road. The driver said coldly, "You're very smart, but smart people don't live long." Realizing he had just admitted it, Phi frowned and asked, "So you people really did capture our contact?" The driver snorted coldly and replied, "That's right, and you'll be reuniting with that little punk soon enough." Hearing this, Lam Thien's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer as he said bluntly, "Let me ask you something. You think you can take us on by yourself?" "That's enough," the driver roared, the power inside his body erupting without restraint. With a deafening boom, the car instantly exploded in a sea of fire and thick smoke. The driver reacted incredibly fast, launching himself out of the vehicle just before the explosion spread. His body landed neatly on the ground, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. He laughed triumphantly and shouted, "Your 2 heads will be my gift to Mr. Ngui." But as soon as the words left his mouth, the driver's eyes widened in shock. Seeing only Phi step forward, the driver bared his teeth in a malicious grin. "Well now, little sister, don't blame me for being ruthless." Phi pouted disdainfully and retorted, "Let's see what you're really made of." Immediately after, the 2 of them charged forward at the same time, their momentums clashing like ferocious beasts. But Phi was half a beat faster, channeling her strength into a single punch. The blow sent blood gushing from the man's nose, and his body staggered noticeably. He stumbled back several steps, his face filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? You're just a girl." While he was still reeling in confusion, Phi closed the distance, grabbing both of his hands. The driver gritted his teeth and muttered in frustration, "This makes no sense." Phi showed no mercy, delivering another decisive kick. The driver was sent flying, his body slamming hard against the roadside guardrail. A sharp crack echoed as a shattering sensation shot through his back. He roared in anger, "You bitch!" But before he could finish, he saw Fi charging at him ferociously. The only thing left in the driver's eyes was unconcealed terror. He immediately dropped to his knees, slamming his head hard against the ground. He pleaded nonstop, "I was wrong, please don't kill me." He trembled as he promised to lead them to Coconut Chicken, saying the guy was barely hanging on by a thread. Fi said in a cold voice, "I'll give you one more chance. If you dare pull any more tricks, I'll twist your head off and use it as a soccer ball." The driver nodded frantically. "I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare." After dealing with him, Fi turned back to Lam Thien with a smile and asked, "So, how was my performance? Wasn't it outstanding?" He nodded in praise. "It was excellent." Not long after, at a secret base within Truong Thien City, underground was a dark cellar illuminated by only a single dim light bulb. A young man was tied up there, his body gaunt and covered in wounds. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, he struggled to lift his head. When he saw Lam Thien and Fi, he asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Fi quickly spoke up. "You're Coconut Chicken, right? We were sent by the military to rescue you." Coconut Chicken trembled and stammered, "Prove your identity." Fi calmly replied, "You once told me that your username isn't based on your favorite food, but on your sister's, and that your sister has passed away." Hearing this, Coconut Chicken finally let out a sigh of relief. At last he was certain, "It's really you guys. This is great." Fi quickly undid his shackles, reassuring him as she worked, "Hang in there. I'll take you to a hospital." Coconut Chicken shook his head slightly and said, "There's no need. But while I'm still conscious, let me give you my report." He explained that Nguyen Thanh Son was originally the vice president of the Truong Thien Spirit Energy Association, and half a month ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in Truong Thien City. The president of the Truong Thien Spirit Energy Association had taken him there to investigate the situation. Unexpectedly, he murdered the president inside the secret realm and stole the treasure within. Fi was stunned and cried out, "What? He killed the president of the Spirit Tool Association of Long Sky City?" Coconut Chicken nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Nguyen Thanh Son used a treasure from the secret realm to successfully break through to the Iron Vein realm, and then he started wreaking havoc in Long Sky City. He quickly urged the two of them to leave, saying they were no match for Thanh Son. He had already reached the Iron Vein realm, while Fi was only at the peak of the Valiant Selection realm. What's more, Coconut Chicken said he couldn't sense any spirit energy from Lam Thien at all. Lam Thien paused for a moment when he heard that, but quickly asked, "Have you ever seen what his treasure looks like?" The young man nodded and replied, "I only caught a glimpse of it once. It looked like a red key." As soon as he heard that, Lam Thien's eyes widened in shock. A red key. Could it really be that thing? Just then, Coconut Chicken suddenly noticed something was wrong. He cried out in panic, "Oh no, this is Nguyen Thanh Son's spirit energy. He's here." Sure enough, it wasn't long before a familiar figure appeared in the area. Thanh Son smirked and said, Well, if it isn't the legendary forces of justice." Fi glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "You're Nguyen Thanh Son?" Thanh Son stared at her for a moment, then licked his lips and said in a perverted tone, "The little lady sent by the military has quite a nice figure." The moment he finished speaking, Fi exploded with rage. She gritted her teeth, cursing him for having a death wish, her breath coming in short gasps as killing intent radiated from her. Unfazed by her anger, Thanh Son just sneered contemptuously. He lowered his voice and threatened, "If you're going to refuse the easy way and insist on doing this the hard way, then don't blame me for being cruel." Before his words even faded, the spiritual energy around him began to swirl, and an immense pressure spread out in all directions. Coconut Chicken shrieked in panic, "You two, run! He's in the Iron Vein realm now. You can't beat him." Just then, Thanh Son lunged forward like a wild beast, roaring, "Don't even think about running. You're all going to die here." Lam Thien, however, remained perfectly calm. His eyes were cold, seeing the Iron Vein realm fighter as nothing more than a training dummy for Fi. With that in mind, he glanced at her and suggested, "Use Nguyen Thanh Son as your practice partner. If you want to get stronger, you have to face powerful opponents." "Okay, I have to become someone who can stand by your side." Fi nodded immediately and charged forward without a moment's hesitation. In a single breath, the two figures collided. Their fists flew straight, clashing again and again. Feeling the force of her blows, he laughed scornfully. "Is that all the strength you have? Are you trying to tickle me?" Enraged by his mockery, Phi furiously channeled spiritual energy into her palms, preparing to counterattack. But in that instant, Thon Sun seized her wrist in an iron grip. He drove his knee hard into her stomach. Phi was sent flying, her body crashing heavily to the ground. Thon Sun snorted coldly and boasted, "I've only absorbed 1% of the secret treasure's spiritual energy, and I'm already this strong. Once I absorb it completely, who in this world will be able to stop me?" Gritting her teeth, Phi forced herself to stand, spitting out a single, defiant word. "Bastard." The coconut chicken spoke up worriedly. "I told you, you can't beat him. You need to run." But Lam Thien stood his ground. In a cold voice, he asked, "Nguyen Thon Sun, that treasure you just mentioned, is it on you right now?" Hearing this, Thon Sun scoffed. "Who gave you permission to speak?" "What do you think?" Lam Thien grunted, his voice filled with pressure. As he spoke, he stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him and launching himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Thon Sun. A heavy fist slammed directly into Thon Sun's face. The speed was so overwhelming that he had no time to react, taking the blow head-on. His body flew backward, crashing into the cold ground and shattering it into rubble. Humiliated, Thon Sun roared in fury. He rose from the debris, clenching his fist and channeling spiritual energy into them. But it was too late. Lam Thien was already upon him, moving like the wind. He delivered a decisive kick and said with a cold laugh, "Just a first-level dog from the Iron Vein realm dares to bark at me." Beaten until his mouth was full of blood, Thon Sun lay flattened on the ground like a dead fish. Without even needing to draw his sword, he had easily defeated a man the government itself was wary of. But he wasn't finished. He grabbed Thon Sun by the hair and dragged him across the ground, a truly pathetic sight. Only then did Thon Sun realize he was facing a demon. He trembled and begged, "Stop, stop, don't hit me anymore. It's on me. The treasure is on me." Hearing that, Lam Thien finally paused. Behind him, Phi and the coconut chicken were stunned. They never expected him to break so quickly. Fearing another beating, Thon Sun quickly pulled out a red key and offered it with a trembling hand. He stammered, My lord, this is the treasure I found in the secret realm's chamber." Lam Thien took it, and a familiar feeling washed over him. This was it. This key was used to open the deepest level of the secret realm. In his past life, when that deep level was opened, Earth entered the era of spiritual energy restoration. Back then, if you didn't have enough strength, the only outcome was death. Thinking of this, Lam Thien immediately asked, "Where is the entrance to this secret realm?" The question left Thon Sun momentarily stunned. Hadn't he already cleaned that place out long ago? There was nothing left inside. If he told them that, would they kill him on the spot? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to lead them to the secret realm anyway. It was a gamble he had to take. Before long, the group stood before a colossal, imposing mountain range. Right there, a massive waterfall thundered down, filling the air with mist. He silently trailed behind Thon Sun, following the waterfall deeper into the dense forest. After a long trek, Thon Sun finally stopped and announced that the entrance to the secret realm was right here. He looked in the direction Thon Sun pointed and immediately saw a solid stone door looming before him. He paused, observing the door for a moment, his gaze taking in every single detail. Then he stepped forward, his steps slow but deliberate as he headed straight for the stone door. On the door's surface, there was a small hole, which was clearly a keyhole. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Everything was exactly as he had suspected. Without any more hesitation, he raised his hand and pushed the key straight into the lock. The moment he did, the stone door trembled slightly and began to swing open with a deep, reverberating groan. But as the scene inside came into view, his pupils contracted and his heart clenched tightly in his chest.